Good morning, everyone. We're beginning our discussions today with agenda item D1. We have Katie Latanich here to introduce the agenda item for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the council. I'm Katie Latanich, council staff, and I'll be co-presenting on D1, our climate planning discussion this morning with Dr. Diana Stram and Dr. Kirsten Holzman of the Alaska Fisheries Science Center. So I'm going to start with just an introduction to the items we have under D1. So you're going to receive three separate presentations this morning. So first, I'm going to start with an update on Inflation Reduction Act funding and the programmatic evaluation. We're going to take things just a little bit out of order from what's on the E-agenda, just since it flows a little bit more logically into the flow presentation. So we'll then go to D1C, and Dr. Holzman will be presenting the NMFS Alaska Fisheries Science Center Climate Science and Climate Ecosystem and Fisheries Initiative update. And then Dr. Diana Stram will review the final climate change task force report and recommendations. So this is a discussion item this morning, so no decision is required, but there are two areas where it would be really helpful to have some council guidance so that staff can continue making progress toward climate adaptation priorities and our IRA funding deliverables. And the first of those is the council is scheduled to take up the programmatic evaluation in April of 2025. And so at this meeting, we're just kind of giving you a preview of that discussion to come. And we'll be looking for your feedback on some of our staff ideas for materials we could bring back to you before April to help support that discussion. And the second area where guidance would be helpful is with regard to the Climate Change Task Force work plan and whether and how the council wishes staff to proceed with developing a work plan as recommended in the Climate Change Task Force's final report, which Dr. Stram will talk more about. So you can kind of think about today's D1 in two portions. I'll be talking first about the programmatic and then handing off to Dr. Stram and Dr. Holzman to talk about the CEFI and climate science update and the CCTF recommendations, of course, followed by testimony and final discussion. So we've heard consistently in past climate discussions that, as we know, there are a lot of concurrent climate resilience and planning initiatives, and it's really important for the council and advisors and the public to understand how all of these pieces fit together. So I've been trying to think about how to present this in a visual way, and certainly open to feedback on this diagram, but I just wanted to share this to give you kind of a roadmap or visual orientation to these three concurrent streams of work. So on the left-hand column, that's our IRA funding. So under that umbrella, we have the NMFS CEFI work, as well as the North Pacific Council's IRA proposal objectives. And those three objectives include developing a climate resilient management policy, advancing the incorporation of local and traditional knowledge, and improving consideration of risk and uncertainty in harvest specifications. And so those items under the IRA funding umbrella, those are on a discrete time-bound timeline. All of that work needs to be completed by 2027. In the middle is the programmatic evaluation. And the purpose of this, as we'll talk about, is to provide high-level guidance and analytical support for future actions that could help improve and support climate resilience measures. And this has been in progress, as you know, for several years leading up to this point. We'll talk more about the purpose and what steps come next. But just to clarify, this is linked with the IRA funding, but they are kind of proceeding in two separate work streams. And then on the far right, we have all of the other climate resilience planning work that the council has been engaged in up to this point. So past SSC workshops, the past 5 years of the Climate Change Task Force's work and their final recommendations, the Climate Scenarios Workshop, the SES 8 meeting. So all of this information kind of flows into where we are now. Then kind of at the bottom of this diagram is the proposed climate work plan the CCTF is talking about that Dr. Stram and Dr. Holzman will provide you with more details on. So what I'm hoping to convey here is that that work plan is intended to help bridge and kind of unite all of these different work streams and show how they fit together. So again, this is a draft. Happy for any feedback on this. We want to make sure this is helpful to you and the public. So I've more or less talked through these slides already, so I'll just keep going. Okay, so again, my portion of the talk is going to be focused on an IRA funding planning update and the programmatic evaluation discussion the council is scheduled to take up in April of 2025. So first on the IRA funding update, again, I just walked through the three objectives for this funding. Again, I want to emphasize that our IRA funding is time-bound. This work has to be completed by the end of 2027. It focuses on these three objectives we've already heard about. And it's important to keep in mind that these objectives build on, by intent, they build on existing council initiatives. So a lot of this work that the IRA funding is helping build on is work that was already in motion and already prioritized by the council. So it's kind of accelerating ideas that have been in motion for a while. So under your D1 materials, there's a document called IRA Funding Update Timeline. I wanted to provide this to all of you to provide kind of a snapshot of where we are now with our funding, with the intent that this is a document we could update and provide to you every time that climate resilience is on the agenda, to show you where we are with our IRA funding and what's coming up next. So in this document, there's table 1, that's the snapshot that's on the screen right now. And this provides you with kind of a 1-year timeline of where we've been recently and what we have scheduled coming up. So if you look at this table, it shows everything that's been completed, looking back to the climate scenarios workshop in June and providing you with kind of a look out to the next 2 or 3 meetings. So for example, the programmatic evaluation discussion in April of 2025 and the upcoming SSC workshop that I'll mention in a bit. So these are milestones that we think are relatively fixed or are confident we can proceed with on time. There's another table in this document. This is going to look similar to past funding timelines you've seen, just updated to reflect where we are now with our funding and council priorities. So this will look very similar to a work plan you've seen in the past. It just reflects things like the delay we experienced in receiving our IRA funds and changes in council priorities, like the decision to postpone work on the programmatic until after the chum salmon bycatch action. So again, we'll keep updating this table to reflect where we are. And since this provides a bit of a longer look out, you can assume that milestones in 2026 and 27, they're a little bit more tentative, of course, because they depend on the steps we take now in 24 and 25. So just a quick 1-slide update on Objective 3 before I turn back to the programmatic. So the council did have a discussion in October at your meeting and passed a motion supporting the 2 priorities identified by the SSC for advancing Objective 3. So I just wanted to mention that 2 things we have in the works in progress are first an SSC workshop that's going to be scheduled for April of 2025. And I just want to be really clear, when we use the term workshop, we are not talking about a multi-day breakout session kind of event like we did with the climate scenarios workshop. This will likely be a couple hours of discussion. And the intention of this is for the SSC's conversation to help inform the direction and work of a technical subgroup as recommended by the council to help explore how the council could go about harvest control rule adjustments. And so planning for that workshop and the development of this subgroup are both ongoing. Okay, so turning back to the programmatic valuation, I know it's been a while since this was on the agenda and we've had some new faces at the table, so it's helpful to take a step back and just make sure everybody kind of understands the trajectory of where we've been and where we're going. So I'll start with some recap of past steps. We'll look ahead to the April 2025 discussion and what that's all about. And then, as I mentioned, we have some staff ideas for materials we could bring back to you in advance of your April meeting to help support that discussion. So we're looking for feedback from you on whether you think those are helpful and pointing us in the right direction. So at a very high level, the purpose of thinking about a revised management policy, just like any other council goals and objectives or policies, is to help communicate high-level guidance and intent. And just like the existing groundfish management policy, this would not be action forcing, but it could help drive or guide operational changes, including things like analytical and decision tools, management measures, and council process changes, including future changes that could be needed to bring the management framework in line with this policy. Like the existing 2004 BSAI, it would also provide the analytical basis for future council actions. So for more background on programmatic EISs in general and the 2004 process, there is a very great background document Sarah Clear put together in February of 2023 that provides kind of a primer on what a programmatic valuation is all about and retraces steps beginning with the 2004 process. So recommend taking a look at that. So in June of 2023, the council adopted a purpose and need statement, including two alternatives, one for a status quo alternative and alternative two that would adopt a more adaptive ecosystem-based management policy and objectives for council-managed fisheries, which would enable the council to develop and implement climate resiliency tools, new pathways to incorporate indigenous, local, and traditional knowledge, and new tools to assess and adapt to risk in the face of additional uncertainty in stock status and distribution due to climate-driven marine ecosystem changes. So I'm just reading that directly from alternative two, but just to emphasize the focus in this alternative on climate resiliency tools and incorporation of local and traditional knowledge. I also wanted to share some process reminders as the council has had past discussions about how you think we could go about this process of revising and updating a management policy. So first, as a reminder, all of the council's existing FMPs have their own goals, objectives, and management approaches. And as you can expect, these were drafted at different points in the council's history. And so as a result, they're structured a little bit differently, and they also reflect different points in the evolution of the Magnuson Act and the National Standard Guidelines. So for example, the groundfish management approach policy and objectives were drafted in 2004, and others have been drafted at different points along the way. So they're kind of a snapshot in time. So the council's intent has been to shift from having FMP-specific guidance to more consistent cross-cutting guidance that would span all council FMPs. Another process reminder is that in previous discussions, the council has stated their intent to look at the groundfish policy as an existing model or template to build from. And so this has been in place for quite a while, so you're probably familiar to seeing these updates. But the groundfish policy includes a management approach statement, 9 goal statements, and 45 specific objectives. So this is kind of the model that we think we would be working with to provide a revised management policy. And finally, throughout this process, the council has repeatedly emphasized the importance of making this an inclusive, robust, transparent process and finding opportunities for meaningful engagement of tribes and stakeholders. So all of that brings us to where we are now. So again, the council has adopted a purpose and need statement for this. In February of 2024, that was our last substantial discussion on the programmatic. And at that point, staff requested feedback on more specifics about draft management policies, goals, and objectives, and what that language could look like, and also sought more direction on how to structure the programmatic evaluation to best meet the council's intent and to understand how we could go about structuring that analysis for you. So we're kind of at the same place now that we were in February of 2024 because the council later decided in April of 2024 to postpone this process until after action on the chum salmon bycatch action in early 2025. So we're asking very similar questions at this point. So again, looking at the existing alternatives, considering whether they provide us with enough information to go out for scoping, and looking for more clarity on specific language, goals, and objectives that could give the council and the public a better idea of what could be included in a revised management policy. So in April of 2025, we're anticipating this discussion would focus on revising and potentially updating the existing alternatives. And it's important to note this is not final. The council can still revise these alternatives in response to what you hear from public input and scoping. But this is a really important milestone because this would enable staff to begin the analytical work for this action, for NIMS to proceed with NEPA scoping, and for all of this work to remain on track with the IRA funding timeline. So this is aside from the February 2024 presentation, and I think these are very still very relevant to what we would hope to do and bring back to you in April at this point. So when Ms. Cleaver gave this presentation, one of the things we had originally proposed was taking a look at the council's existing goals, objectives, and management policies across all FMPs so we could do a couple of things. One of those would be cleanup. So for example, there are some goals and objectives that we could probably just say have been achieved and don't need to be included anymore. There are others that maybe could be updated or refreshed to make sure they reflect current objective or current council policies and conditions. As I mentioned, there's also the chance to increase consistency. And in the February 2024 discussion document, there's a bit of a compare and contrast across these different goals and objectives, and they're for the most part, pretty similar, but there's some differences in wording. And this, again, would be a chance to make sure that we're being more consistent across all FMPs. And then probably the most important piece of all of this is the looking ahead portion of this. So this is where we really speak to the purpose and need statement and the intent for revised policy guidance to more specifically address the challenges of climate change. And this is where we could look at some of the ideas that have come out of the climate scenarios workshop, all of the work of the climate change task force, and make sure all of this is reflected in the council's current policies. Just as an example, the existing groundfish policy doesn't reference climate change. And there were a lot of themes of discussion that have come out of, again, the CCTF's work and the climate scenarios workshop that maybe aren't explicitly captured in our existing guidance. So things like the importance of early warnings, the need for adaptive capacity and flexibility, all of that are things the council could choose to recognize more specifically. So what we're suggesting we could bring back to you in April would look like this. So number one would be that walkthrough of goals, objectives, and policy language that I just described. We would kind of look to the existing groundfish policy as a template, and we could suggest all of those things. Again, opportunities for consistency, cleanup of existing goals, and then we could propose language the council could consider for adding new themes, adding new language. And what I mean by that is looking at number 2 on this list is we could provide some example or straw man language that would build on all of the feedback we've heard so far. So we have a great amount of material to work with, again, from the climate scenarios workshop, the work of the climate change task force, past discussions of the ecosystem committee, past council conversations about what we think those attributes of a climate resilient management process could look like. And so, for example, we can provide things like if you wanted to see more specific language about, for example, early warnings, here are some ideas for what that language could look like. The intent of a straw man or example is really so that you have something to respond to, so that the council and the public and the AP can look at this and say, yeah, this captures our thinking, or no, you need more detail here, or no, there are these other things we want to see included. So it doesn't need to hit the mark the first time. It's really to give you something to respond and build on. So by doing 1 and 2 in preparation for April, that would enable staff to begin thinking more about the analytical approach that would be needed to support this, as well as the staffing capacity and the needs in terms of NIP support to get this work done. And we anticipate this April discussion would also provide the rationale and the information to move forward with NEPA scoping and issuing the notice of intent. Additionally, sorry.
Looks like we have a question. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. On that, Ms. Latonich, on the slide prior to this one, is this, I'm trying to track what you're looking for council direction for at this meeting. Are these the staff suggestions? Like if we made no recommendations, this is what we would expect to see back in April in order to support a programmatic discussion on the April agenda. And so you're asking the council if this is really what we would expect to see and support that, or whether there are additional items that we need to call out. I'm just trying to track the action for the council at this meeting.
Yes, thank you through the chair. That's exactly correct. So these are things that we have discussed that we think would be the most productive in terms of supporting a good discussion in April.
Follow up, Madam Chair. And then on number 2, that's really looking for affirmation that staff can go ahead and draft their own language for us to review and either affirm or oppose or change, but getting some cover for staff to say, these are the types of maybe new objectives or new goals that we see from your past discussions. Is that what I'm looking at under that number 2 straw man language, that we would expect to see some, maybe not recommendations, but draft language that be different from our current FMP goals and objectives?
Yes, through the chair. So that's correct. A couple of things I would emphasize are first that I think we could provide options. So it wouldn't just be, we think this is the suggested language, but we could say, if the council's intent is to capture this theme, here are some ways you could word that. And I would also emphasize that all of this is going to be based on past public discussions, like the climate scenarios workshop, like the products coming out of the climate change task force. So it's staff's work to kind of compile and draw from this material, not necessarily our own suggestions.
Thank you for that response. And that seems like, I mean, I attended the climate scenarios workshop and there were a lot of ideas. It was very broad and all encompassing, and I think that was the purpose. So I'm wondering if you can provide any more detail on how staff would take something like that and narrow it down to provide perhaps new language for the council on programmatic objectives. How you would prioritize those discussions or group those discussions. They were pretty wide ranging. And if you haven't thought that through, then that's fine. But I feel like that's a very large task. And maybe it's not, and I'm just making too big a deal of it. But I'd like to hear what that process would look like.
Well, thank you through the chair. That's a good question. I've done some of this work just to see what it could look like. And one of the steps I've taken just to kind of think this exercise through is to look at the way information is organized in the climate scenarios workshop, and as well as the recommendations of the CCTF, and look at how that maps to the way the report is organized to figure out what is maybe, I don't want to say missing, but what's not fully captured in the existing 2004 groundfish policy that reflects broad themes of discussion or concerns that came out of the climate workshop. So some of those are they're pretty apparent. So things like concerns about early warnings. What are some of the others? Another example would be that there is language in the 2004 groundfish policy that maybe speaks to current priorities, but could be updated to reflect how we think about them. And a good example would be how we talk about local and traditional knowledge. So for example, in 2004, that was described as an information input, whereas I think now in 2024, we would talk more about sharing knowledge and co-production of knowledge and viewing it as more of a two-way process. So I guess to answer your question, it is an exercise that would involve a lot of kind of side-by-side comparison, but I think the themes that kind of rise to the level of goal and objective level guidance are pretty emergent from the work of the CCTF and the workshop report.
Thank you.
Yes, and Ms. Goen.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation, Ms. Latanich. On your previous slide, under number 1, can you speak to a little bit more to why the focus is on groundfish policy, recognizing that we have a fishery that's suffered a climate-induced collapse recently with crab? So why the focus just on groundfish policy?
Sure, thank you, Ms. Going through the chair. So this speaks to the council's previous guidance on how we could go about viewing goals and objectives. So I believe this was from the council's February 2023 motion. So I don't have the specific language in front of me, so I don't want to say that the intent was to use this as the template for everything, but it was, I believe, the council's intent that because this is the most specific and detailed, it could provide a good template to make sure that as we're looking at consistent guidance across FMPs, we kind of consider all of these elements. I do think it's also, I don't have the language in front of me, but I think it does say somewhere that we don't need to be constrained at all by the 2004 process. We don't necessarily have to follow that same process with the programmatic, and we don't need to be bound to this approach that was followed for groundfish. It's just the most detailed. And so I think if we were trying to think about how to structure a new set of goals and objectives, we might begin with this and make sure that it incorporates the components of other FMPs. So this is almost my final slide. So we wanted to talk a bit about public engagement as well, since, again, the council has prioritized making this an inclusive, transparent, meaningful process. So again, as I've mentioned several times, the climate scenarios workshop, all of the previous discussions we've had on climate readiness and resilience, all of that is going to feed into any next steps. As well, NIMS held several tribal engagement sessions in the spring of this year. So looking ahead, we think it would be valuable to plan for an early release of materials to support this agenda item. So we would be looking to post materials 4 weeks out, which would be the first week in March. We also think it would be helpful to conduct a staff webinar to provide an orientation to these materials. And to clarify, this would not be an outreach session in the sense that we'd be looking for feedback on the alternatives. It would be more to orient the public to what's in the documents, how to engage with them, and what to expect from the NEPA process. And finally, I'll just acknowledge we have heard timing concerns raised at previous meetings. So if there are additional engagement activities the council would want us to pursue before or after April, it'd be good to be thinking about those now, as we have heard concerns about avoiding scheduling things during busy subsistence harvest seasons. So finally, looking ahead, if we were to revise alternatives at this April 2025 meeting, this is just a look ahead to how we anticipate future steps playing out. We envision that in October or December of 2025, we'd be able to provide a preliminary update and a NEPA scoping report. And then in April or June of 2026, bring back a draft programmatic evaluation and PEIS. And then December of 2026 is likely the earliest that we could expect the final programmatic evaluation documentation and adoption of a new policy. So that is it for my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions on this approach. And again, we're just looking for any feedback. Once we get to discussion, we're just looking for any feedback on materials we could plan to bring back for April that would help support this discussion.
Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I just want to clarify based on Ms. Goins' question, the programmatic that we're undertaking is across all FMPs, including crab. It's just not including the Arctic because we don't have any commercial groundfish fishing there. But your starting point for modifying goals and objectives is our existing groundfish FMP because that's where we have the most detailed goals and objectives. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Kimball, through the chair. I think it provides use, since it is the most detailed, it does provide us with the most material to work with. But as Ms. Cleaver did lay out in that February 2024 discussion paper, all of the existing goals and objectives have pretty similar components in terms of talking about like habitat protection, research priorities, enforcement. So we would absolutely take a look at all of the existing guidance to make sure that all of those threads from all the different FMPs are considered and pulled forward. So in terms of using groundfish as a template, I think it's just the idea of having a big overarching management policy statement, which not all FMPs currently do, and then pairing that with goal statements and then specific objectives. So structurally, that's the model, and then just the additional detail would be considered across all FMPs.
Thank you. And then a separate question is, I'm just trying to categorize in my mind this agenda item. In addition to all the other climate reports we're getting, the programmatic is still a pretty separate animal. The big changes that I'm seeing in terms of the council's initial new alternatives are really in trying to incorporate more climate tools and incorporate LKTK as we've done through our protocol and on-ramps. So it is climate related for sure, but it's really, to me, a separate piece of the work compared to like the next presentations we're going to get on CEFI and the CCTF's recommendations for a work plan. And I'm just trying to line these out in my mind, and please tell me if I'm separating them too much or if they're more connected than I realize.
Thank you for the question through the chair, Ms. Kimball. I think that's an appropriate way to look at it. I think where we are at this point in the development of the programmatic, we have so much more information and feedback than we did even a year ago to be able to craft this language and alternatives and specific goal and objective language. And again, this is very high level guidance, so it helps capture intent and rationale for moving forward with more climate resilient policies. But yes, I do think it's fair to consider this as very high level guidance that's separate from the very specific strategic and tactical steps that we might take as part of a work plan.
Thank you.
Thank you, and Ms. Goen.
Yeah, thank you for those clarifying statements, Ms. Kimball. I thought that was helpful. So this will be folding in climate and LKTK into the analysis. And you may have covered this, so apologies if you did, but will it also be looking at the agency's new ecosystem-based fisheries management roadmap the implementation plan and how we might better fold that in as well to our management here in Alaska.
Yeah, thank you for the question through the chair, Ms. Goen. I think as part of that side by side of goals and objectives, one step I've already started taking is not only looking at existing FMP goals and objectives, but also considering other council guidance, things like the existing ecosystem policy, the goals of the existing Bering Sea FEP. And as part of that, yes, I think looking at existing NIMS guidance too. And I guess to add a little bit more detail to this, when we talk about refreshing goals and objectives, there is a whole, several decades worth of additional policy guidance from NIMS that we may want to look at with regard to existing goals and objectives to figure out, do we want to reference those things specifically, or are they kind of incorporated by reference? Maybe this is more detail than we need to get into, but because a lot of these goals and objectives were crafted, maybe 10, 15 years ago, we do have additional policy guidance in the meantime that maybe doesn't need to be spelled out as explicitly in a new set of goals or objectives, or it could be incorporated by reference. So yes, to answer your question more succinctly, we'll look at all of that.
Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I think this is my last question, but and this may be an obvious one, but a lot of our existing goals and objectives fell directly out from the national standards. And I just want to get confirmation we're not losing that direct thread. It wasn't just things that we thought were important. It was directly related to how we thought the objectives could fall under national standards. So can you just confirm that we're not losing that thread with Magnuson Act?
Yes, thank you through the chair. No, we would not lose that thread. I think that's a decision you could think about, is whether goals and objectives should explicitly restate the intent of the national standards, or whether we can use other language to say all of these are things we have to do, therefore they're incorporated by reference. I think that's kind of a decision about how you would choose to structure goals and objectives. But yes, I think as far as intent, they absolutely would need to reflect the guidance provided by the national standards.
Thank you. And Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Ms. Latanich, I want to pick up on one aspect of your answer to Ms. Kimball's question. Isn't it going to be essential for us, though, as a council to show how the objectives and principles that we're examining through the PEIS process all flow directly from our direction ultimately to implement the national standards? I mean, aren't we going to have to essentially show our work in some way, shape, or form? And maybe that's what you were reflecting on, is just what form, but it seems to me that it's for defensibility, if nothing else, but actually just for transparency.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Twite. Through the chair, I think the reason well, let me step back. Having spent a lot of time looking at other councils' FMP goals and objectives and management policies, it's a question a lot of people have asked is, should our goals and objectives be restating the things that we are required to do, or should it be focused on things that are specific to our council process? So I would maybe look to general counsel for more guidance on that, but I think there are kind of decisions the council could make from more of a design or policy perspective about where you want to explicitly be restating information that's in the national standards, versus saying we intend to do all the things as specified in the national standards, and here are the things in addition that we choose to focus on. But structurally, that's a good question for us to be asking.
Thank you. I think we're ready to move on, Ms. Latanich.
Great. Madam Chair, members of the council and the public, thank you so much. My name is Kirsten Holzman. I'm with the Alaska Fisheries Science Center, and today I'm going to give you an informational update about some of the climate work we've been doing at the center. And this is intended for information only, but it will help set the context for some of our discussions around the climate change task force recommendations. 3 parts to today's presentation, and each part is approximately 10 minutes long, thereabouts. Feel free to stop me and ask questions as we go through this. The first is going to be giving just a brief update on some of the international and kind of global patterns in climate. Not a surprise, climate change and challenges associated with climate change continue to grow. There is some uncertainty there, but there is also some optimism, and so we'll talk through a little bit of the progress on the international scale. Then we're going to step into an update from some of the climate-informed tools that are available presently. They're in hand. We've been doing a lot of research and development of these tools through a couple of organized projects at the center, but there's also a substantial amount of research taking place at the Alaska Fisheries Science Center that can feed into climate-informed decision-making. And then finally, kind of the heart of the goal of today's update is to give you a recent update on the Climate Ecosystem and Fisheries Initiative. And this is a bit different than those research projects that we'll go over in part 2. The Climate Ecosystem and Fisheries Initiative is stabilizing and operationalizing climate-informed advice. And so it's intended to be delivered regularly for making decision-making. So that's a nice advancement, and I think it'll be important for setting the context, again, for the task force recommendations. Okay, so we'll step into part 1. Many of you may have heard that there was a recent meeting in early November of the Conference of the Parties, and leading up to that, there was a reevaluation of some of the global patterns of warming. And so I wanted to bring an update here because it is relevant to our discussions and planning going forward. There's a link to this update at the bottom of the screen and also available in the PDF, and there's additional information in that report. One of the things that we often talk about, and we'll refer to it in some of the scenarios, so I want to just revisit it here, is that we talk about global warming levels as the average change in global temperatures relative to a pre-industrial baseline. So you'll often see or hear me refer to 1 to 1.5 degrees of warming. That's relative to the entire globe over an entire year. We start with a baseline that is pre-industrial around 1880 through the early 1920s. And then what we can see from a number of different sources of tracking warming across the globe, that we've seen rapid increases in global temperatures. And in particular, in the last year, driven in part by the large El Nino that we had, we saw a particular jump in those temperatures. The reason I bring this up is that we are approaching some of the fairly critical baselines and thresholds that we think are extremely important. And one of those that you sometimes will hear discussed is trying to stay within 1.5 degrees of warming over that pre-industrial average. With this El Nino through September, we saw global temperatures dip across the first of those 2 thresholds, 1.5 degrees of warming. We expect that that's a temporary blip into this across that threshold, and will come back down with the resolution of the El Nino, but it is approaching one of the most critical thresholds that the global community is talking about, which is 2 degrees of warming. This is important in the context of some of the scenarios we talk about going forward, and making sure we plan for levels of warming in Alaska in particular. Arctic is warming at 4 times the rate of the global average. And so some of those small changes, which seem small in those global temperatures, have large impacts. And we've heard a lot about that at this meeting, ranging from community impacts to fisheries impacts to ecosystem restructuring. If you look at the top of these 2 graphs here, there's a variety of scenarios that we use in global discussions about warming that range from lower levels of warming, sort of circled there in light blue, to higher levels of warming associated with different levels of atmospheric carbon and greenhouse gases and radiative forcing. And these are all within the plausible range. So this is important. We often talk about that upper line, the worst case scenario, but the one circled in blue there is also still within the range of plausible futures. We do need to see emissions peaking in this decade for us to maintain that circled one in blue, but it is still within the possibility, and there's been a lot of progress internationally towards that. On the bottom plot is the corresponding same scenarios, but that is for Arctic sea ice in September. And so what we see is that as we have higher levels of warming, there are projections of loss of sea ice, and in some of those highest warming scenarios, complete loss of sea ice in September occurs around 2050. We do maintain some levels of sea ice in the cooler scenarios. So the kind of takeaway from this is to think about is that as we're planning going forward, making sure we keep in the envelope of discussions the future ranges, both those that may be pretty extreme in terms of what we've seen in Alaska in the past, and those that look fairly similar to the present day. And just to give a context for the actions that are taking place that can keep us within that more manageable future, there are a number of agreements that have been set forth through the Paris Accord. You'll often hear that referred to. And I did provide a link here so folks can go and see a bit more information there. Obviously, the Paris Accord talks about carbon targets. That's the first step. The other things that are in these national determined contributions by each of the members in the Paris Agreement are actions towards adaptation, and importantly, financing adaptation for sectors like fisheries, agriculture, human health, things like that. So there is a whole component of this that it enables adaptation, and adaptation is much more feasible and effective in futures where we have lower climate change challenges. So we've been evaluating the outcome of some of those international activities on Alaska and the potential for fisheries management under these future scenarios. And I won't go into too much detail about this, except to say that those national targets are more consistent, with a future that keeps us under that 2-degree threshold. So if you look at this graph, this is global emissions. It's a little hard to see. There's a black line that's the actual emissions. And then there's a red cone there, which is if all of the parties to the agreement fulfill their indices, the sort of trajectory of where the emissions are going. And what we've found is that we've evaluated future scenarios using ACLIME and our partner project GoACLIME under these cooler scenarios, and we see that actually the challenges to fisheries and the marine ecosystems, there is still some small amount of warming, but it's within the range of what we've already been through. So it's a future that looks somewhat like what we've been navigating, and it's manageable with some of the tools that we have in place or could implement in the next decade. We've also evaluated scenarios above that, and the impacts of those future scenarios are species and stock specific, but there is a much higher risk at these higher warming levels. So going forward, climate-informed tools are really important. They're going to be important for helping us navigate near-term shocks, for having early warnings, for bringing into our management discussions the information and foresight needed to navigate climate shocks. And we do have some of those already in hand. So there's been a significant investment in bringing these next generation tools forward, and we have ones that we can start to draw on. In fact, we've started building some of the connection points between things like forecasts. This is a marine heat wave forecast tool, which you can go and get a forecast of whether or not the probability a marine heat wave might occur in the next 1 to 12 months. And this is at a global scale, so we've been working to get that at a high resolution at the regional scale. The trick is to take some of these tools and map them into those on-ramps that we've identified through the task force and other efforts. So using a marine heat wave example, we know that marine heat waves can affect mortality, they can affect distribution, it can affect growth. And if we have a forecast that is skillful, we can bring that into some of the advice setting. So that can come in some of our existing pathways, which are outlined here in the top two, both around ABC setting, around TAC discussions. And one of the things that the task force has identified, and we'll talk a little bit about this in the next presentation, is that there hadn't been a consistent pathway for some of the longer term information. and some of that planning. It was coming opportunistically to the council, but not in a consistent way. And so we're working to build that as well. The key is to match that climate information and projections to the scale of decision-making and advice. And so we have a couple of projects. These are research projects, and what we'll do is give a brief overview. There's a lot of people involved in these projects. There's a lot of research that is outside of these projects. It's also important, and it's hard to capture and summarize that. So what we've done is pulled out some of the synthetic themes that will be of interest for discussions, we hope. So I'm going to focus on ACLIME. That's the one that I co-lead with a few other folks at the center. You've heard us present in the past on ACLIME. We've talked about some of the mechanisms of that. The general idea was to take those, projections and reconstructions of oceanographic conditions and link them, specifically link them into some of our models. So our habitat models, our assessment models, our food web models, and understand first, what are the implications of some of these changes that we see at the global scale, and what are the implications for fisheries in the Bering Sea? And then secondly, what can be done? What are the tools that we can use to navigate those? What things help kind of weather these climate shocks and storms? And scenarios form the basis of ACLIME and GoACLIME, so we use both climate scenarios and management scenarios in order to do those evaluations. ACLIME is in its third phase. So this is the list of some of the collaborators and co-PIs on ACLIME 3. The third phase of ACLIME is really geared towards synthesis and getting products out into the public realm and into advice pieces. And so over the next 2 years, we're hoping to bring forward some interactive tools that can be used to see some of the results I'll talk about here in a hands-on manner. And Hollywood was one of our...
Dr. Holzman,
Yes.
Looks like we have a question, Mr. Twite.
Yeah.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Holzman. The scenarios that you mentioned for ACLIME, and maybe you were about to get to it, and if so, I apologize. How well do those scenarios match up with the types of scenarios that the council used for our workshop in June in Kodiak?
Through the chair. Thank you, Mr. Twait. Yeah, they did inform. So some of the changes in biomass and temperature changes that underlied those scenarios they drew directly from a synthesis of our results from ACLIME and GoACLIME. And so they informed the scenarios. There was also the contrast of ecosystem-based managements and different future climate warming. That contrast was set up in discussions through ACLIME, but it was picked up by the CCTF and refined, I think, in a really nice way, and then picked up by the climate scenarios planning. So it's a few points removed, but it informed the development of that, and then the underlying science behind that directly came from ACLIME and GoACLIME. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Holzman. So does that then put us in a position to take the input that we got from the workshop across that diversity of stakeholders and that sort of diversity of perspectives? Does that synchrony then put us in a position to be able to use some of the ACLIME tools to help us sort of compare and contrast or consider a lot of the material that we were able to glean from the workshop?
Through the chair. Yeah, thank you for the question. Exactly. So the idea being that because the discussions at the workshop were aligned with the scenarios that we've been running, and those are also aligned with the global scenarios, so there's coordination and ability to kind of connect the dots there, that the tools that we've been evaluating, for example, one of the one of the management scenarios that we evaluated was the performance of the 2 million ton cap and how that plays out under these different future scenarios. That is it can directly map to the scenarios that were discussed at the workshop. So that does help inform and create a two-way feedback. The other piece is that the topics discussed at the workshop are feeding back into research questions. And that's a really important this is a huge topic, and there's a lot of directions that people can go. And so having a place where there's a two-way feedback and some discussion about the things that are needed from the council standpoint is really helpful for guiding some of the directions of research questions and prioritizing those. Yeah, thank you for the question. So Anne Hollowood was one of our original PIs on the project. You all know Anne well. She wrote a synthesis paper that covers some of the research. I'm not going to go into too much of the detail of individual research projects. I actually listed them. There's 20 plus publications at the end of the PDF that you're welcome to look through. They cover a range of themes, and so we organize those themes here. There's approximately 7 themes or so, ranging from the need for accounting for ecosystem-wide productivity changes, managing those predator and prey interactions, a lot of the discussions that we've actually heard at the council meeting this week, incorporating social economic resilience into planning and response, because that does make a difference in the kind of outcome of these scenario evaluations. And then finally, and this is fundamental, strengthening research and monitoring infrastructure. This is fantastic modeling work, but it has to be rooted in observations and understanding and knowledge. Yeah, sorry, I didn't know if there was a question. Okay, so yeah.
Oh, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. And then I just noticed that you have other slides on the key takeaways. So maybe you're going to get to this, but I'm trying to still pull through from ACLIME, and I've had this question for a long time about how that fits best into our process, or whether the key outcomes from ACLIME are really just informing the Science Center's further research. It doesn't look like there's a direct relationship into our work yet, but it does seem like it could feed directly into the next steps for the Science Center's research. So maybe just clarify for me where we're at there.
Yeah, through the chair, thank you. That's exactly right. So ACLIME, GoACLIME, individual projects supported through the Integrated Ecosystem Assessment Program, those are research projects. So they are designed to be management relevant, but they're research and development. What the Climate Ecosystem and Fisheries Initiative is doing is picking up on those things that were evaluated through those projects that are effective tools that have skill, and implementing those as an operational tool. So we've been working to build that last piece from the research to the actual operational delivery of climate advice. And you're exactly right that projects have sort of a short time span. They're only 3 years long. They end. CEFI is designed to be ongoing and provide that information operationally, like we do with stock assessments. And so the key takeaways are interesting. There's a lot of good science there, but the focus, you're right, is these key outcomes. And one of the first things that has come out of, or one of the most important things that's come out of these integrated research projects, and these build on the Bering Sea integrated research projects, they build on a long history of coordination, is building up the baseline engineering capacity for ocean and ecosystem predictions. So that's fundamental. You have a group of people who've come together to agree to advance those tools. And the identifying key couplings is another important piece of this. So we have skillful oceanographic models. We then needed to figure out how to tie those into stock assessment models. What are the best ways to do that? How do you test the skill there? And we've worked really hard as a group to identify best practices around coupling and overcome that. So you can think of that as a next hurdle. We've also evaluated scenarios and start to build the structures for the questions that we heard earlier to be able to evaluate different management questions in the simulated environment. And this is really important. So rather than having to do a natural experiment, you can explore some of the performance of management measures in these simulated environments. And some of the things that come out of that are emergent understanding of non-intuitive outcomes, common pitfalls and practices that can happen as we start to bring climate advice in. So making sure we understand if you have a climate-informed trajectory, what does that mean when you start to set harvest recommendations on that? And I've included here a paper by Cody and Dr. Swelsky in the top there, as well as some of our evaluations from the performance of the 2 million ton cap. And we could spend weeks talking about these, but the importance is that there are some things that need to be evaluated before they're implemented, and these integrated projects allow us to do that in a relatively short time frame, and we're hoping to stabilize this with the Climate Ecosystem and Fisheries Initiative. And then we talked a little bit already. Oh, I'm so
Excuse
sorry.
me, it looks
Yeah.
like we have another question
Thought
before
it
you
was my
move on.
own voice feedback. Sorry, Madam Chair.
Ms. Cohen.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation, Dr. Holzman. It's actually back one more slide, I believe, or two, on the key takeaways. Actually, one more. Sorry, it's a lot of information, so thank you for all this. And it seems like it's striking that a lot of powerful tools are coming forward here for prediction, but I'm particularly interested in your number 6 on incorporating socioeconomic resilience into the planning. And if you have an example of how we're starting to address that human side and working with the harvesters and the communities to figure out what will help them truly be resilient. So
Yeah.
if you could speak a little bit more to that number 6.
Yeah, through the chair, thank you for the question. So one of the most important things in response, so climate itself can have interacting and cascading impacts, but our responses to climate can also have interacting and cascading impacts. And so understanding how people respond, how industries respond, how individuals respond is really important, because response on one side can sometimes interfere with response in another group. And so bringing in understanding of what are the most important components to resilience, identifying those so they can be supported going forward, and then understanding how things are interconnected is critical. So there's a couple of avenues where this is taking place. ACLIMB started as a very small project with a kind of cobbled together funding, and it's grown out. And as it's grown out, we've built out partnerships. And so there's some partnerships with community members. There's partnerships with industry in the Gulf of Alaska. There's increased focus on some of the work that that Marisha is leading for it, looks at resilience and identifying that. So it's an important piece. I would say it's in the stages of these results, it's probably in the earlier, but it's very important. And so there's an investment towards building that out. Towards that, I will say that we're looking for ways to build those partnerships and maintain them going forward, especially under the Climate Ecosystem and Fisheries Initiative. Thank you. I think we were here, which was to the previous question around the scenarios, and I think we covered this. Essentially, these scenarios can form the basis for doing planning, so that can happen at the council level. That can also happen within different groups. And then finally, and this is kind of to the previous question, one of the key outcomes of these projects is to have a sustained community on the center side, a community of practice, points of contact for building out projects and evaluations around partnership building, but around adaptation planning. So really stabilizing who on the center side is tasked with and in charge of doing some of those evaluations. It's important. And rather than following project to project, actually having a program that does that is key. So as we move into ACLIMB 3, hopefully we'll be able to give you a brief update in the future on some of the progress, but we are really focusing on kind of the top and bottom here, that partnership building and scenario discussions, as well as bringing all of the information that's happened to date into dashboards and other informational trainings to provide the foundations for climate adaptation. And I provided in the PDF, we won't go into these here, but I provided a couple of interactive tools that we've used internally, just to point towards, these are all on the web. You can click on each of the images and see them. These were used to help coordinate within the projects access to different components of the project. And what we're doing now is we're moving those into user-friendly interactive tools that can help with some of the community planning and industry planning and council planning going forward. One of the ones I wanted to highlight is some of the species distribution modeling. So there's been a couple of different projects within this activity towards species distribution, understanding how climate might change species distributions. That includes reconstructing past distributions based on climate indices, and then projecting those forward to understand where species may shift and when. And this work has informed, there's been some collaborations for EFH, looking at dynamic EFH. The shifting distributions can come in terms of predator and prey overlap. So predator and prey overlap can inform mortality, it can inform growth. So there's multiple nexus points here with species distribution modeling of where it could go. And these tools are becoming more and more advanced and refined and can be brought into stock assessments. It could be brought into discussions as we turn them towards forecasting. They could be brought into discussions about spatial management as well. And access, of course. So what we've been doing is weaving these in. In fact, some of the products already exist in the documents that you've been reviewing. So we have climate indices coming in ESPs and ecosystem status reports and stock assessments, those things that the projects have evaluated that have skill enough to come into the management cycle. We've been piloting those across a few different products, largely in collaboration with the Integrated Ecosystem Assessment Program. There is, for example, the assessment, the multi-species assessment has climate trajectories in it and includes some of those climate-driven changes to growth and future recruitment. So,
And Dr. Holzman.
yeah.
Question, Mr. Dwight.
Dr. Holtzman, from your perspective as a climate change information provider, you talked some about the uptake that we have at present in 2024. How, from your perspective, how are we doing at uptake? Are you seeing more that you have now that we should be using? Are you actually sort of outstripping your ability to provide? Are we kind of actually centered pretty well between those two? What does that look like to you in terms of how well the on-ramps are working?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. I think we're well aligned right now. So it is an iterative process to develop the recommendations or the science advice and then have a place for that science advice to land. And so I think this coordination in the timing of the climate change task force and the discussions around climate impacts on things like snow crab and rebuilding, those discussions are timely and the science and the management are aligned. But I think we are also at a point where there's a lot more we could implement if we can move it forward. And that's the push with this climate ecosystem and fisheries initiative. Building tools on ephemeral support is not a good idea. So what we've done is stabilize the support for this climate advice so that we can bring it in systematically to stock assessments, to forecasting tools that can be used to help set management targets and discussions, both at the ABC level, but also at the council level.
Yes, thank you. And Ms. Goen.
Yeah, thank you. Continuing on the on-ramp discussion, you mentioned snow crab in particular, and we saw recently in the press that we should be expecting more frequent marine heat waves. Do you have an example of how we might get that information and fold it into, say, the crab plan team decision-making?
Through the chair, thank you so much. That's a fantastic question. Yeah, we do expect that the marine heat waves, large marine heat waves like we saw, will be more frequent. It's very difficult to predict their timing well in advance, but we have these new tools that can give us a year's heads up and maybe 2 years heads up. And I'll talk a little bit about one additional tool that may be particularly useful if it's skillful, and I'll get to that in a moment. But you can bring the marine heat waves in a couple of ways. So and maybe we can revisit this when we get to the section about some of the SEFI tools that are being built. They could come in terms of an understanding about distribution changes, both of the stock itself and where it might be located, prey resources, carrying capacity of areas where it might be relocating. One thing that we haven't maybe talked as much about, but could be brought into discussions is areas of climate refugia, places where productivity is really high, and kind of tracking those. And that can be brought into the stock assessment itself, both contextually or as a covariate into the stock assessment around mortality. So as you project forward, that can be brought into the assessment. There is some work, simulation work. Before you do that, you want to do a lot of testing of the skill of those assessments and make sure that they're performing the way that they should be designed to perform. And so there's a whole kind of behind the scenes skill testing that takes place through management strategy evaluation. The other bit we'll talk about is the potential for decadal predictions, which are coming out of this Climate Ecosystem and Fisheries Initiative. That gives us a 10-year insight into what conditions may be like in 10 years. That's really important for rebuilding plans. Seems like that could be brought in as well. And then the other piece that's really important is the climate attribution, and that is part of the snow crab evaluation, the understanding where does climate have the disentangling climate impacts from other potential drivers of changes in populations is extremely important, because the levers for those two things are a bit different. And so climate attribution studies is another one that's, I think we're going to see a lot more, we need to see a lot more of coming forward.
Thanks for that. That's very helpful. And I would imagine it's going to be really hard to disentangle climate from other impacts that could be happening to the stock.
It's always hard to disentangle. And so it's not a quick process. It's one that takes very careful methodology, but there are established methodologies. So you may be familiar with Dr. Litzau published a paper on the FAR approach, FAR approach. And this is a methodology that's used in the climate sciences, so in the physical sciences, to isolate the anthropogenic signal of warming from other potential drivers of warming or climate variability. That method is built on some of the products that we've been talking about, both historical reconstructions of climate and future projections, and looking at the probability that those would occur with and without climate change. So we're not without tools to do it. They just haven't been as applied as systematically to the environmental sciences, the biological sciences. And we're starting to see that now. And the building of ecosystem models really helps underlay that, because you can start to look at knock-on effects in the ecosystem to isolate the climate effect. It's part of why this is a complex suite of things that come together in these projects. Thank you for that question.
Thank you. And Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. And relatedly on the marine heat waves, I feel like in the crab plant team in particular, and from Dr. Litzau, we've heard our predictive capability for those is really 3 to 6 months. I mean, 3 months, I think, was what was said, but a pretty short time frame. So we're not able to predict that prior to doing a stock assessment. And what I thought I heard you say as part of CEFI is to increase that time frame, potentially a year to 2 years in advance, we could see a marine heat wave. So I just wanted to confirm that would be a huge, I think, and positive change in terms of our ability to respond. And I wanted to confirm that that's what I heard.
Through the chair. Yeah, thank you so much. We are in the early stages of evaluating these next generation tools and their skills. So we'll have a firmer answer for you actually within a couple of years, because it's a very accelerated program developing those. So I'll show that in a moment. Yes, currently we don't have we have tools that, as you say, are skillful out a few months. But the missing piece was the forecasting and the decadal predictions being delivered in an operational way. So we have them, to get into the weeds a bit, we have them at global scales. So the resolution is coarse, so we can get kind of a general picture. But the things that are really important for connecting to biology, the size of the cold pool, the places of the fronts, the timing of sea ice melt, those weren't being captured by those global models. They're just too coarse. They're designed for a different purpose. And so what we've been doing is designing products that specifically link to the biology to allow us to increase our forecasting and predictive capacities. And then the next step is to tie those into the models that we use for stock assessment and population dynamics to see if we can detect that there's a relationship there. And if there's a relationship there, then that increases the capacity for forecasting. Thank you for the question.
Thank you so much. I think that's huge. I wasn't grasping that until these questions were being asked, but it definitely seems like even the first step of that, whether you can incorporate it into the stock assessment model, that would be fantastic progress, I think. But even just the knowledge for both the fleet and the council and communities to know kind of what's ahead, given that we have seen and have evidence of a response to marine heat wave and crab. I think even that level of predictive capability into this process would be a huge improvement. So I appreciate you explaining that.
Through the chair, thank you so much. That's our hope as well. And so I think moving forward, it's not a minor lift to produce the predictive capacity. And so we have this opportunity, this investment in the Climate Ecosystem and Fisheries Initiative is an infusion of both investment in time and money and people to accelerate the capacity for that predictive tools, because that is needed. It's very much needed in our region. It's needed in all the regions around the U.S. And so that's actually a great lead-in to the heart of what we wanted to talk about with the initiative. So the Climate Ecosystem and Fisheries Initiative is a NOAA-wide, so it's cross-line office. It includes an investment at the OAR, the kind of the branch of NOAA that does a lot of our climate modeling and weather modeling. So there's an investment there, and I'll talk a little bit about that. And then there's a coordinated investment on the NIMS side, on the fisheries side, to build the capacity to take up that information coming out of the OAR side and bring that into our advice pathways. For the NIMS side of things, we have regional teams. So their teams are based at each of the regional centers. The one for Alaska is called ACT. It's the Alaska Climate and CEFI team. It's a group of people at the Alaska Fisheries Science Center whose task it is to translate the information coming out of these predictive tools into regionally tailored and user-tailored products, both for the council, but also for fisheries and communities. So there's 4 components to the national program, and most of what I'll be talking about next is going to be on the right-hand side, but I did want to touch a little bit on the ocean modeling capacity and what's being built there. So there's a national team of ocean modelers who are developing these predictive tools. There's a team of people who are producing this information hub that will serve that up, just like you have with weather forecasting. And then there are teams at each regional location that take that information and translate it. And I'm just going to skip through this real quick to get to the ocean models. So the models are, these are images showing the extent of each of the models. They span the entire coast. So there's one for the entire Pacific coast, there's one for the entire Arctic, and then there's one for the entire East Coast. And they're high resolution. They're different than those global models I was talking about with the coarse resolution. These are high resolution, skillful models, and they're connected. So we can actually, we will still continue forward with some of our existing oceanographic products, but they are more like a mosaic of products, and there are edge effects to those. This removes those edge effects. We can now see species moving from the south. We can see propagation of heat waves and things coming, and that increases our predictive skill in terms of forecasting. There are kind of 4 types of products coming out of this effort, and I think we showed this graphic at the Climate Scenarios Workshop, and I'll just talk briefly about what those are. Those include hindcasts, which are reproductions of what happened. This allows us to bring that climate information into stock assessment models, because we can bring a marine heat wave covariate or a bottom temperature covariate or an ocean pH covariate directly into the stock assessment. So that's an important one, to be able to reproduce the historical oceanographic conditions well. So that's the first piece. Then we have forecasting tools that'll be out 1 to 2 years, that'll be produced on a regular basis. And then there's also nowcasts, which are sort of, if you were to look up the weather right now in Anchorage, that's a nowcast, right? It's a prediction of what's happening currently, and it would give a broader understanding of what conditions look like beyond the space that you're standing in. And then there's these 10-year predictions. And this is from a scientific standpoint extremely exciting. This was a window of time that we weren't sure we'd be able to get. So we often get the longer term trends relatively good. We can get the forecasting because there's inertia in the system. To be able to predict out 10 years what the climate's going to be is extremely helpful. And the newest predictions coming off the East Coast grid show high skill for a 10-year window. So this opens up a whole avenue of things for us. We're going to be evaluating those 10-year predictions for Alaska in the next couple of years, and we'll know if they're skillful. And that would allow us to do a lot of planning at a time horizon that's within the usual time horizon for management and investments. I did want to talk briefly about some of the forecasting tools that we do have in hand. So we do have a regular forecast that comes out of our oceanographic team, supported through the Integrated Ecosystem Assessment. This is an image from Kelly Kearney's forecasting. So this will take place, she does this twice a year, and she forecasts bottom temperature out about 9 months and provides that forecast as part of the ecosystem status report in the peak meeting. The forecast is pretty skillful. It does tend to run a bit cold, but the other thing that she does, which I think is quite clever, is she pulls in similar years. So this allows us to look at what were the years in the past that look like the one that's forecasted for the future. So this was a prediction from spring that she produced for last July, predicting a fairly large cold pool in the Bering Sea. And then that gets revised again in the assessment cycle just before the fall. And one of the things that we see is that this kind of tendency for the existing model to be a little bit optimistic on the cold pool side. It tends to say it's going to be a little bit cooler than we see. But that similarity of years, when we compare it to observations from our surveys, the similarity of next neighbor years actually is pretty robust, and it's a nice way to use these tools. What we're doing now is we're taking this next generation set of forecasting models from Cepheid, and we're porting those over. So we're bridging between the existing forecasting tools and these newer oceanographic ones. And just kind of early findings of this, there will be a paper coming out in the next month or two on the performance of these, but they're skillful. They're as skillful as the current ROMS model, oceanographic model that we use. It doesn't have the same cold bias, so it seems to be doing a bit better there. And it also produces some of the things we think are really important for the ecosystem, like mixed layer depth and changes in the timing of different productivity regimes. So I put on the right the schedule of the MOM6 oceanographic products for planning purposes. It's a very accelerated timeline. They've got a huge team of people that are working to push these products out very quickly. We're in the initial hindcasts for the West Coast and Arctic. Next year, we'll have those seasonal forecasts, and we'll start to see some of the longer term projections being served up. And then following that, we'll have those decadal predictions. And so we'll be able to report back over the next 1 to 2 years, 3 years on the skill of these products. So it's a really unusual, unprecedented amount of investment in some predictive tools. So we want to make sure we hit the ground running with that. And so we're building on those pilot projects we talked about, ACLIMB, GOACLIMB. There's some similar integrated projects on the East Coast and the California Current. And building out of that, we have teams, which are these decision support teams that are supported through the Climate Ecosystem and Fisheries Initiative. And that, again, for the Alaska region is called the ACT, and that's a team of individuals that is hires are designed to be bridges and to build out a network of climate information and disseminate this information, but also synthesize a few products specifically for decision makers. So we'll take those climate projections, bring them into integrated models. A few of those will be advanced for climate informed advice. And then other tools are being developed to help support individual adaptation, planning, and response.
And Dr. Holzman, question.
Yeah.
Mr. Twite.
I may be asking this too soon, maybe at the end of your sort of discussion about how decision support teams are structured and function. I'll see if I still need to ask it.
Okay. Through the chair, thank you. Yeah, so and maybe this will get at it. the decision support teams look a little different in each region. So we're building ours in the Alaska region to have points of contact so that if different communities and different industries, and of course the council is a major partner in this, that there's points of contact for how to stay in coordination around some of the needs and tools and products being developed. And then there's also an internal coordination that allows us to coordinate with the survey group and with others doing ecosystem research to ensure that we're collating a lot of the research and management relevant advice towards climate informed advice. The goal here is because of the accelerated timeline of the Climate Ecosystem Fisheries Initiative, we were really spending a lot of time making sure we're not reinventing, we're building off of things that already are there, plugging into needs. And so as much as possible, we're really asking for a lot of feedback on what those needs are, things that both the council needs, but industry and communities need for planning, and putting those needs in and resourcing them with people that can help deliver on them. Our current timeline, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball.
I hope you didn't already say this, Dr. Holzman, but who's on the decision support team for Alaska? And would that include council staff? I just, all this work is so fantastic, but there's nobody that understands kind of the types of decision making and the types of support we need than council staff that are bringing us things, and then we ask questions. And there's just this level of distance, I believe, from the Science Center that just you can't possibly attend all our meetings. You can't possibly keep track of all our agenda items. But if we're really going to support decision making in this forum, then council staff would need to be involved.
Through the chair, thank you. That's exactly right. So there's two levels of teams, and there's a core set of folks that were hired specifically with the support. They're coordinating a lot of there's somebody who's coordinating the uptake of the oceanography and tools. There's somebody who's coordinating the plug-in to the ecosystem and stock assessment modeling. And then there's someone who's coordinating protected species, and another individual who's coordinating engagement with councils and community partners. Those hires were just complete at the end of the summer, so they're pretty new. There is a handout which has names, and so we'll get to that by the end of the talk. But there is then the larger act, and the larger act is designed to be that team of disseminating and connecting. So on the larger act, it started with mostly internal before CEFI was fully, what is it, kind of in the design phase. There were internal representatives from each part of the center's division that served on that. So we had people from the survey group, we had people from the Kodiak lab on that, and those core people remain. And then what we've been doing is building out towards partnerships. So there are two, so both Dr. Stram and Latanich are on the act as points of contact. We have regional office contacts. The regional office itself has its own climate team. So it's not reproducing that whole climate team in the group, but having points of contact. And that's the modular approach we're hoping to use and to build out. And we're welcome to feedback on that. And different partnerships are in different stages of that modular development. So we're trying to roll the things forward that we have in hand, as well as build out the capacity to deliver for the things that take a bit more time to design, if that makes sense. The larger team is about 25 people.
I appreciate that. When you mentioned Dr. Stram and Katie Latanich about as points of contact, are they part of the team enough to be kind of involved in ground truthing for the rest of the internal team in identifying kind of the needs and prioritizing decision support needs, all that kind of stuff, the things that would really make the link to this process? Or are they just kind of a conduit?
Yeah, I think that climate is a huge challenge, and the navigating it is going to be unique to each particular management challenge and question and community. So using the modular approach, we envisioned that there would be capacity building on the council side. So there would be a team on the council side that takes up that information, can kind of synthesize it. It's a lot to put on one or two people, but to but to build that bridge, you need somebody who's the regular points of contact. And so that was our envisioned structure, is to support that and use that as, I guess it is a type of conduit, but it's a two-way conduit. So we can also get information back on needs and priorities.
Thank you. And you did mention looking for input. And so I think that's important. You're probably aware of our resource and staffing constraints. So I think we would need a sufficient heads up if we were expected to have a council team in order to support this work coming into our process. So a lot of lead time on how we might staff that would be helpful. That's my personal input.
Through the chair, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Kimball and Mr. Twit.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I second Ms. Kimball's input. As I'm looking at step 3 here, and I think we cut you short before you got to it, and this co-identify concept, I'm wondering about how this step will link up with, for instance, you cited earlier for the Goa climb, the efforts that Dr. Szymkowiak is spearheading to really get a strong level of community engagement in the Goa climb work. Is there an overlap? Is there a synergy there? Should we be thinking about those as separate processes?
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Twait. Sefi, I forgot to mention this. The Climate Ecosystem and Fisheries Initiative is Alaska-wide. So yes, there is some coordination there. The needs, we're trying to match those needs. So understanding capacity limitations and our partners is really important, because we're trying to match that with where we can with capacity on our side. So we do have an investment that allows us to build the support, the trainings and things like that. So that aligning those is part of this process and part of the discussions. But there is a substantial amount of excellent activity in science and research happening within and outside of the center, and activities that are important. And so part of this is coordinating where we can, and part of it is providing as much information publicly as we can, getting it out of the center and onto the web where people can access the tools and the information and build their own plans and planning as well. And so there's sort of a two-piece component there.
So the intent here is to be useful to community resilience planners, to companies that are planning infrastructure renovations and wondering how to do that or where to do that even. Also in a fairly compressed time frame. I mean, I've been sort of listening with council ears to your discussion of time frame and information flow, and it's occurring to me I really should be thinking about this in terms of a broader range of needs for this.
Through the chair, thank you so much. Yeah, there is a set amount of funds for this initial phase. And so that there is an accelerated phase 1, but there is also an extended phase 2 and phase 3 that we're building. So we're not waiting to build the longer term things that could be very meaningful and useful and helpful. We're still investing in those as well, and spinning up the ones that are sort of the low hanging fruit presently. So there's part of my answer here is that there are staggered levels of development towards that and engagement towards that. And it's a very ambitious vision, and it has a lot of energy and coordination that is not visible from the outside within NOAA. So there's national coordination with headquarters and leadership. There's regional coordination. There's coordination across programs. And then at the region, Alaska, there's coordination within the center. So I think that there's a lot of energy and ability to bring those tools forward, but it is broad reaching in its intent. And so we're starting with what we have to get those out so that we can have some ideas to bounce off. This tool is great, or this information or this bit of advice is useful, but it doesn't quite match our needs. Can we modify it and get that feedback loop started immediately while these global, national tools around prediction are coming online? So we're doing that step kind of in parallel to what's happening with the predictive tools. Thank you for the question.
Thank you. And Ms. Gahn.
Yeah, thank you. And Ms. Kimball's question got at part of what I'm curious about, but I'm wondering if you can speak a bit more to how the decision support team feeds into or is similar to the climate change task force recommendation in key element 3 or it's a dedicated review group, how these two are similar or not.
Through the chair, thank you so much. I'm part of element 3. Element 3 is critical, which is having a place for all of this information to go on the council side. The structure of that, without being prescriptive, and the task force was intentional in providing a couple of different options of what that could look like based on capacity. As long as there's a landing place, I think we can have this very efficient two-way communication about tools, needs, and products, and get those refined at a faster rate. And so that's the connection here is we're envisioning a bridge, and one side of the bridge is the act, and the other side of the bridge might be whatever comes out of that element 3 of the task force. Okay. Thank you. Okay, so moving forward, of course, I've already said this, the idea here is to link in understanding about climate and both historical and projections and forecasts around climate change, link that into things like changing fish and shellfish distributions, impacts on growth and survival and biomass, food web models. We do have a number of ecosystem models that are up and running and are updated and can take this information up, and then translate that where appropriate and where skillful into climate-informed advice. And then that hopefully will inform some of these management actions that are determined to benefit from climate advice. And there's different elements and expertise involved in each of those steps. And so we're organizing them around specific projects, and I'll just talk about those here. The details of the projects are still in discussion. So these are, as I mentioned, we're in the engagement and planning phase, but we've zeroed in on 4 focal areas. The first is web accessible and regionally tailored climate change products and trainings, and that's cross-cutting. So no matter what we develop, we plan to have a communication and rollout plan that allows for access and trainings to use this information. The second is climate integrated fisheries assessments and EBM tools. These could be thought of things that inform the ABC process. And annual assessment process. And then the third is decision support for climate-aware regulatory frameworks. That includes fisheries allocation and quota, but also protected species and marine mammal mandates. And then the fourth focal area is climate resilience planning and community planning and response. And so this gets to some of the questions about tools and products to help support community resilience and planning. And so I mentioned from ACLIME, we had some products feeding into the council process so far and from our partnership with Integrated Ecosystem Assessments. And we're building those out under Climate Ecosystem Fisheries Initiative, and including some projects. And again, these are listed in the handout that include things like risk assessments for communities and understanding some of the potential early warnings and developing early warning systems. So we envision that we'll continue to feed these into on-ramps as appropriate, but we also did provide a prototype template for an overview. And this is a document we can bring forward that summarizes maybe some of the noteworthy things coming out of the Climate Ecosystem Fisheries Initiative each year. This year we focused on CEFI, who's in some of the projects that are involved, who's involved, and we did a sort of spotlight on the Bering Sea, but the idea would be that we could have that spotlight be regional. It could also focus on different stocks. And this is our way to provide more of a kind of 30,000-foot overview of what's taking place with CEFI each year. And there's a lot of words, and it's very small font. And so the PDF is also on the e-agenda, and I always have to zoom in a bit to see the details there. But we're welcoming feedback on that, and there's points of contact listed. So, of course, I mentioned I'm the point of contact for the ACT team, or the Alaska Climate team, but we've also included some of the different projects and efforts that are underway, some of the points of contact there as well. And we welcome feedback and connection and are hoping for that as well. And that brings me to the end of the sort of overview. I know that was a lot of information. We really want to, and I think we've had that through the discussions, we really want to show that we are building the capacity for providing the scientific advice that can underpin climate-informed management decisions and community resilience planning. And we hope to continue this conversation going forward and again, welcome feedback on this. This is benefits from immensely from feedback from the council, from the public, and we're hoping to do this in a very streamlined way that provides some clear points for feedback and communication and build that in the way that works with the council as well. And then I'll just finally leave you with a bit of optimism in that we do have a large challenge in climate change. I am bolstered by the cooperation and coordination of the council towards addressing this. I am also pleased to see that at almost every scale of discussions that we have around climate change, that there are efforts to navigate this. And we do have a future set of scenarios that includes challenges that are not as hard as some of those worst case scenarios. And I just put some information here about that. We do have the capacity still to have a future that is easier to navigate and easier to adapt to. And so just a slight optimistic ending to a climate change talk is always good. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Holzman. Completely agree. Ms. Goen and then Mr. Curlin.
Thank you. I also appreciate the optimism and hope here at the end. And I will say work like you and this team is doing is helping build that hope. So thank you for that. My question was a few slides back on the early warning systems. And I'm just curious if those are early warning systems for Western science or if it also includes early warning coming from LKTK or indigenous knowledge or fishermen and what they're observing out on the water.
Through the chair, thank you. Excellent. Yeah, it is. We envision it would be the full suite of early warnings. There's really no reason to exclude knowledge and information from this. We need all of the information and knowledge at the table. And so building the capacity for that, facilitating that through partnerships is one of the goals of CEFI, and we're bringing on people on our side to help facilitate with that, and then hoping that we can help provide the capacity for those discussions as well. But this isn't just an AFSC. This is the AFSC side of this. I think thinking about what the council can do to bring understanding from multiple knowledge systems into discussions is really important, because this is just one small piece of a lot of understanding and wisdom that can help with navigating climate shocks, but also how to respond in a way that builds resilience.
Mr. Curlin.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Dr. Holzman. This is a mind-blowing undertaking, and thanks for your clear presentation on it. I wanted to ask you about, I think it's slide 43, where you talked about the draft focal areas for CEFI, and I wonder if you could just say a little bit more about focal area 3, the decision support for climate-aware regulatory frameworks.
Through the chair, thank you so much. Yeah, so here we welcome feedback on these focal areas. They are still being developed. For better or for worse, we're separating some of the tools on the development side, some of the projects around those that might feed into ABCs and stock assessments from those that might be informative for tax setting, for protected species management, for spatial management. And it is a bit of a gray. There's not really, it's a bit of an artificial delineation, but it helps us organize those projects and put people in charge of those. And so under focal area 3, we have some expertise leading forward projects on protected species, ice seals and other marine mammals. Also some work taking place on spatial management decisions and coordination with the regional office on some of the projects that they've been doing. They have a whole climate team as well.
Any further questions? Yes, Mr. Twite.
Dr. Holzman, what are your thoughts about sort of ongoing progress reports on particularly CEFI, but sort of maybe writ broadly to the council and the sort of the council process? Is it sort of a once a year? Are there some advisory body approaches that would be helpful to you as well? I think we use the ecosystem committee a fair amount throughout the development of ACLIME in particular. And actually before that, BSAI. What's going to sort of work best? Again, I was really impressed by your emphasis on compressed time frame, and so things are going to be changing rapidly. And I was just trying to think of how we, at the council level in particular, stay abreast of this and able to provide you feedback that would be helpful to you and still not slow you down.
Through the chair, thank you so much. I think that's a really important question, and it feels that there's a few levels. And so on some of the oceanographic tools and predictive tools, as the skill of those comes out, that feels like probably an annual update level sort of awareness. I think we're going to also see that coming through the stock assessment process as those get woven in where appropriate. The updates and feedback, though, is something that would be better on a shorter time frame. So you mentioned the ecosystem committee having periodic discussions and presentations on where things are going. Sort of there's points of decision and identifying sort of the first steps in the phase one approach of developing tools and advice. And so we do need feedback on those, and we can structure those on the AFSC side through webinars and public discussions. But it is always very valuable to have the council's feedback or subcommittees' feedback. And so I think an annual one is it's not a problem on our side to do that update. It wouldn't be a problem to do a 6-month update, but I think there's also some need for more frequent discussions, and depending on what comes out of the task force recommendations, maybe that will help inform the frequency of that, and have a little bit of time to make progress in between those updates is also important. So both.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Dr. Holzman. Okay, not seeing any further questions. Greatly appreciate your report and presentation. Very informative. Thank you.
Thank you all for your attention and excellent questions. Thank you.
Dr. Strand.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the council. Diana Stram, council staff, co-chair of the Climate Change Task Force. We're moving into our third report under this agenda item where we'll be providing, Dr. Holzman and I will be tag teaming, providing an overview of the Climate Change Task Force final report and our meeting that we just had in Juneau in November. So this gives you the membership of the Climate Change Task Force. We've had this is the tail end of our 5-year charge for the Climate Change Task Force. So we're providing you the final report and our recommendations. The structure of our report then is we'll go through a brief recap of what our work plan and our progress towards those goals, where things have modified, and what progress we've made towards all of those goals over the course of the task force timeframe. And then the report on the final CCTF meeting, which we had again November 6th and 7th, report overview and our key recommendations, and then the next steps for moving forward from this report, as well as finalizing these recommendations and the report itself. That's you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Stram. So what we're going to do here is I'm going to just step through a brief recap of the CCTF's progress to date and what our activities have included in the products that have come out of that that you all have seen. So stepping back to the original work plan, we had 3 objectives around collating and coordinating the review of existing and emergent climate information, synthesizing that towards council objectives and needs, and residual risk, and then also communicating and facilitating adaptation actions. This was a very ambitious initial work plan. I think at the time we envisioned this to be a series of documents that would be produced, and very quickly realized that this is more of a process, and that will be a theme going forward in terms of the final task force recommendations. So we did do, as a team, we did receive and hear regular updates. We also provided some of that feedback to the council through the reporting process at the CCTF that eventually drove us towards doing a climate-ready synthesis. So this is an evolution of that goal of synthesizing. We felt we needed to understand where the council was in terms of climate readiness to have a starting point to move forward from and a baseline. And then finally, you'll hear through the final report recommendations that communicating isn't something that is done and then we can move on, that is kind of a continuously dynamic system with new challenges, new bright spots in some cases, and we need to have a process for bringing that information forward. We also had some goals in that original work plan, which I think are still in line with what the final report recommends, which is to support the council's capacity to more effectively incorporate climate change information from diverse knowledge holders into fisheries management processes, and also evaluate and implement management measures, the council's ability to evaluate and implement management measures that can help preserve livelihoods, economies, and health and well-being across fisheries and dependent communities. So we've done a number of things over the last 5 years, and I'll talk about this in a timeline, but just to give you an overview, one of the earliest things that we did is we mapped existing management processes to identify some of those climate on-ramps. That has been extremely important for the development of understanding where climate advice can come into the process. We also, as part of that, developed living definitions of resilience and adaptation, and those are included as appendices to the final report. We used some case studies to explore climate impacts, responses, and potential indicators. We reviewed, again, that climate readiness synthesis was an important milestone for us. And then finally, we provide, through the final recommendations, steps forward for bringing climate information into decision-making. So just to recap how the Climate Task Force came to be and the timeline associated with that, it came out of, and it was Bering Sea focused because it came out of the Fisheries Ecosystem Plan as one of the initial modules, one of a few initial modules identified by the initial FEP plan. That in 2019 was drafted into a draft action module work plan, and we initiated the task force. The timing wasn't great relative to COVID. So we did have most of our meetings in the initial spin up were remote, but we did continue to have meetings and work as best we can. And I'm really proud of what the task force was able to accomplish given the challenges of the pandemic. The initial work really focused on developing an understanding of where climate information comes in and could come in to the management process, again, identifying some of those climate on-ramps. And that information came through in a series of discussions around this infographic, amongst other things, identifying where climate information already was coming in, and then identifying where the task force could plug into that. And in particular, that there were existing on-ramps where ecosystem reports, for example, the ESPs and ecosystem sections of stock assessments did have climate information and places for climate change information in particular to come in. The other thing that we identified is that there was sort of while some information was coming to the council, there was not a coordinated on-ramp for some of the longer-term planning and advice. And so we identified the need for that, in particular, bringing in understanding of resilience and factors important for resilience of communities. And those became the 3 on-ramps. I will say that these on-ramps have resonated far outside of the Alaska region and are often used in discussions in other regions about where to bring climate information into fisheries management. So it's a real nod to the expertise of the group and the efforts to identify these on-ramps. It's important for us, and it's important in general for discussions of climate-informed fisheries management. And just to you saw this in the previous presentation, but because the font is so small, just to identify what those on-ramps are. This includes climate-informed annual stock assessment and ecosystem assessments, climate information and near-term ecosystem-based management targets, for example, and then climate information, climate-smart ecosystem-based fisheries management planning and design. In the second year of the CCTF, we worked to finalize our work plan, finalize those on-ramps, and also drafted our adaptation and resilience definitions, and have included here some of the interactions and reports back to the council associated with those meetings. We had various versions of the work plan, and we worked through those and finalized that again in 2021. And that's the existing work plan that's available on the website for the council. We included in that a definition of resilience and adaptation. We envisioned that this would be a dynamic definition because those understanding of things that are important to resilience and risk is evolving over time. And so going forward, thinking about how to continue to have an update to these resilience or have definitions of resilience that are particular to different groups and communities is important as well. In 2022, we also conducted the climate readiness synthesis report. This was an activity that was really important for understanding where the council is presently, and we did present on this in earlier updates to the council. And just part of that process also involved exploring case studies and identifying how the system is interconnected, how responses might manifest. And the takeaway from this is not the individual boxes, but just that this is a complex system and that those impacts and responses are interconnected, and so are adaptive solutions. And so bringing that into some of the understanding and the recommendations going forward, and that underpins a lot of the final report recommendations as well. So the key here, of course, is to develop a process that collectively can reevaluate those impacts and solutions as they cascade through the system. In our climate readiness synthesis, we had 3 focal areas that composed. We identified the readiness of each of these 3 focal areas. That included management process, the status reports, and the readiness of different knowledge sources coming into the council process. So there's abundant information and wisdom outside of the council, and this was evaluating how much of that is coming into the council presently and identifying, importantly, roadblocks to that. In general, the readiness as a starting place, it wasn't 0, but there was a lot more information about climate impacts and tools and information and knowledge sources out there than that were coming into the process. And so part of this was identifying the current status, coming up with some metrics for coming up with this readiness scoring, but also low-hanging fruit, things that we could do immediately to advance climate readiness in each of these components. We included the executive summary as an appendix to the final report so that we can come back and look at those in the context of the final recommendations. The main key takeaways from that synthesis were to systematically increase climate information in the EBM process and reports, build a process to iteratively reconsider potential strengths, weaknesses, and opportunities for improvement across management tools, and finally, to expand or create processes, collaborations, and partnerships that facilitate inclusion of understanding from multiple knowledge systems in climate planning. As we move forward, we also participated in the discussions around the climate scenarios workshop. A number of initially, we had envisioned that we would be doing a workshop, so we had started a workshop planning process. Actually, we had envisioned we would doing a series of workshops, and that might be something to reconsider, the kind of distributed workshop format from the original CCTF. But as we move forward, it became apparent that the workshop could be beneficial to more than just the Bering Sea, and it was taken up and helped form the foundation for the climate scenarios workshop. And members of the CCTF continued to provide input on some of the structuring of the scenarios and discussion questions that went into the workshop. And that's just to show that in a bit more detail. And then finally, in the last year, we've been focused on synthesizing some of the outcomes from that workshop. We met at the workshop as a team, started drafting some brainstorming ideas for the final report, provided some input of that over the fall, and then met in November to synthesize that into the final report. And with that, maybe I'll turn it over to Dr. Stram.
Thank you. So now we'll move on to an overview of the final report from the CCTF. Again, this is posted to your e-agenda. We had a meeting, and I'll describe the process of constructing the final report, but just a brief update on the meeting that we had. We had our final meeting in Juneau, November 6th and 7th. This gives you the task force members. We did have all members of the task force available either in person or virtually throughout the meeting, as well as members of the public. This is the agenda from the meeting where we were trying to touch on, we were trying to do a lot in 2 days, but we're trying to touch on the 4 main aspects. The first was a very brief reflection on the climate scenarios workshop. As Dr. Holzman said, the idea for the workshop originated with the CCTF. It was then broadened with IRA funding to be broader than just the Bering Sea and to look at all of the entire North Pacific. We recapped our work plan. Again, the information that Dr. Holzman just went through in terms of what was our original charge, what did we propose, what did we accomplish, and where these differ, why did we modify things. And then we composed our CCTF recommendations that I'll walk through in the report. And then we also had a brief discussion at the end that I'll touch on in terms of feedback to the council that was requested in terms of moving forward in terms of this process itself and how the CCTF itself functioned, and should the council wish to initiate additional modules of the Bering Sea FEP, what our recommendations would be regarding that from the experience that we had over the 5 years of the CCTF. So in terms of how this final report was constructed, as Dr. Holzman said, we met as a group at the Climate Scenarios Workshop to begin drafting what our final agenda would be and to begin brainstorming what our recommendations would be moving forward. So we had a shared Google Doc that we opened in June of 2024, just after the Climate Scenarios Workshop, and we left that open for Climate Change Task Force members to provide all of their feedback on recommendations moving forward. We kept that open until the end of October. We then cleaned that up so we could post it for the public so that it was available to the public, not as consensus recommendations, but as an open document that contained everyone's thoughts and ideas, things that we should be discussing and modifying during our meeting. So that was available, and multiple copies of this actual report were posted through the course of our meeting that we had the 6th and the 7th in order to provide something for the public to be able to follow along as we were actually crafting during the meeting our final recommendations on screen. We then had a period of time, a very short period of time, to finalize that report following that meeting between November 8th and the 16th, and that report was then finalized and posted on November 16th. That's the report that you see posted to your e-agenda. So I'm now going to go over the key recommendations in the final report. And again, you saw this graphic just a few minutes ago. I'm going to walk through this. It's built again on the previous work that has been accomplished by the task force. And I would note that it touches on the fact that there's multiple scales of adaptation considered, and Dr. Holzman already touched on this before, but talking about things, and this feeds into the 3 aspects of the climate change overview in terms of we're looking at both short-term, sort of immediate changes, we're looking at longer-term, more strategic changes, and then also trying to touch on what are more transformative, perhaps things that we don't have the capacity yet to do, but are things that we might want to move towards. So the overarching recommendation is that the council should construct a climate change work plan. And this was what we were putting forward as consensus, that a work plan for the council moving forward would be the overarching recommendation of the task force. And we focused on 3 key elements. And I would note that these elements, the first element talks about the process for considering climate change in the council process. And we have a number of key recommendations under that in terms of what should be included in this process for inclusivity. The second are really the management tools and the options that would be part of a climate change work plan. So the things that the council might want to consider, both short-term and long-term. And we tried to indicate where things were possibly available and under construction now versus something that you might want to initiate because we're not quite there yet. It's going to take us time to get there, but we would want to begin that process now. And then the third touches on, and Dr. Holzman touched on this a little bit when we were talking about CEFI, establishing a dedicated review group charged with reviewing and packaging climate information for the council. I'm going to go through the key elements, high priority key elements of these. The ones that have asterisks and that I've included in this presentation are the ones for which we had consensus amongst the task force as to their prioritization. So the first then being continuing to provide regular opportunities for public-facing brainstorming and two-way information sharing regarding climate change impacts and response. So we were really highlighting that we need some informal information exchanges. As most of you participated in the Climate Scenarios Workshop, that provided an opportunity for a two-way information exchange. We're also highlighting that there might be other ways about doing this, including some sort of annual roundtable discussions, dedicated evening sessions at council meetings, breakout groups during workshops, and just some semi-structured climate testimonials and discussions to provide additional feedback outside of the actual formality of the council process. The second key element then is advancing measures that promote inclusive decision-making. The council can formalize some on-ramps that include information and perspectives from diverse knowledge sources into the decision-making process. And the council could support and provide resources for collaborating in cooperative processes and promoting co-production of knowledge. The third then is reducing barriers to diverse participation, and again, focusing on increased information exchange. We noted some of these principles of using fair, findable, accessible, interoperable, reusable principles, care, collective benefit, authority, control, responsibility, and ethics principles, the LKTK Task Force Protocol, and other existing protocols which pertain to information use and sharing. And then finally, supporting equitable participation in the council process. We talked about mentorship and the need for that to help bring other people and diverse perspectives in through some form of mentorship. We talked about the MRAP. We also talked about the UAF program and just sort of forms of bringing people up to speed in terms of our process, which can sometimes seem exclusive and intimidating. Key element 2 then, this is where we're getting more into some of the specific tools that we would include in a work plan. So starting with the first, incorporating climate forecast-based climate forecast linked management advice. And here we're looking at short-term and long-term inclusion of climate information in the harvest projections and specifications process. You heard some of this in CEFI. And the reason why I would say we have the whole overview of CEFI in advance of providing the Climate Change Task Force is to try to give you an indication of what things are ongoing and where things might be able to be moved into the process sooner because there is an entire network of people that are working on these kind of things. So considering climate forecast information and vulnerability assessments, as well as climate forecast linked spatial management measures. Key element 2 then is including ecological indicators in the and the cascading impacts of the ecological indicators and models. Some of this is already, again, ongoing. This feeds into, as I've already done this week, our risk table discussions and specifically into the harvest specifications process. And then key element 3, make sure I'm on here. Oh, okay, thank you. Considering and incorporating dynamic management tools to increase in-season adaptation capacity. We had a lot of discussion about this. What are the things that we can do now in terms of red flag responses, and where are there barriers to it within either in-season or encouraging innovation amongst fleet responses? So what are the things that we can start to work on now using nowcasts and forecasts to inform spatial in-season and annual management actions? And increasing in-season flexibility. We had a lot of discussion about that. What can we start to focus on now so that we'll have a better ability to react when there's 2 parts to it. One is predicting those marine heat waves and the responses. The second is what is our response to them? And so what we're trying to encourage right now is building the capacity to respond. So while you're also building the capacity to predict, we're also trying to highlight the fact that we need to give a lot more consideration to what will we do and what's our response mechanism when we do have a prediction of say, a marine heat wave that might be coming in the next year. Key element 2.5 then, this is something that the council has already initiated and we were reiterating, looking at our harvest control rules and biomass targets that incorporate climate vulnerability and climate information in terms of biological targets, as well as climate informed harvest control rules. So that was another priority. This is one of the ones where this will take time to do, but if we don't initiate working on it now, it is going to take several years for us to be able to consider and incorporate. And we've already talked about this. The council initiated this as an action, and I believe that we will be having a conversation, a short workshop with the SSC, perhaps in April on this. But looking at both what flexibility is inherent in our current tier system, as well as what climate informed advice we can incorporate into additional harvest control rules. Moving on to key element 3 then, this is where we're talking about establishing a dedicated review group that would be charged with reviewing and packaging climate information to enter the council process. What we decided as a group is that this is something that needs to continue. Not the Climate Change Task Force had an end date, but we are recognizing that while we've looked at where climate information is entering the council process, an actual review body to review and synthesize that is not currently part of the council process, and we are indicating that we thought that that was an important element. So we provided 4 different, we did not have agreement on what that review body should look like, so we just provided 4 different ideas for moving that forward. One was a new CCTF group, so a new committee for the council to look at with the directive of providing climate informed advice through the existing pathways, our SSC, our AP, our plan teams, the council process. The second was the council using a review group approach, so composing, say, a subset. As you have your council SSC subgroup, we were talking about the council could also consider that review group would be less public facing, but comprised of AP, SSC, plan team, council membership. Another idea is expanding the existing council structure. So you have an ecosystem committee, perhaps your ecosystem committee, as an example, could be reconstituted in terms of membership, in terms of reference, so that would be one charge of the public facing aspect for the council, moving through an existing committee or looking at other existing committees, but modifying their terms of reference to accommodate that. And then the fourth, which was our least desirable because it's less public facing, was to just have staff whose charge was to filter and provide the council with information as climate is entering our process.
Thank you. Dr. Stram, a question, Mr. or Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Dr. Stram. On element 3, I was trying to get a better sense of what the review group would do, regardless of what it looks like. And in the title, it's charged with reviewing climate information entering the council process. In the specifics of the report, it's to review and synthesize alternative management measures. And so can you give me a better sense of whether this group would be reviewing all the climate information that particularly comes into this process, including just strictly scientific information like we've received previously from Dr. Holzman? Or are you talking about, or was the task force talking about more the policy aspects, like when this starts to translate into a management tool, that's a group that would review it and provide some input, and then that would come through the council process? Maybe it's divided between the scientific aspects and the policy aspects is the cleanest way to ask that question. But I couldn't tell from the text in the report. Thanks.
Thank you for the question through the chair. So what we tried to do, we separated this into 2 different things. One was the idea of what that group is, how the council would form it. And then the second was we had 3 different, and these are elements 3.4, 3.5, and 3.6, talking about what we recommended the group could do. And so it really varied, and a lot of that would depend on what's comprised of the group, the expertise of the group, and what the council wants that group to function as. So the first was identifying and coordinating review of external evaluations. So looking at having a group that would review ongoing management strategy evaluations, for example, or other CEFI products that are coming forward that would help the council. The next would be, we suggested that this group could also possibly be tasked to reevaluate the kind of climate readiness synthesis that the CCTF put forward. Right now, the intention of the climate readiness synthesis was where are we right now and how do we rate ourselves? But the idea of it was that you would repeat that as you move forward with incorporating climate more into management advice, and then repeating the climate readiness synthesis to see how are you moving the needle on those three categories or expanding it. But we don't have a body that would actually do that. So we were suggesting that that could also be a pathway for such a body, is to be tasked to do that. And then the final one was, as CEFI moves forward or AFSC climate informed advice moves forward, identifying some of these strategies and tools. So that would get more into the management aspect, is needing a place where management tools could be recommended and a way to synthesize those as it relates to increased climate resilience in the management process. So you can do that without a committee. That is something that would come up, I guess, through just a council initiating an action. But we were suggesting that it would be a place where where stakeholders would be able to provide information and suggestions on tools and management strategies that they think would help enhance the council process in a more climate resilient way. I don't know if that answers your question.
Thank you. I think it does. This is making more sense to me, but it does sound like it'll be the council's responsibility to determine what they want the group to review, and then that would help inform what type of membership it should include, especially for a public-facing group. I guess my follow-up question is that none of the things in terms of the recommendations from the task force on the following activities to be reviewed by the group, those aren't urgent at our fingertips things right now. Like, so we have, in my view, a little time to think about what that group could look like, because it's not like we're getting this product on climate smart management approaches next meeting and we need a group to review it before it comes to the council. But if I'm mischaracterizing that, please correct me.
Thank you, through the chair. No, I think that's exactly correct. I think what we were trying to do under element 3 was identify the fact that the CCTF is ending. We see a need for something moving forward. We weren't specifying what that need would be. We gave several options for how that could be comprised, and then trying to say, then what would that group be tasked with reviewing? And I think you probably need to figure out what you think that group would be, if the council were to go forward with this type of a suggestion, identifying a terms of reference, if you will, for the type of information and input that you are looking for that group to be open to, would then determine, going back to how you comprise the group and what kind of expertise you would want on that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And is there no, this task force gave us 4 different approaches for such a group, but there was no kind of priority or strong recommendation for one of those approaches, or am I reading too much into this list? That they're all kind of equally workable, I guess.
Madam Chair, Ms. Kimball, I would say that while there is no prioritization, I think that the one that we liked the least was where you just task council staff with bringing forward climate information directly to the council as a tasking thing. We were trying to, we laid out all of that because we know that sometimes that's just by design, that's just how things have to occur. But we were trying to say that we think that a form of public facing group would be preferable to just tasking staff to bring information forward to the council.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Goen.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, and following along some of the line of some of the questions that Ms. Kimball was asking. I think particularly on this key element 3.6, synthesizing and promoting climate smart management approaches. I think for some species, we are really close and needing a group that could help move that forward. So I heard you say option D for a group is not preferred, but between the top three, can you speak a little bit to council resources and time between those? Trying to be cognizant of, we have a high workload and looking at groups that could fit in the easiest.
Thank you for the question, Madam Chair, Ms. Goen. I think it really does depend on what the council is asking of the group in terms of if you have an immediate ask, then you would want to be more rapid in delineating who that group is, whether it is an existing council body that is sort of retasked to review something, or you want to create a new committee with an immediate call for nominations. But it would be important to have an idea of the ask of that body. And I think that's where it differentiates between, if you want it to be more rapid, then that's something that you would either need to create and nominate immediately. And as you know, it takes a little while to spin up that kind of a thing, or you can retask an existing council committee, or again, least preferable, you can task staff to bring that information back to you. That is still part of the public process. And I think we were trying to highlight that while we didn't find that to be the most open and inclusive aspect, it is still part of a public process. So I guess the biggest thing is to determine what your priority ask is, and then figure out the most rapid way or best way to go forward with that.
Thanks for that. That's helpful. And just for a little bit more context, with crab stocks, we have some incredible science coming online, and more coming because of the disaster relief funds that will be funding projects. But I think we're very close to being able to look at some more dynamic spatial management and information to inform that. But it would be helpful to have a group to synthesize all that and bring it forward.
Thank you. I think we're ready to move on.
Okay, I think I got through all of that. So again, just the recap. And I would say, kind of on further reflection, when we're talking about a climate work plan, I think you're focusing more on key element 2, but we were trying to say that it's important that you, in development of anything moving forward, you are cognizant of the recommendations we had process-wise under key element 1. The formation of a dedicated review group may or may not be a part of your climate work plan, or maybe something that the council wishes to consider separately in terms of how you're moving forward. And then just finally, a couple, oh, sorry, Mr. Okay, I just have a little bit, we have a section at the end of our report, starting on page 12 to 13, 12 to 14. We had a discussion at the end of our meeting, and that's reflected in terms of, it's kind of the pros and cons of this sort of a task force. And I would note that the lessons learned aspect, this reflects the discussion at the meeting. This is not reflective of 5 years of compiling the pros and cons of a task force. This is reflective of a 1-hour conversation at the end of our task force meeting, trying to be responsive to the council's request, as you requested of the LKTKS, in terms of reflections on this process. And so we tried to lay out what worked really well, very inclusive. We had, prior to COVID, initially decided we were going to be a carbon neutral group. We then had no choice because it was COVID and we had to meet virtually. That wasn't the greatest, I would say. I think it would have been better had we had an initial startup meeting with everyone in person. The only meeting that we really had in person was our final meeting. The rest was largely virtual, or largely Seattle and Anchorage based with different hubs. So, but we were able to produce a lot of different materials, particularly the climate readiness synthesis. We were able to identify aspects of the process. I think that should the council move forward with additional modules of the FEP, I think we felt as a body that it was very challenging to task a group to write reports, collectively in a public setting. So I'm sure that we heard from the public in our multiple meetings that it was difficult to follow, and it's largely because we were trying to create documents and reports real time during a meeting. And so that by its very nature, it was challenging. But I think that overall, the task force itself was successful. And but we just laid out in that section kind of some of the challenges that we felt should the council move forward with a similar type group. And then finally, in terms of next steps, our next steps, we'll finalize this report, not changing any of the content of it, but just some formatting and issues to then be posted to the council's website as a final report, not to the agenda, but as an actual product, as our climate readiness synthesis is to our climate planning and climate resiliency website, part of our council website. And then as a group, we decided that we would try to have an open participation in a publication of how the process worked and what the experience of putting this information together. It is, as Dr. Holzman said, a very unique approach nationally, and we have accomplished a lot that have then been reviewed and noted in other regions of the United States. And so we wanted to give the entire task force the opportunity to help participate in putting forward a peer-reviewed publication of this process. And I think that that's my last slide, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Strom and Mr. Toit.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks to both of you for your leadership on the Climate Change Task Force. And that actually, I really appreciated the task force taking some time to reflect on what worked and what didn't. And I'm kind of trying to read between the lines a little bit as well, and what you were relaying back to us there. And it also sounds to me like it might have been useful to have a little bit more actually sort of direct council member engagement in the task force, sort of more similar to what we do with most of all of our committees. Am I reading too much into what you were suggesting there? We put a lot on the two of you, and you rose to the challenge admirably, but that may not have been the best structure from the standpoint of, because you were also two folks who did a tremendous amount of the actual work as well. And so that's why I'm asking.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Twite, I think part of what we're trying to convey is that when you set up a task force that is both a review body and a creation body, I guess that's the challenge, is that you're asking, usually when you have a committee with council member involvement, it is reviewing other work that's being put forward and presented. The task force was explicitly created to create the work as well as then discuss it in public and review it. And I think that's the part that was very challenging really to overcome, and likely challenging for people to follow along in the public. And we'll see if Kirsten has more on that.
Thank you for that. And Ms. Kimball. Oh, I'm sorry, Dr. Holzman.
Yeah, through the chair. I was just going to reiterate that I think the challenge of that is the public process for developing things. It's just we aren't quite there with technology that allows people to really following along in a document that's moving up and down on the screen is difficult. The discussions are fast moving, and so that can be challenging. I do want to really thank the task force. The contributions of all the members were immense. The discussions we had when we had the meetings were fantastic, and the review components of what the task force did are standard setting for the nation, for the world. So they have come up in discussions at international forums as well as national. So I really want to commend the task force on those, and the challenges of developing things in a public process. I think we gave it a good try. We did our best, but it is just looking back, what was most successful was the review components of that. Yeah. Thank you.
And Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm wondering, maybe for you, Dr. Stram, how you think we overcome that challenge, in part because we had a very strong request from members of the public to be involved in the development, not just to get a product that they would then, develop by council and science center staff that then they would review, but to be part of the development. So I fully acknowledge the difficulty and the lessons learned, but how do we get through that if part of our intent is to bring the public in and experts in on the development of the actual product? And maybe that's just not possible or way more difficult than we thought. But I just want to remind that was a direct request of folks to have it not operate like a normal committee.
Thank you, through the chair, Ms. Kimball. I think the way that we started to structure our final report by having an open document, I think doing more offline as a group, but we were struggling with it always being in the public setting. The things that I think worked really well when we developed the climate readiness synthesis, we worked as 3 teams. And then we worked separately and then came together as a group and communicated and refined things. I think that's probably the type of model that you need. We were struggling between wanting everything that the task force did to be always in the public setting, but the reality is that sometimes you have to do work in the background separately. And so we tried to accommodate that in crafting our final report, which is the result of several months of a recommendations document and then synthesizing it. And frankly, I thought it was actually amazing that we came out of that 2-day meeting with consensus recommendations and prioritization moving forward. It was after multiple months of people trying to contribute to a Google Doc and then making all of that public. So I think if you can provide space for work to occur, space and resources really. So timing of staff as well as staff timing, as well as the space to do some things outside of, as a work group outside of the public setting, and then have the synthesis and review aspect always be public with input. I think that's a way forward. And I think as we evolved, we started to do that. And that's how we came up with the final report.
Madam Chair, if we have time, I just have 2 quick questions. If this is our last opportunity with staff. And one was maybe on this point a little bit, what is any other region approach that you know of approaching climate resilience process-wise, like in this way, with a public-facing task force, with climate resiliency, either plans or research updates on almost every agenda? Are we the only ones doing it this way? I'm trying to find ways to get from the kind of planning process to the doing process, but we've been very trying to do everything very transparent in the council arena, and I'm wondering how other regions are handling it, if you know.
Through the chair, it's a fantastic question. I'll give an update of my understanding from the science side, and then maybe we can talk a little bit about some of the discussions between different councils. So I do believe we are leading in terms of advancing commitments to bringing climate information into management, and having a coordinated task force is not, to my knowledge, something that exists in the other regions. Other regions are doing workshops and discussions and having facilitated discussions around climate informed advice. But having a dedicated body that's the goal is to develop a work plan or develop a process for bringing climate information in, and drawing from diverse knowledge systems to do that is unique in my understanding.
Yeah, just to follow on, Madam Chair, Ms. Kimball, other regions have done something similar to a broader workshops than our singular climate scenarios workshop. We strategically tried, our original idea was to do that as a series of workshops moving into different communities. When push came to shove, we were running out of time to be able to do that as a multi-year effort. Other regions have done it as a multi-year effort and come up with a similar report of risks and vulnerabilities and recommendations moving forward. But I'm not aware of any region that actually has a public-facing committee that was charged with trying to bring this information forward to the council with recommendations.
Thank you. And then my last question, Madam Chair, is on really on element 2, because as I understand it, I think I'm saying it right. The first element was really about process. The third element was really about how to supplant the CCTF with review of information. And element 2 was kind of the components of the work plan. And so maybe my best question is was there an understanding among the task force that some of those are ongoing and possible, some of those are ongoing and we really need to put our resources toward making them possible, and we cannot do all of them all at once. And I wasn't able to listen to that meeting. And if you can characterize kind of the recognition of, I think it's great we had an aspirational list, but that in reality, if we want to provide real expectations for the public, we can't do everything. Could you give us some characterization of the meeting on that aspect?
Sure. Thank you for the question through the chair. We tried to asterisk the prioritization. So we tried to list everything. And if I can maybe go back in slides to, I think the things that have asterisks is associated with them, element 2.1, 2.2, 2.4, and 2.5. Those are things that are either ongoing or if you are not, or very highly recommended for a longer term effort, but needs to be initiated now. So those 4 aspects were the ones that we put forward as things that either are underway at the Science Center, are already initiated by the council, such as the review of harvest control rules, are aspects that are close to being able to be implemented and we would want to put focus on them, or as it relates to immediate tools, something that we really need to focus on now, because while we are, as we were just discussing, while we have increased ability in prediction in the short term, 1 to 2 year, we don't have we need to figure out the reaction. And so we were trying to focus on harvest control rules, information and climate informed assessments, forecasts, and what's your response? What are the dynamic management tools that are either available in development or need to be developed or innovated, so that when you have all of those things together and you have a prediction, you also have a response. And so those were the things that we tried to focus on. We also listed additional aspects in terms of elements 2.6, 2.7 through 2.10 that are on the list of things, but we did not elevate them as a group as immediate priorities.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for that response and to the task force work and really trying to highlight the things that we need to implement now. Thank you.
Mr. Twite.
Sort of as a follow-up a bit to Ms. Kimball's last question, on this slide, as I think back to the report that we got from the other task force that was formed under the Bering Sea FEP, the LKTKS, one of the things that they warned us was, while that some of their recommendations appeared general, they were comprised, because they were formed under the Bering Sea FEP, they were sort of comprised with folks who really had the most experience with Bering Sea local traditional knowledge and subsistence. And so that we should be cautious about taking some of that task force's recommendations and using them more broadly. They didn't say we couldn't, they just said, be very cautious because we had a Bering Sea focus. So I'm wondering similarly about the recommendations from the Climate Change Task Force. As I look at them, they look like these to me look like the elements of a climate change work plan that should be applicable for all council areas and council FMPs. And that we don't have to sort of keep that same caution in mind that we were urged to with the LKTKS. But I wanted to check with you on that. Can we think about these as just the elements of essentially a council-wide work plan?
Thank you. Through the chair. When we were formulating these recommendations, so when we did the climate readiness synthesis, we focused on the Bering Sea because that was our charge. A lot of these recommendations are things that kind of came out from doing that and talking about management tools, but they're not, they could very easily be applicable across the council region. We weren't having these discussions specifically on the Bering Sea. And I think if you look at most of all of these recommendations, really, they could be applicable across the Gulf of Alaska, the Bering Sea. We didn't have these in mind as explicit examples. When we tried to talk about, say, in-season tools and management, we might have been having that discussion in relation to the Bering Sea, but the actual recommendation is broader than that. I'll see if Kirsten wants to.
Through the chair, no, I think that captures it. We actually, I think, talked about that these are cross-cutting across multiple regions.
Thanks. Under key element one of the suggestions that it sounded like we could begin with fairly soon is exploring some informal channels for information flow. And those looked fairly intriguing and relatively low impact, but potentially high value. And I'm wondering what your assessment is of our resources currently to be able to assist with a few of those over the coming year, for instance. Both council level, but also agency level, particularly I'm thinking maybe about that CEFI team that Dr. Holtzman described. Are there resources there to assist or to really facilitate some of those more informal channels?
Yeah, through the chair, thank you for the question. I think the short answer is yes. That is part of the envisioned use, especially under that key element 4, is to build capacity and to help facilitate many of the aspects that are outlined here in element 1. That said, I think there's considerable knowledge and information out there. And so as much as we can also identify other ways to support that, and some of the things that are really strong in this element are discussions around mentorship and some of the processes for bringing folks to the council process, additionally outside of CEFI. So the short answer is yes. I think that we can provide some of that foundation for the informal, especially in terms of things like workshops and such. But there is also a need on the council side to have that those channels be open and transparent, and so people know how to plug into the process as well.
I think I would also just add to that, Mr. Twite, that some of the discussions that we had, we know how much goes into a workshop in terms of planning and staff resources. So I think while we were encouraging that those are extremely valuable, and I think we learned that from the climate scenarios workshop and our original envisionment of multiple workshops in different locations, I think we were also trying to highlight that you could do something less than that in terms of just roundtable discussions, evening sessions, things that don't require quite as much staff time and resources, and still get something out of that and provide an opportunity for informal information exchange. So we were trying to lay out the wide breadth of it, that ideally, sure, multiple workshops, multiple locations, different stakeholders, different communities is wonderful. But if you don't have the resources for that, there might be other ways to provide some informal information exchange in conjunction with council meetings.
So at this point, a council head nod towards the kinds of activities that are described in 1.1 and 1.4, using the principles that are and the objectives that are described in 1.2, 1.3 would be sufficient for movement forward on that, or is something more formal needed?
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, I think it would be that the council would need to initiate providing the space for those types of discussions or move forward.
Thanks. And then apologize, but Dr. Holtzman, a question all the way back on your prior presentation. You suggested that you were quite interested at this point, your team was quite interested at this point in getting some feedback on the prototype climate info 2-pager that you attached. And I was just wondering, is there a timing issue on that? Is that like right away, or could that be done over the first half of this year as we put some of the other pieces that we've talked about into place?
Through the chair, thank you so much. I think we're open to feedback immediately, but we envisioned revising that and bringing it forward at the next fall council meeting, maybe also through the plan teams. And so feedback both on the content and whether that's the right timing for an update like that is welcome. And then backing from that envisioned process, it would be best to have feedback in hand by June so that we can tailor the product accordingly.
It sounds like we're thinking about piloting a fair amount of things with the fall plan team meetings. So the council should really keep that in mind as we think about constructing our bodies that are going to assist in this. I'm seeing head nods. Thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you. Any other questions on the report? Thank you both, as well as for your leadership on the task force. The presentation was very well laid out. I think your contributions certainly, think allow us to take a lot of pride in the leadership the North Pacific has in both the science and this body of work as well as the public process. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
So before we take a break, I'm going to take one member of the public has a conflict. So we'll take a testimony from that one individual, then we'll take a break, go to our AP report, and then take the rest of public testimony. So Lauren Devine.
Thank you. I'm actually joint testimony with COERIC.
Oh, thanks very much for taking us out of order. Greetings, Madam Chair and council members. COERIC and the Aleut community of St. Paul Island are like to provide joint testimony on this agenda item. And for the record, my name is Brendan Raymond Jacobian, speaking on behalf of COERIC, the nonprofit tribal consortium formed by and serving the 20 federally recognized tribes of the Bering Strait region. And alongside me is Dr. Lauren Devine, representing the Aleut community of St. Paul Island. We'd like to provide several comments which could help structure council action regarding future climate-related work. First, we'd note that improved clarity regarding climate in the management space would be a significant benefit to help create a clearer nexus amongst existing threads and straightforward and well-designed pathways for useful management directions. And our subsequent comments are suggestions about tasks and considerations regarding them for the council to consider in further developing such a clear and effective approach for a climate responsive path forward. We wanted to begin that with some concrete recommendations about what could be done for a plan regarding climate at the council. And we would recommend that the council focus at the outset on ensuring that a minimum goal of doing a few valuable things very well. We recommend identifying some tasks that have integrations and potential knock-on effects across a number of key interrelated management priorities. We feel there's a nexus of climate readiness, equity, engagement, EBFM, and the incorporation of LKTK and subsistence information that can together find a space for synthesis and making progress. And though developing a climate work plan would potentially be useful for the council, it's potentially more valuable to think about this or orient the approach as a focus on a number of key concrete tasks. And in that vein, here's a handful that we would recommend. And the first is providing more capacity for LKTKS information incorporation. The LKTKS task force's on-ramp recommendation regarding increased capacity wasn't adopted fully alongside the protocol, but without fully resourcing that part of the management policy, there'll be a persistent bottleneck to integrating that information into the management process. The second recommendation for a task is working towards incorporating community-driven socioeconomic information into tax setting using best practices. The third is exploring implementing climate robustness in harvest control rules, biomass targets, and bycatch management. The fourth is providing resources to address any outstanding community engagement and related issues. The fifth is a point that regarding larger scale changes to the management system, we'd foreground the exploration of cooperative and collaborative structures for science policy setting and management and stewardship structures. And Dr. Devine will speak a little bit more to that later. And finally, we would highlight the importance of retrospective meta-analyses of management structures we already have before embarking on new sweeping paths, such as the PEIS, for example, so that we don't rewrite playbooks without understanding why previous goals may or may not have been met or risk losing valuable progress that we've made. And I'll turn it over to Dr. Devine.
Thanks. So in pursuing the work that we've just outlined, we recommend the consideration of a number of issues, including the following. First, future climate work, whether it's a work plan and or something else, needs to have clear and appropriate goal. In our view, that is working towards an optimal dynamic, which is defined by a management system that fundamentally foregrounds the well-being of the ecosystem and communities, with a need to recognize the paramount priorities of tribal sovereignty and subsistence. It'll also be important that future climate work come up with concrete management tools and actions which show meaningful and demonstrable progress towards achieving those goals. Good sounding words must be met with commensurate forward movement towards obtaining their promise. Additionally, as outlined in the climate readiness synthesis, there's a recognized gap in the management system's climate readiness as regarding incorporating the knowledge base from Indigenous communities. Tribal knowledge, values, and stewardship practices are a great potential value in crafting well-informed, ecosystem-based, climate-resilient management systems. Furthermore, we recommend a focus on that which is outlined in key element 1.2 in our final report, and that is promoting co-production of knowledge, promoting and integrating results of timely and meaningful tribal consultation, supporting and exploring collaborative and cooperative management and policy structures and processes, promoting co-stewardship, and promoting co-presentation on council issues by tribal entities. We note the importance for future work at the council on all things, including climate-related work, of building and utilizing well-designed processes for collaboration that are inclusive, accessible, equitable, and transparent, and ensuring tribes and the broader public are brought into any processes and can track and robustly engage in them. And finally, we feel it would behoove the council in the next steps regarding a climate work plan or other climate tasks to consider the pitfalls of integrating things into the PEIS process, which has been fraught and is a process that we are not advocating for at this time. In our view, key next climate-related tasks, including a work plan, if advanced by the council, should inform but not be embedded in the PEIS process. Our organizations have expertise related to these issues, and we're very willing and ready to provide assistance in helping move forward the endeavors. Thank you for the opportunity to comment and for letting us go out of order.
Thank you both for your testimony. See if there are any questions. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Just on that thank you for your testimony. On the last point, Dr. Devine, I really didn't understand what your ask was regarding the programmatic. Could you please characterize that a little more fully?
Thank you. Yes. I'll speak on behalf of the Allied Community of St. Paul, and I'll allow Dr. Brendan Rakabian to speak on behalf of COERC if you want to add to it. The PEIS process, it's something that we have felt as though the climate work has been couched in and tied to, and will not move forward independently of a PEIS process. And we don't want to see that work get fully embedded or couched within a PEIS. We would like for the things that can be taken up now and put into action to go ahead and do that without tying it to that process fully.
Thank you. I understand now.
Do you want to
I guess I could just add if it's okay, Madam Chair. Yeah. I would reiterate that and say that I think a lot of, as the presentation show and the IRA work plan shows, a lot of things are sort of being dumped into that basket. And so there's an importance to the climate work at the council, sort of regardless of that, and that just knowing that it's had a sort of fraught path and maybe not a clear path forward. It's just important to make sure that this building a climate responsive system happens sort of regardless, maybe a better sort of high level way of putting it for us. Thank you.
And Ms. Goen.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. My question's for Dr. Raymond Jacobian. In the tasks that you listed, number 2, you mentioned community-driven socioeconomic resilience. Can you speak a little bit more to what you envision there?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Could you repeat that? Just repeat that again. Sorry.
Could you speak a bit more to the second task you noted about community-driven socioeconomic resilience?
Sure. I'll just, what we're looking at is the idea of looking at bringing community-driven socioeconomic information into the tax setting process. So, for example, biological info, ABCs, ABC and OFLs are, use purely biological information, but the tax setting process offers an opportunity to bring more socioeconomic information into it than is currently the case. And so there's, there are processes by which that could potentially occur. And one of the ways to do that is through, using community-driven work about qualitative socioeconomic or sociocultural indicators that are backed by rich qualitative data, and that can be brought into informing the tax setting process. So that, yeah, I guess that would be the most succinct way of putting it.
Thank you both for your testimony. So we'll take a 15-minute break, come back at 11:05, and we'll take up our AP report. At that time, any members of the public wishing to testify, please sign up before the end of the AP report. Thank you.
Test. Yep.
Hold on.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Checking this 1, 2, 3. Okay, it still works even when it's in sync mode. That's good to know.
Council members, please come back to order. We are ready for our AP report on D1. And just a final reminder to the public, please sign up for public testimony before the end of the AP report on D1. Thanks.
Good morning, council members. I'm Heather Mann. I'm a co-vice chair on the advisory panel. I'll be providing our motion on D1 climate planning. The advisory panel recommends the council continues its efforts toward climate readiness, resilience, and responsiveness in fishery management by 1, advancing the climate change task force recommendations, endorsing the 3 key elements outlined in the climate readiness synthesis and final report, supporting the rapid development and implementation of a climate resilience work plan based on these recommendations. 2, crafting a climate resilience work plan, developing the work plan in a way that considers but is not bound by other climate-related initiatives at the council, particularly the PEIS. Integrating local knowledge, traditional knowledge, and subsistence protocols, utilizing existing frameworks, such as the LK-TKS protocols, as foundational elements in council processes. Strengthening two-way engagement with tribes and stakeholders to incorporate Indigenous knowledge and diverse perspectives into fisheries management decisions. Promoting collaborative, transparent, and inclusive climate work, ensuring future climate-related activities are highly collaborative, transparent, and accessible, creating equitable pathways for tribes, stakeholders, and the public to engage meaningfully, supporting the principles of ecosystem-based management to address both short and long-term climate impacts. And finally, the AP encourages council staff to engage with the Alaska Fisheries Science Center to incorporate climate synthesis information into agenda items, ensuring scientific insights are effectively integrated into decision-making processes. That motion passed unanimously, and you have the rationale in the report. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for the AP report, Ms. Mann. Any questions? Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Ms. Mann. My question was really, I appreciate the AP motion and how it's structured, but there were no real deviations from, if I'm reading it correctly, from the climate change task force. It was just pulling out kind of the key components that the AP thought were important for the council to consider in a work plan. Am I reading that correctly?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, yes, that's correct.
I'm not seeing any further questions.
Thank you.
Looks like we have 6 people signed up for public testimony. As a reminder to the public, individuals and companies will have 3 minutes, organizations and associations 6 minutes. If your time is up, I'll offer you a friendly reminder and ask for a concluding statement. Thank you. So we'll start with Mactoyak, followed by Linda Benkin.
Ulalotak, Queanerit Dinana Eslinir Mute, Atau Jimmy Vikshukak Timakti Turut, I thank the people of Dinana Eslina for allowing us to have a meeting space. Inupiaq Sinira Maktoyak, no Eskimo community tribal member me, Sitnasalmi Aningaronga, Pangwapa Kisakaving me Inurunga, Johnson Koyarunga, Angayukaka, Alan Johnson Jr. Liu, Sarah Jack Liu, Asia Dataka, Alan Johnson Sr. Liu, Teresa Norbert Liu, Suli, Raymond Sitamona Liu, Edna Nangatak Liu, Suli, Louis Jack Liu, Daisy Noak Liu, Wiruraka, Irving Carlisle, Kinuratkaga, Pelarakalu, Mukululu, Asuklulu, Savaktunga, Arctic Yukon Kuska Kwemi, Government Affairs Policy Director, me. My name is Melissa Johnson. I speak today as an Inupiaq, a Nome Eskimo tribal community member and a steward of my ancestral waters for the, sorry, just got to move it so I'm not, okay, there we go. And a steward of my ancestral waters. For Indigenous peoples, the ocean is not just a resource, it is our Indigenous life, culture, and identity. The continued impact of climate change threatens the sacred connection, disrupting not only ecosystems, but the survival of our way of life and future generations. This first slide here is a reference of Nome, Alaska, when my grandfather Louis was about 3 years old, and the 1902 storm at the Snake River, illustrating how severe weather has long impacted Indigenous lands. While Indigenous peoples have adapted to climate challenges over time, the increasing intensity and frequency of modern storms now outpace traditional strategies for resilience. How do I, oh. Let's go to slide 2, there. Okay. Yeah, okay, all right, Quiana. So slide 2 was shared by Tusana and Aklasia, and otherwise known as Austin and Adeline Amasuk and their family. And this is before Typhoon Merbok, where ancestral sites such as Winaktalvik, otherwise known as Fort Davis, showcase the family cabins near Nome, and there has been displacement of families and disrupting our way of life. And these just examples of this slide, and then if you can go to the next slide. This is after Typhoon Merbok, where damage to our family cabins near the perimeter of Nome have also disrupted our Indigenous way of life. And then slide 4. Is another impact of a climate situation after Typhoon Merbok in 2022. And this is also a distant family example of a cabin where we have lost cultural heritage, and there's continuing to be threats to our Indigenous way of life and our place-based knowledge. So this council must prioritize climate readiness and center resilience through the Climate Change Task Force final recommendations and the advisory panel's unanimously passed motion, and work toward the creation of a climate resilience work plan. This effort must include collaboration with the Fish and Wildlife Service to address impacts on salmon spawning grounds and study their correlation to ocean conditions. Further research is needed on the effects of algal blooms and flood tides, which threaten marine ecosystems and the species our communities rely on. As you advance this work, I urge you to align these efforts with the national standards of the Magnuson-Stevens Act, particularly National Standard 4, National Standard 8, and National Standard 9. The LKTKS, where's my time? I only feel, okay. The LKTKS protocols are not merely guidelines, but the beginning of a much needed pathway to fully integrate IK into the decision-making process, serving as a long overdue foundation for effective and inclusive climate planning. True partnership means actively engaging tribes, not as stakeholders, but as co-managers with leadership roles in crafting solutions. The principles of the EBFM reflect our cultural understanding of the interconnectedness of all life and must be fully embraced in the work plan. So the focus should be on subsistence first, protecting fisheries for survival, not profit or recreation. True partnership, ensuring Indigenous leadership in crafting climate responses. Urgency, acting now to prevent further harm to ecosystem and communities. And with that, Madam Chair and members of the council, happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony, McDoyak. We'll see if there are any questions for you. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, McToyak. I wanted to ask in particular, because you mentioned the AP motion, the piece about developing a climate support for developing a climate resilience work plan that is not bound by other climate related initiatives at the council, particularly the programmatic EIS. And so do you support that part of the motion, and do you have any characterization of how you feel like that, what that means to us?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, thank you for your question. Yes, as an advisory panel member who has continued to learn this process and share it in simpler terms to the subsistence tribal communities, I fully support the recommendation that was put forward by the advisory panel. We, at the advisory panel, were scheduled to take up the PEIS twice. And due to scheduling conflicts, we were not able to take that up. So I think that as recommended, to keep the PEIS as a separate issue moving forward, realizing that we do have the timeline in correlation with the IRA funding time. So to keep it separate, but then also continue to find ways to be inclusive within the Indigenous knowledge community as it relates to that work plan for the PEIS, as well as, sorry, my phone is just, as well as the recommendations from the Climate Change Task Force. I hope that answers your question.
It does. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
And Madam Chair, I just want to thank you all for taking the opportunity to learn how to properly pronounce my Inupiaq name. And as moving forward, I know there was confusion from some members of the public at the advisory panel, but it is a shift to go back to my ancestral roots as a Indigenous Alaska Native person, as a Indigenous Alaska Native woman, and someone who continues to do the best that I can to represent the family history and knowledge that has been passed down to me by generations. So really appreciate it. And if there are any other Indigenous peoples that present themselves in their Indigenous name, to continue to work with them on pronunciation and how to enunciate, because all of our Alaska Native languages and names have their different ways of sharing within, Alaska and throughout the world. So thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. We will, yes, we'll certainly strive to respect that, and would really appreciate your assistance as well with pronunciation. Thank you.
Yeah, as one of three tribal members on the AP, happy to continue to work. And if if I can't speak for the other two, but happy to provide resources, if council members and or staff have questions. So, Quiana.
Much appreciated. Thank you. So next up is Linda Benkin, followed by Teresa Peterson.
Hi, Madam Chairman, Linda Benkin, Director, Alaska Longline Fishermen's Association, just making sure I'm coming through okay.
Yes, you are.
Great, thanks. I wanted to start by first asking that the council communicate to the public, our delegation and the new administration, the commitment of this council to ongoing work to understand and incorporate climate change into fisheries management here in Alaska, and the need to mitigate warming to head off the most extreme and negative impacts. Next, speaking to the IRA-funded work, express our strong support for the ongoing work to evaluate alternative harvest control rules and management strategies. Would ask that you consider broadening that process to include alternative knowledge systems in that evaluation and that conversation. Also, again, express our support for the Sablefish MSC process, the economic component of the module that's being developed with IRA funding to inform that work, believing that that is critical to better incorporating socioeconomic considerations as well as the ecosystem considerations that are first and foremost in our process to inform management moving forward. I understand that the IRA-funded work is on its own timeline, but of course it's critical to be considered as part of all the other climate-related work that's going on. Moving on to the CCTF recommendations, we support recommendations of the task force, particularly the recommendation for a work plan that helps the council and the public understand all the council is working on in this space. Climate change, its impacts on ecosystems, fishery and fishery-dependent communities, and also how to integrate that information from multiple knowledge systems into management actions to address both long and short-term challenges. Clearly, we all want to buffer the ecosystems, our fisheries, and our fishing communities against climate impacts, but we're all still trying to figure out how we do that. I agree with the task force that a work plan will help. I believe it's also important to help the public understand the ongoing efforts to identify and develop and put to use the management tools that are being developed to help us do that, and for that communication to be a two-way street. Finally, we support the recommendation for a review body or a group to maintain the momentum and guide this work moving forward. We believe that body needs to be inclusive to ensure broad perspectives and knowledge systems to help inform work ahead and actively engage the public, tribes, and members of the fishing industry. I want to also specifically support recommendation 1.2 from the task force report to increase collaborative management opportunities, specifically opportunities for co-production of data, co-production, co-management, and co-stewardship. The level of engagement by tribes, fishermen, and local residents, to our mind, becomes increasingly important in this dynamic environment, and also in a context of decreased resources to assess and manage fisheries. Thank you. That's all I have, but happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I'll see if there are any questions for you. No. Seeing none, thanks for joining us, Ms. Benkin.
Thank you.
Okay, Teresa Peterson's up next, followed by Mike Levine.
Good morning, council members. Teresa Peterson with the Alaska Marine Conservation Council. Thank you for this opportunity to provide testimony on the final report from the Climate Change Task Force. I've attached a group letter that expands on testimony today. I was reflecting on the development of the Bering Sea FEP and the recognition in that process that to advance the goals of the FEP, a process was needed to advance resilient, climate-ready fisheries management. The need to consider climate and fisheries management has only increased since then, and will continue into the foreseeable future. The recommended development of a work plan developed by council staff and structured to help guide the council and the public forward to continue efforts that will increase resiliency in fisheries management and more effectively incorporate climate-related information and tools
into decision-making needs to be prioritized and will be ongoing. The Climate Resilience Work Plan should serve as a tool to help pull together the suite of climate actions in play in the Bering Sea and work to ensure that there is a process for diverse participation. Clearly, ongoing climate work will be a process and will continually evolve based on increased understanding of the interconnectivity with climate science and fisheries management. To quote an earlier statement, it's mind-blowing. And while council members grapple with how to figure out how all this information intersects with fisheries management, fishery-dependent businesses are working independently to figure out what we need to do to stay afloat now and in the future. And there are communities in Alaska who are experiences losses of a magnitude that few of us can understand. The changes are occurring rapidly, and the work plan can help to establish priorities for evaluation and implementation of measures to support resiliency. We think it's important to outline specific tasks and timelines that will allow the council to take any needed action in a meaningful timeframe as outlined in key elements 1 and 2. There's a lot in the report to work from with both near term, meaning like the next few years, such as incorporation of climate forecasts linked to management and the incorporation of climate-driven interactions and cascading impacts through the use of ecosystem indicators and models. These can serve to incremental measures to advance work. Other measures have been identified as important to begin, such as dynamic in-season management tools to increase in-season adaptation management tools and review of the tier systems with considerations of climate information, biomass targets, and climate-informed harvest control rules. We've been struggling how to figure out how the Gulf fits into this work that was developed through the lens of the Bering Sea. And our sense is that much of the work and the recommendations are applicable to the Gulf. In the development of a climate resilience work plan, a process to consider how the recommendations of the Gulf should be mapped out. As I mentioned earlier this week, Gulf communities are under a lot of stress with increased vulnerabilities associated with climate change. Perhaps an evening session during the April council meeting would be a good place to host a forum for discussion on how the CCTF recommendations apply to the work and just how overall the Gulf will fit into a overarching climate work plan. Time is really of the essence here, and we need to keep moving forward with hopes that fisheries management can keep pace with changing conditions in an equitable and inclusive manner. And thinking about a review body, I'm not sure what that should look like, but perhaps a reconfiguration of the ecosystem committee or another similar body would help serve as a landing place for climate work and a two-way communication channels that would help in the process. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Peterson, for your testimony. And don't want to put you on the spot if you don't have an answer for this yet. But when I look at the Climate Change Task Force recommendations under element 2, the kind of specifics of these are where council needs to initiate action if it hasn't already, needs to continue ongoing work if it has initiated already, and it needs to do some of these really soon, the starred actions. I can't find any of those that wouldn't automatically be broad enough to encompass the Gulf. And so I just want to know if you're seeing something in those recommendations that really is speaking to you that would need more Gulf specific, I guess, objectives.
Through the chair, thank you for the question. Nicole, no, I am not seeing anything that would transcend and be applicable to the Gulf. And I've thought about it and tried to have like some initial conversations. And I see a lot of parallels, and I do see that would be of tremendous value in the Gulf. But we're just one person, one group that's seen that so far. So I think if there would be a way to energize discussions and get more feedback from Gulf participants and tribes and signal that the council wants to hear from folks, I think that would be really helpful, but honestly, I think it applies across the regions in the Gulf.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up is Mike Levine, followed by Francis Thompson.
Madam Chair, members of the council, I'm Mike Levine, Senior Director for Alaska Programs with Ocean Conservancy. I think I may have checked the wrong box. I'd like to blame some of the technological difficulties that were happening before, but I am here on behalf of Ocean Conservancy. I'll try my hardest not to use a full 6 minutes, but would appreciate having the flexibility to go beyond 3. So thank you. I was a member of the Climate Change Task Force, and I will focus my comments on that process. I wanted to start by reiterating the thanks to the other members of the task force. It was a lengthy process, a collegial one, and one through which I learned a lot, and especially to call out Diana and Kirsten for their leadership. As was noted during their testimony, there were some challenges and learning that went along the way, and I think they did an excellent job of shepherding us to the best of their ability within the limitations of the council and public process. And to the council members who came to the meeting and members of the AP who paid attention during the meetings. The thing that has stood out to me throughout the process has been the remarkable level of consensus that was reached during this process, especially on the substance of the recommendations, what's been discussed as key element 2 and the priorities within them. We were able to distill a lot of information, go through a lot of public dialogue, and come up to some consensus recommendations. And we fully support those recommendations. We support having the council move forward with a work plan that focuses on the 4 priority areas. And I note as well that in the places where there were options presented or not a consensus recommendation, I think that was us looking to the council for direction and presenting options for things that are really at the council's discretion. And in reflecting on that amount of consensus, I think maybe it shouldn't have been surprising. As McToyak identified, our region is experiencing these climate change effects on fisheries and communities at a significant rate, perhaps more than other places. And there has been a broad and longstanding recognition that we need new tools and new approaches to figure out how to accommodate those changes in our system. In fact, I'd like to take everybody back about 10 years to our ecosystem vision statement. As the council is well aware, there are 3 parts to that. There's a vision, there's a value statement, and there's an implementation strategy. And 10 years ago, this is what the council identified as an implementation strategy. The council intends that fishery management explicitly take into account environmental variability and uncertainty, changes and trends in climate and oceanographic conditions, fluctuations in productivity for managed species, and associated ecosystem components, such as habitats in non-managed species and relationships between marine species. Implementation will be responsive to changes in the ecosystem and our understanding of those dynamics. Incorporate the best available science, including local and traditional knowledge, and engage scientists, managers, and the public. That was from 2024, and now 10 years later, we have the chance to do basically that. That is what the Climate Change Task Force is recommending the council do in adopting a work plan. It's creating work streams that will enable us to meet that implementation vision. And again, the recommended actions and the ways of moving forward under key element 1 are the way the Climate Change Task Force has identified to do that. And we support both of those. We support that way forward. Is specifically wanted to call out something that's been discussed earlier, which is that there are 2 timeframes in those 4 priority areas. It's important to start both of those things, things that can be accomplished in the 1 to 3 year timeframe, and things the Climate Change Task Force has identified as taking longer, so that we're ready to move forward with the management options based on the information that's incorporated. Doing this will continue our leadership. You heard Dr. Holzman and Dr. Stram talk about this council and this process being unique in the nation and advancing the work that's based on it will help us continue that leadership and being at the forefront of incorporating diverse ways of knowing and new tools. And I want to conclude by acknowledging that this is a lot of work and that we're all learning how to do it a little bit on the fly. We're not only facing fundamental shifts in the ocean, we're also trying to incorporate LKTKS protocols and learn to value different ways of knowing. And all of this requires new tools and changes to the ways we've always done business. I don't think that should be scary. The council's heard me say some variation of this before. New information and consideration of new tools is a way of evolving the way we do business to ensure sustainable fisheries into the future, sustainable ecosystem, and communities. So I'd like to identify myself in particular with the comments about the value in doing this that we've heard from the previous commenters, and the fact that we might have stumbled along the way in terms of Google Documents and public process and figuring out how best to do something different. But that shouldn't stop us from continuing to try. And so we're supportive of ongoing public process, inclusive process, and equitable process to figure out how to adapt tools and management systems to the changes that we're seeing. Let's see, I did get it to within 30 seconds, so appreciate the extra time. And with that, I will gladly take any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. See if there are any questions. Yes, Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Mr. Levine, and thanks for your participation in the task force. I was a little remiss in not thanking Dr. Devine and Dr. Raymond Yacobian earlier when they testified, so sneak that in too. You talked about it's important to get started both on the shorter term and the longer term, and provided a compelling reason for that. As I think about resources, it sounds like we've got some certainty around resources for getting started on most of those shorter term ones. And it sounds to me like we're going to have to be able to demonstrate some success at those and the value of those in order to really have a reasonable opportunity at being adequately resourced to take on some of the longer ones. And I'm asking you this question because Ocean Conservancy was kind of an early, was an early supporter of CEFI at a national scale, and I think has really been part of the CEFI team in terms of both thinking, as an external partner, thinking about how it's put together, but also thinking about how we ensure that CEFI provides a longer term stream of benefits. And so what are your thoughts specific to this region, this council, the success of this particular part of CEFI, about how we demonstrate the kind of success we need to make sure we've got the resources to provide the full suite of products that you're talking about?
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, that's a really excellent question. And I'm going to give you a two-part answer, if that's all right. The first part is that I think the best thing we can do at this point is show how those tools are going to manifest themselves in council action. So, for example, to go back to the top, a work plan with timelines and deliverables to the council for the council to evaluate action as needed based on the tools and information that come through CEFI and the Climate Change Task Force. That's translating all of that information into actual utility in the council. And to me, that's success. The other thing I'd identify, and there was some extended dialogue at the last Climate Change Task Force about the fact that some of the tools that we know we need, I'm thinking in particular of dynamic management tools, the regulatory structure that we have set up doesn't fit those very well, if at all. And so there's thought that needs to go into getting ready to figure out how we can, consistent with Magnuson-Stevens Act direction and regulations, implement new kinds of tools. And that's the kind of work that we can get started, among others, to figure out how to be ready to implement CEFI and other tools as they come along.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thanks very much.
So our next testifier is Francis Thompson, and Stephanie Madsen will be our last testifier.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Kui nga amak tulingo nga nagsagamagsugingo ng klo. Stama nagsu ikanalilo. Ukut khoni kingo namni kuya mga ikayong naksiki ukut tikhat ni umiyok nakhoni paykhting naksugi. Madam Chair, I spoke in my language before you, and I see some ear twitching and trying to understand what I'm trying to say. And I know you guys understood the English words, what I said in my language. That is how, for me and for many of us in our area, look at the council and the industry. When you're having meetings, like trying to understand, the makeup, the council and the process. So we're learning, and it's going to take time. My first cousin, I call him Ilok. I went to go visit him one time at the hospital not too long ago, and he was not feeling well, and we were talking, and he goes, "For me and you, we spend the first 50 years of our lives trying to kill ourselves. Now with this age, we're spending the next 50 years trying to save ourselves." So with all these little medicines and our medicine pouches and things like that. So, I view the industry as a young adult. So I give them a word of advice from an elder. Climate change is notable in the Yukon, and we've heard reports that El Nino collapsed. So, there was a forecast for El Nino, and things were predicted around it, but it collapsed. And so what's next? There's 5 devastations for salmon that I see. One is the trawl industry, first and foremost. We've been mentioning that since the inception of the Magnuson-Stevens Act. And then the next thing coming into play is global warming and its effects. Warming oceans, warming spawning grounds, frequent flood tides. We had 6 this summer, and algae blooms. That's not good in the river systems. The health of the salmon coming back scarred, smaller, and many with lesions, pusses, and worms. When we were cutting fish one time, 3 out of 10 fish, chum salmon that we cut had lesions, and we did not hang them on our racks. With the study, global warming study you guys are doing, it needs to be coordinated with the federal and state agencies within the mainland of Alaska, being the Federal Fish and Wildlife Service, State of Alaska, to study effects of climate change, climate warming in our river systems. The same year you're doing your climate study out there in the ocean, so that you'd have a full report of the climate change effect both on the ocean and on mainland Alaska when you get your climate reports. And I hope that those are, the coordination will be with the state and federal government. Industry says less is caught, mainly the shore-based gave you a report that they caught less some this year. Of course, they caught less because there's less fish coming back to the river systems, and there's less fish out there, that could increase in the interception numbers. We need to, it's continuing down. It's a continued downfall. It's a spiral, and we need to stop it. And before too much things happen here. And then another thing, getting this information before you, how are you going to use it? What is the strategic plan for climate warming and the effects of spawning salmon in the or salmon in the Bering Sea? And that at the same time allowing for full utilization of the total allowable harvest catch for that season. And then they're talking and asking for a moderate increase in the total allowable catch for this year. Where are we going to find ways to reduce bycatch? And this where reduction to should take place, 25 to 35% reduction until safe corridors are established to protect salmon. And that's the only way, that's the only direction should be first and foremost. Because if the industry and the salmon people want to work hand in hand, somebody needs to give. We have given, and we're waiting for the industry to give back. There's a small population of, like I mentioned earlier, Yukon River king salmon in the Pacific side, and we want to find out where those are, because at one time they were designated as Canadian-bound Yukon River king salmon, which is half of our diet in our harvest. And we have treaty obligations right now to pass 75,000 across the border, which we have never done in the past. But that's an optimistic goal, and the only way we're going to get 75,000 across the border is not only the subsistence and the people out there using the sacrifice using, it's the industry that needs to throw in their 2 cents worth. And I will be asking for more information for scale analysis on this, because those are important information. Where are they coming from? The 1-year WASP study is a 1-year WASP study, and we should not put 100% confidence into it because it's just 1 year. But then again, trying to do an sampling right now of the composition of the Bering Sea stock out there, it's not going to come true because AYK salmon is missing out there in abundance. When they did those salmon things, it was like millions and millions of fish out there. So those are my thoughts I bring before you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. See if there are any questions. Yes, Mr. Lahovdi.
Maybe to save time, it would be appropriate to talk offline about what type of information you'd like to see from Fish and Wildlife Service about climate change. In interior Alaska, we're observing. So I'd be interested. We certainly at Fish and Wildlife Service can do a better job of reporting out climate change observations that we're making interior and in our Fish and Wildlife Service work. So thanks for bringing that up.
Thank you to the chair, Mr. Boyd. The Department of Fish and Game are currently taking water samplings, weather monitoring, things like that. Information, I believe, is there. They have looked at climate change effects inland and are trying to gather that information, how global warming is affecting salmon in the river systems. The abundance of salmon, like I mentioned in our previous testimonies, is a keystone for our region. Even with flesh, it's a sustenance for many. Even when it dies, it's sustenance for many species of animals. So the more salmon in the river decaying and feeding the people, it's a good thing.
Thank you. And Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Thompson, for your testimony. I want to go back to the very beginning where you identified the five, can't remember how you refer to them, but the five problems, the five challenges for salmon. And one of them was tides. And I think you mentioned, I think you said in your area you had 6 flat tides this year. Can you help me understand what that means?
In years past, after the, of course, we'd have the spring floods come natural because there's a lot of water coming down with the melt and the ice and everything. And then as the summer goes on, we used to have a flood tide from storm effects where water goes over the land, 4 or 5 feet above normal. And the elders would say that would be after smolting birds. That one is washing the feathers away from the land where they nested, cleaning it up. Another one would be in October, freeze up time. With the fall storm, it would be two flood tides. Now, this last how many years, 5 years or so, we've been having frequent storms. Merbach was one of them in 2022. This summer, it was surprising to hear that a major storm is coming up, leftover typhoon or something from the Asian side coming up, and 30, 40 miles an hour winds, tides above normal, 5 to 6 feet, 8 feet at times. Those are getting to be concerning because through smolt studies and things that other agencies are doing, like the Yukon River Panel, those smolts mill around out there, in and out, getting used to the salt water regime. When those flood tides come in, do they wash them and strand them on land? We did see that with tom cods in 2000 when we went egging in the springtime. In our egging grounds, when we walked up, there was so much tom cods all over, and that whole area stank from the last fall's flood tides. So if any kind of study is going to be looked at to see the effects of flood tides on fish species, I'd suggest springtime to be out there right after breakup, because you'll see them, on the coastline. Our weathers are, in July, we had 3 days of sunshine, 28 days of rain and clouds. That's starting to be the norm out there. Maybe we won't be brown Eskimos anymore. From not getting tan from the sun. It's, but yeah, it's devastating out there. In warm year, in no rain, and the river system is low. We get a lot of algae bloom. We see a loss of the whitefish and those species that live in the river system. And then when it's cool and a lot of water, like this fall, people are catching robust whitefish and a lot of chi and Cisco. So it's good for one population, but devastating for another. So
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Thompson.
thank you.
Stephanie Madsen is our last testifier.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Council. Stephanie Madsen, Executive Director of the At-Sea Processors Association. I'm going to be brief this morning. It's not a good spot to be in between you and lunch, so I'm not going to go into a lot of the details. Just because the APA members, we've been monitoring, and as many of you know, I try to make as many of the CCTF meetings as I can. So, and it's a little bit of a personal interest as well, because we were kind of the adopters of the idea from the Ecosystem Committee years ago. So I'm here today just to thank you for the work. Certainly would like to thank the co-chairs. It was a herding cats, and the virtual option made it very difficult, but they were very patient with the public when we were confused and needing some direction about where do we look and what are the conversations, and they were very open. And I think the process, as some of the other testifiers pointed out, was a little bit rough, but that doesn't mean you stop doing it. You need to, we'll refine it as we always do. You'll recall that we have Aleutians Islands FEP, and we didn't just adopt the same thing in the Bering Sea. We did it differently because we learned lessons. And I think your next one is going to be building on all of the foundations that we have with the lessons that we've learned. So, Madam Chairman, I'm just here to thank you for that work. Thank the team, all of the team. It was stressful at times to try to figure out what they were doing, and I'm sure it was stressful for them as they were trying to draft. My only concern moving forward, I think work plan, and we'll be engaged in that work plan for sure, is the review group. And I think appropriately, you have kind of taken a pause on your committees and membership to review those committees, the terms of reference for those committees, so you can kind of assess who's doing what on these committees. So I really think that you are in a perfect spot right now to take a broader look at all the committees you have, including plan teams and SSC, to determine the best path to move forward with this review panel. So I just wanted to again thank the council for your vision. I think, as you'll recall, in the Bering Sea specs testimony, I referred to our letter. I think that we'll probably need to update that letter and include the work from the Climate Change Task Force, because I think the public needs to be aware that this council is paying attention to the ecosystem and trying to find its path forward in making those changes, getting the information, staying science-based, and trying to move rapidly as possible, but being careful that you're not moving so rapidly that you're making mistakes or doing damage as you move forward. So again, thank you very much, and definitely to the co-chairs. They they deserve a big Christmas present. So I hope Santa's listening. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Madsen. Any questions? Seeing none. Appreciate your testimony. I think we'll break for lunch and come back at 1:05 and see what the wishes of the council are on D1. Council members, please come back to order. We've received presentations and public testimony on D1. I'll ask what the wishes of the council are. Yes, Mr. Twait.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a motion to address at least some of the questions that were in front of us on D1. Once we're able to bring that up, and once I'm able to find my talking points as well, there we go. Okay, my motion is as follows. The council acknowledges the final recommendations of the Climate Change Task Force, CCTF, that was established by the Bering Sea FEP and appreciates the extensive contributions of the task force members. The council establishes a climate resilience work plan as recommended by the CCTF, with efforts guided by the principles outlined in the CCTF Key Element 1. Parenthetically, to expand existing inclusive processes, collaborations, and partnerships that facilitate inclusion of multiple knowledge systems in climate planning. And Key Element 2, parenthetically, to consider management tools and options focused on the inclusion of existing and emergent climate information. The council requests staff format the work plan, including timeframes, with the intent that it guides near-term actions for enhanced climate resilient management in the GOA and the BSAI. As an initial step, the work plan contains the following items as recommended by the CCTF. Additional longer-term items and priority actions may be considered in the future. The council anticipates that output from the NOAA Climate, Ecosystem, and Fisheries Initiative, CEFI, will provide invaluable contributions to these work plan items. Bullet 1, incorporate climate forecast linked management advice, which is key element 2.1. Use climate and ecosystem forecasts to improve management advice through assessments and supportive documents. A, incorporate forecasts of climate and ecosystem considerations plus 1 to 2 years in the harvest projections and specifications processes, including through the assessment of maximum allowable catch, ABC, and overfishing limit, OFL, as well as climate, ecosystem, and socioeconomic sections of the ecosystem status reports, and the ecosystem and species profiles, ESRs and ESPs respectively, that are used in the risk tables, such as for ABC, and in the context of informing the tax setting processes. B, include climate forecast information and vulnerability assessments in management advice to inform risk tables and discussions around ABC or TAC. Climate information on risk could be communicated via updates and expanded climate risk sections of the annual community engagement and participation overviews, the ASEPOs, through an appendix to the ESRs or as a standalone report or assessment. And C, consider climate forecast linked spatial management measures, such as via climate-specific species distribution models to inform apportionments. Second bullet, incorporate climate-driven interactions and cascading impacts through the use of ecosystem indicators and models, which is key element 2.2. Develop and use ecological indicators and multi-species, multi-fleet, or ecosystem models that quantify uncertainty, interactions, and risk across multiple fisheries or species. As part of this effort, risk table discussions can be aligned around climate buffers/risks. Bullet 3, consider and incorporate dynamic management tools to increase in-season adaptation capacity, which is key element 2.4. Examples of these kinds of tools include A, using nowcasts, daily or weekly, and forecasts, less than 2-year horizon, to inform spatial, in-season, and annual management actions. B, increase in-season flexibility and responsiveness in harvest measures through incorporation of real-time observations from a broader suite of observations and information. And finally, bullet 4, review tier systems, consider climate-informed biomass targets and limits, and climate-robust or forecast-informed harvest control rule curves, key element 2.5. And Madam Chair, with a second, I can speak to my motion.
Thank you for the second, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Kimball. I'd like to start by just further acknowledging the efforts of the Climate Change Task Force members, both to persevere through pandemic and other challenges, and as the Climate Task Force co-chairs noted, to distill for us a set of consensus recommendations. It's a really tough subject. It's a challenging subject. It's a subject that we all look at with some amount of even existential dread. And so the ability to sort of come together and have a common vision for a path forward for the council is exactly what the council hoped for when we chose this as one of the 2 action modules for the Bering Sea FEP, and knew that if we received it, it would be of very significant benefit. The final report really actually exceeds our expectations as a council for this module of the Bering Sea FEP. This marks then the completion of the first 2 modules of the FEP. Really, from my perspective at least, they demonstrate that the FEP is indeed a living document. And what I hadn't expected as much is that we would actually, as a council, see broader benefits than we'd originally anticipated just for the Bering Sea. The work of both task forces has really been, we're finding to be more broadly applicable across our regions, but actually, as we heard several times in the presentation on this task force, it's being looked at nationally and globally as well. And once again, we can take some pride in the work in our vision, but even more in the hard work of the staff and scientists who are part of the council family. To the motion itself, the near-term elements that, the elements that this motion prioritizes for work plan development do include both some that were called near-term as well as some that were called longer-term. I'm using the term near term to refer to we're getting going on them. And as we were reminded in public testimony, we should not focus just on the suite of can be accomplished in the next year or two, because we need all this. And if we don't get started on the ones that are going to take longer, it's going to be longer before we actually begin to benefit from them. So getting started on both at both types at this point seems prudent where we can. And that's really the major element here of this motion, is identifying what we really believe we can begin work on. And that's taking advantage of the Climate Ecosystem and Fisheries Initiative that NOAA has developed over the last year. And everybody got a presentation about today, as well as the results of the recent meeting of the national leadership of the SSCs, the so-called SCS8, which really focused on scientific advice for managing fisheries in the face of climate change, particular focus on harvest control rule curves. And we expect their findings to contribute as well. And our SSC has already also initiated has initiated a couple of different efforts along this line as well that will also help us with achieving some of the tasks that were identified by our climate change task force. The council, in particular, those new SSC efforts were to review guidance on harvest control rule curves to see if they can be more climate resilient, and the use of socioeconomic data to inform or modify the sablefish stock assessment as a pilot project. Both of those, I should remind the council, are funded under the IRA funding. And so there's a real timeline for getting those done. But we expect them to be done in time for us to continue to make use of them and to help address the challenges that the Climate Change Task Force put in front of us. In addition, sorry, I have to switch notes here for a sec. What we heard from both the task force co-leads as well as folks from the public is an assessment that we can, at this juncture, with these recommendations, broaden the scope of a climate resilient work plan to include all council areas, all council species, other than the Arctic, clearly, which we often set aside separately. So it's proven that this is an appropriate juncture to take the work that came from the Bering Sea, but begin to apply it broadly. And so this motion envisions that the council's climate work plan that we're beginning, this is the first step of the development of, we're envisioning that should guide both of our Gulf and our Bering Sea actions as it begins to take shape. There's been some discussion, primarily in public testimony, about the relationship between the council's work on this and the council's work on the programmatic, and some urging not to make them completely interdependent. They're not. But the council has always envisioned that working on these efforts somewhat simultaneously adds value to both. But if one's not moving, the other doesn't stop. And I'm not quite sure at what point we created an impression that it does, but there's no reason for us to hold back, for instance, on development of a work plan if we have a delay in one of the other climate-related or ecosystem-based fishery management initiatives that we have underway. But to the extent we can keep them all moving somewhat synchronously forward, to the extent we have the resources and the ability to do that, we're gaining value. So we should be regarding that as, I believe, as sort of a collective win, rather than sort of building in some sort of impediment to progress. But I do want to be really clear that as we move forward, assuming the council does indeed adopt the recommendations to establish a climate resilience work plan, if to the extent we can move forward simultaneously on the somewhat overlapping objectives of, say, the programmatic, then that's a good thing. But again, just to be totally clear, the two are not simply interdependent. And then a couple of sort of items that aren't directly included in this motion, but I want to strongly take this opportunity to encourage the council to think about, but I don't think need a motion at this point, are one, the recommendations coming out of the Climate Change Task Force recommendation, key elements 1.1 and 1.4 that talk about sharing information. And guided by the principles that were sort of embodied in key elements 1.2 and 1.3, and I apologize for the bureaucratese, but it's the easy way to describe it. I want to encourage council to authorize staff to work with the agency staff, particularly from the Alaska Fisheries Science Center and the CEFI unit, to begin to think about the idea of taking advantage of council meetings to have some informal information sessions. We do this for a lot of the different initiatives. For instance, at this meeting, we had NIMS staff from the Observer program, the Catch Monitoring program, provide an update on changes to the odds thing. And those kinds of opportunities are really appreciated by stakeholders. They're here already, and an opportunity to get information out informally, opportunity for stakeholders and others to meet the people who are actually doing the work. That's usually a good thing as well. So communication can happen on a lot of levels. So strongly endorse that, not just for the upcoming meeting, but for meetings in the future. Aspects of CEFI presented fairly regularly that way, I think would be very useful. And then it's the council has not provided any guidance to the ecosystem committee for almost a year now, I think. And as people could probably tell, not just from my questions, but from other questions and as well from public testimony, I think it's time for us as the council to, I think the ecosystem committee has a real role to play here in terms of acting on behalf of the council as a review and distillation body, but also as a two-way communication channel. We've used it that way in the past. The ecosystem committee has in the past really facilitated communication with the agency on some of the other major initiatives, some of which we do routinely, like, for instance, development of the 5-year reviews of essential fish habitat, but also for one-time sort of things like development of the council's ecosystem vision. So it's a time, I think, to reconstitute the ecosystem committee, and I would hope that by April, Madam Chair, that you could direct staff to come back with maybe an initial proposal for what terms of reference would look like for the ecosystem committee, and then we can consider what composition of the committee would be most appropriate for trying to address those terms of reference. But I'm not ready to offer a part of that as part of the motion yet. And Madam Chair, I think I've covered most of the points, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for the motion, Mr. Twait. Yes, Mr. Curlin.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Mr. Twait, for the motion. I thought I was tracking you and then was thrown off a bit at the end by your discussion about the ecosystem committee, which I didn't see in your motion. So I wonder if you could just clarify where you were going there.
And I probably said it too quickly and maybe a little too disjointedly, but it's not part of the motion at this point. I'm encouraging the council chair to work with the ED to maybe develop a concept for what that would look like for us to consider at the April meeting.
So through the chair, just to follow up and to be clear, so what you've outlined here in your motion doesn't specifically speak to that or you don't intend by your motion any particular role for the ecosystem committee, that would be kind of a separate matter for the council to discuss. Is that right?
A following action, I would hope, well, we heard that there's a real need for the council to have some kind of entity in place well before the plan team meetings this fall, because there will be tools, information coming at the plan teams to be considering this fall as the first steps of our climate resilient work plan, assuming we approve it, but even if we don't, as an outcome from CEFI, as a planned outcome from CEFI. So we have to figure something out soon, but I wasn't ready to try to make any formal recommendation at this point.
Yes, Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Twite, for your motion. A quick question. Under your first bullet, under sub-item C there, you speak to climate forecast links spatial management measures to inform apportionments. Specifically, can you give me an example of a climate-specific species distribution model so I can get my head around what the concept is that you were thinking of there?
I wouldn't mind seeing if Dr. Stram or Dr. Holtzman has the ability to provide a much better answer than I would.
Through the chair, thanks so much for the question. So this is in reference to the spatial management measures that could be informed through species distribution modeling. There are a couple, without committing some of the activities that would need to be vetted through a council process. I'll just talk about a few examples. So there have been some evaluations of essential fish habitat using dynamic essential fish habitat using oceanographic indices. There are also some species distribution models that are available for various species, snow crab, pollock, peacock, et cetera. Ongoing work, especially in the crab realm around spatial modeling, a number of statistical approaches, including VAST that has environmental covariates and other modeling frameworks. And so I think there's actually considerable information, and the question is tying that into specific management discussions around spatial management needs and which ones might need to be dynamic and why we can tailor that. But so I think there's the sciencey side and then there's the management side, and that discussion is one that we can start immediately.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I hope the record would reflect that was exactly the answer I was intending to give.
I bet. So any other questions on the motion? Yes, Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Twite, for the motion. Just sort of piggybacking off Mr. Curlin's question, I think I would just ask explicitly that it sounds like you're saying that you believe the ecosystem committee can adequately serve as the review group that was described in the original CCTF key element 3.
I don't think I used the word adequately. Because that, at least in my mind, implies that might be the only thing we would need to do. And I'm not suggesting that at this point. I do think the ecosystem committee could play a very valuable role.
Thank you. That's really helpful.
Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Twite, for your motion. And my question is, just in your introductory language, I mean, the motion itself is basically not delaying our action on a work plan. This is the work plan, and we're identifying what things we're going to focus on our near-term council actions on. And so the things that you've asked for staff to do in terms of formatting the work plan, including timeframes, I assume that would also be identifying kind of who's responsible for that level of work and any of the detailed projects that we need to outline, whether they're existing now or we're just now initiating them. That would fall under kind of this reformatting of the work plan. Am I understanding that correctly?
That's right. It's really, I think from our perspective, that'll be, it's a pretty simple request. It should not require a lot of staff resources, but B, it's really us getting an on-paper sort of assessment of what it will take to get to some of those that we don't currently identify resources for. And what the path might look like for us to think about at upcoming meetings.
Thank you. And I don't know if this, Madam Chair, falls directly on the motion, but I think one of the questions we've been thinking about is then where does the work plan live if it's going to continue to be, you know, a work plan that gets updated as we make progress. And so I don't know if you had thoughts about that or if that's not appropriate for the motion, and we would discuss that after we see if the motion passes.
I think, well, it's a council work plan. I mean, we should be clear about that. But beyond that, if the chair thinks it's appropriate, I think it might actually be an interesting question to see if staff has some thoughts about how it can be sort of reside, where it can reside and how it can be curated in a way that would be most useful to the council and to the council family.
Yes, Dr. Strom.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you, Ms. Kimball. We assuming that if the motion were to pass, we've been trying to think about exactly that and looking at examples such as our groundfish objectives and groundfish work plan is one example of a way that we could take broad topics, line out what some of the specifics are that fall under them, both from the standpoint of CEFI as well as council initiatives, and then lay out a timeline of when you might be taking those up, with the idea that you'd perhaps periodically review progress towards that work plan as you move through some of the different aspects. For example, the harvest control rules. As we move forward with a group that would be tasked with working on harvest control rules, we would then be coming back to you and updating a work plan to tell you what the timeline is for different climate actions that you'd be taking up at different points of the year or points of the, for instance, we can easily update something to that effect following our groundfish stock assessment cycle and let you know which of those assessments are starting to build in climate variability and climate covariates in their assessments.
So it essentially could be both a progress tracking tool and kind of an accountability tool for us as well.
Ms. Kimball.
Yeah, Madam Chair, and please feel free to stop me if this is not with the motion enough. I think that's important. So Dr. Stram, we already get we get input during the plan team and SSC reports on kind of where we're working climate information into that system. I'm looking at the work plan. If that's correct, Mr. Twite, is more of like a tracking tool for us, a monitoring tool, accountability tool, an easier place for people to understand what we're doing. And so would it be appropriate for this work plan to be, you know, brought and updated for every other meeting in the B reports or something where we use it as a tracking tool? Is that how this could be envisioned, or am I just making up my own thing?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, I think that's the way that we as staff were envisioning it, so that it wouldn't be not just an annual update as you do with, say, your groundfish objectives, but to keep the council on track and also to keep the CEFI team act and all of these different council actions that may be related to or fall under certain aspects of the work plan, to try to keep everyone tracking it together. And it also keeps the accountability aspect of it and keeping people's feet to the fire to continue to move these things forward as it relates to actions under the work plan.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the leeway.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball and Ms. Goen.
Thank you, and thank you for the very detailed motion. It's good to see a path forward coming out of this. You explained why you left E element 3 from the Climate Change Task Force out of this motion, and I appreciate the idea of taking a harder look at the Ecosystem Committee and bringing that back in April. But my question for you is on the plan teams, and do we need as a council to provide some direction to the plan teams on how to be thinking about this work plan and incorporate it?
Thanks, Ms. Goen. I probably should have said that in addition to thinking about using the ecosystem committee, just reminding the council that we do already have, in a way, we have a version of, you'll recall option D there for different approaches to how to facilitate information movement back and forth, and facilitate council review. We have 2 council staff on the ACT now. So we already, and even though the Climate Change Task Force said that's our least favorite, they didn't say that we shouldn't do it. I think what they implied was, don't rely just on that, do more. And I completely agree with that. But right now we have what's needed for the moment to ensure that information will move back and forth. And with the 2 council staff and their understanding of what, particularly the plan teams, and what the plan teams may need and what their capacity may be this fall, we have council staff who are in place to make sure plan teams are expecting it and make sure that we're not expecting too much of the plan teams this fall. We also will have the opportunity to talk about this again. We've got 2 meetings coming up where we can do groundfish subjects, both April and June, before the plan teams meet as well. So as we get a clear sense of some of what the CEFI folks are expecting to be able to bring, if we need to, as a council, provide any further input for this year. So we're covered. I would say that we could be better covered, and I hope we will address that further in April and June with some additional resources, council resources put to key element 3, but we have a good solid start on that right now. And so I think the plan team should be ready, and I think we should have realistic expectations in place for what can be done this year by the plan teams.
Thanks for that. So what I hear you saying is that we'll use our council staff to be the go-between, if you will, with what work is happening and to help talk to the plan teams about what they need and what to expect as we're moving forward with this.
And I think there'll always be a key link there. I just hope that we'll be able to add to that and not simply rely on them all the way through the process, but they are in place now, yes.
Thanks for that. And I'll just note, I've heard from some plan teams the caution that they have not had council direction to take on some of this work. So I think it's good for us to signal that we are moving in that direction where they would start seeing some of this information coming from the work plan.
This motion seems like a pretty clear signal to our plan teams.
Agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Any other questions? Any amendments? Comments on the motion? Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I'll try to be brief. Thank you, Mr. Twite, for the motion. It really is a ton of work that's been going on for several years now. So thanks to the Climate Change Task Force and the CEFI project and all those staff, this is crystallizing for me in a way, and how it could be brought into the process and our commitments to the near-term actions more at this meeting than any previous meeting. I think the idea of not delaying a work plan, but initiating it, making it happen at this meeting is important. And I appreciate the task force providing us with some priority actions that I fully agree with, that are both in that short-term and long-term category. I also appreciate the AP's work on this. They had a unanimous motion that I think I've tried to cross-reference with what you have here, and looks very similar, just structured differently. And so I think the AP did some great work on this as well. I appreciate your note on adding in kind of the timelines and the things that people can grapple with and understand of this project is happening when and who's responsible for it. I think what struck me in a lot of the discussions on the task force work is really this focus on the response, that we're doing a lot of work and research on predictive capability and other climate resiliency tools, but it's really falling to the council's responsibility to figure out what kind of dynamic tools are available and how do we then use them in our process? What is our response? And I think every one of us is going to have a huge responsibility in figuring that out. It's a little bit daunting, but I'm very appreciative of the work that's gotten us to this point. And I think the work plan itself will be a great accountability tool, monitoring tool, communication tool, so that the public, who I think has struggled as I have in trying to track all of this, will have a better opportunity to know how and when to provide input to the council. And I think that's extremely important in this work. So I thank you for the motion. I'm very supportive. I'm also supportive of the idea of keeping it as kind of a living document that we would receive in the B reports, at least, with updates, so we know how to track it, and obviously discretion of the chair on how often that would come back to us, but I hope it's on a regular basis. So thank you for the motion. I'm in support.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Any other comments? Mr. Twite.
Just want to briefly acknowledge the influence of Ms. Kimball on my motion. I was initially considering a far more global hand waving, and I'm much more comfortable with very much getting down to brass tacks. And as Ms. Kimball described earlier on another agenda item, let's describe things starting here, going through here, and getting to the here. And that's really what's needed at this point. And I think Ms. Goins' question about, okay, do the plan teams really get it? I think that's the value of this kind of a motion with this sort of specificity. And I really share her sense of both some relief that this is finally beginning to see how this really will begin to, in a day-to-day way, affect the council process, the incorporation of this information. That's exciting to me. It's a bit daunting as well, but it's a bit of a relief too, because we've heard a lot from a lot of people about the urgency of the issue, and to finally be able to point to, here's where you will see the first signs of very real change. Not that we haven't been working on this. We have been working on this. And the council process has been incorporating climate information now for several years, but it's been hard to see. And particularly with the advent of the work plan and some actual tracking, it'll be a lot easier for people to see, but this will also be a lot more significant. Many of the things we've done so far, very subtle, incremental steps, and not that this won't also be incremental, but it'll be evident. And that, I think, hopefully will speak well to people who are, for very good reasons, concerned that this should be an urgent matter for us to make sure that our process is indeed more climate resilient. So public testimony helped shape this a lot. But Climate Change Task Force, you really delivered. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Any final comments? Ms. Goen.
Thank you. And again, thank you for the motion, Mr. Twite, and for your comments. And I also want to appreciate and echo Ms. Kimball's comments on all that. I also will be supporting the motion, very much appreciate it. We recognize that Alaska is on the cutting edge for the country on climate science coming forward. And we often note how we are the role model for the country. And I think this work plan and these next steps are really taking that now into action. So I appreciate it, and I will be supporting the motion.
Thank you, Ms. Goen. I'm not seeing any other comments. Appreciate your work on this as well as others. And I do not believe we need a roll call vote. So I'll ask if there's any objection to the motion. Okay. Seeing none, that passes without objection. Thank you. Any other actions for D1? Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Yes, I have a motion. It's going to be long. Thank you, Maria. And the motion is particular to D1A on the Inflation Reduction Act funding and next steps for the programmatic evaluation. The motion reads, the council affirms the Inflation Reduction Act funding planning and timeline, including next steps on the programmatic evaluation. The council supports the staff suggestions for the types of information to be provided in April 2025 to support progress on the programmatic EIS. And with the second, I'll speak to it.
Thank you for the second, Ms. Vanderhoven. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven, for the second. Thank you, Madam Chair. I debated, but was advised that it would be helpful if we had a motion on this in particular. These were the other portions of this agenda item that we were asked to just ensure that we agreed with the IRA funding planning and timeline, which I did think corresponded exactly with what the council has tasked previously. And then we were supposed to try to affirm that the staff suggestions for what might be helpful materials to bring forward for our April programmatic agenda item were on track. And in the staff presentation and discussion, I didn't hear anything from anybody that those weren't kind of what we needed to see in order to get started on that evaluation in April. So this is just to do some support for what the staff has put forward, and that's all.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Any questions on the motion? Any comments? Appreciate this. I think it's pretty straightforward, and it is, I think it makes it very transparent to the public and a reminder of the timeline associated with programmatic, since we got so much public testimony on that. So any objection to the motion? Seeing none, that motion passes without objection. Thank you. Any further actions? Okay, I think we're ready to transition to D2 whenever staff is ready for us. It looks like people may need a minute. Let's come back in 5 minutes. At 1:58, please. Thank you.
Your mic is on.
Council members, please come back to order. Good afternoon. We're ready to begin our staff presentation on D2. Ms. Marinan.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the council, Sarah Marinan, council staff. I'm just here for a brief introduction. This is D2, crab binding arbitration. This discussion paper was prepared by contractor Daryl Brennan, and he's also going to be providing the staff report for you now.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the council. Again, for the record, my name is Daryl Brannon, and this is D2 crab binding arbitration discussion paper that was requested in June by the council. The discussion paper is intended to provide some additional information that the council was interested after they received the crab rationalization program review in June, and looking at some specific issues that you requested. For some background, the 4 issues that the council requested specific information on coming out of the June meeting was some additional information regarding the timing of joining the arbitration organization, the timing of the arbitration program in general, the requirements of the binding arbitration program in terms of only the Class A quota holders can initiate binding arbitration to establish contract terms. The arbitrator must select a remedy proposed by one side, and that's the baseball style arbitration that we'll get into in more detail, and the ability for parties to receive the arbitrator's written report and rationale. The third item requested by the council to be included in this discussion paper was an evaluation of whether current regulations allow an IPQ or IFQ holder, and so the processor and the harvesting quota holders, to withdraw their application for quota anytime prior to quota being issued. The fourth issue discussed in this paper is to consider alternative structures under low TAC in which binding arbitration would not apply. And this was a fairly broad request by the council, and the associated with this request was some direction to the preparer of this paper that you really weren't looking for an in-depth analysis of various alternatives, but you were really looking to keep some ideas alive and maybe just kind of talk about some issues that have been talked about. And in developing this paper, I picked up on issues that were discussed in June. And as you're well aware, there was a fair amount of discussion when the tax were set for the crab fisheries at the October meeting, and some issues that might help alleviate some of the problems that we're seeing. And so that's kind of the focus of the paper that I'll be presenting. And again, it was primarily based on discussion coming out of the June meeting, but at the October meeting, there was the low and unexpected snow crab TAC, and that generated discussion on how the fishery would be prosecuted in terms of processor withdrawal of IPQ applications again, and this was in addition to the discussion that was held in June, how North shares would be treated in terms of where they would be landed if there's not a floater or a plan operating in the North region, and how compensation of if they were landed in the South region would flow into the North region. And again, these are primarily issues that were not really anticipated as far as I could tell. When the program was being developed and initiated, you know, these scenarios of low tax and processors not being able or unwilling to process, and the reduction in the number of processors, a lot of these issues really weren't thoroughly thought through because they weren't anticipated of ever being occurrences that would happen when the program was developed. And so these are kind of issues that have arisen recently, and some of them since the program review was developed earlier this year. The tact I took in developing the paper was to provide an overview of current regulations focusing on issues identified by the council in June. Again, the bullet number 4, the other options that could be potentially used in place of arbitration, I didn't analyze in detail. And the third bullet on this page is because this was a program that was authorized by Congress, and basically the Congress gave the council direction on how the program should be developed and the elements of the program that should be included. I had a person comment to me on, well, what's the authority of the council to make changes since it's a congressional authorized program? And in the paper, you'll see in the discussion included in the paper that the council did give, or the Congress did give the council very broad authority to modify the program after it had been implemented. And so you really have the option to make wholesale changes to the program as you deem necessary. And so jumping in to the binding arbitration program, it was developed and designed to solve disputes between harvesters and processors in a way that was faster and less expensive than litigation. It was designed to help address concerns about shifts in market power between the two sectors with the implementation of the Cat Share program to help ensure that fair and equitable resolution for unaffiliated Class A IFQ holders and IPQ holders could be developed, could be negotiated. The system includes an arbitration organizations, a market analyst, formula arbitrator, and contract arbitrators with specific duties, and they're defined in regulations. The baseball style arbitration was used where the arbitrator must choose between the proposals of the IFQ and IPQ holders without negotiation. And so they're not allowed to select a middle ground. In other words, they've got to select one of the two options. And one of the reasons that the baseball style arbitration was selected was it was intended to be perhaps a less expensive type of arbitration. And it was intended to help force the two parties to give their last best offer to the arbitrator, as opposed to maybe having a more divergent range of prices suggested and then having the arbitrator sort through all the information they're provided and come up with a compromise position. There are 4 annual reports that are required under the arbitration program, and that's the annual arbitration organization reports, the market report, the non-binding price formula report, and the cost allocation agreement. Just as was discussed when we did the program review in June, on average over the last several years, the average cost has been about $110,000 to produce these reports and support the binding arbitration structure. And again, a reminder, and we had some discussion at the June meeting of this, only arbitration IFQ holders can initiate binding arbitration to establish contract terms, while both IFQ and IPQ holders can initiate binding arbitration for performance disputes. And performance disputes could also be settled in other forms, such as going to court or other means of negotiation. But binding arbitration could be triggered by either group to settle those performance disputes. Another request of the council for this paper was looking at the impacts of not allowing processors to initiate arbitration. Baseball style arbitration, which is also known as unilateral arbitration, is typically implemented when the party allowed to initiate the arbitration has a higher risk if they have a adverse outcome of not being in the arbitration system. In the crab rationalization program, the market power and risk borne by processors are complex, as we all know, and the allocation of IPQ to the current arbitration structure was initially included to help balance those issues. Based on the baseball-style arbitration that was selected by the previous council, it is assumed that the harvest sector had a higher risk if they had an adverse outcome. And well, I didn't find this written anywhere in the meeting histories because unilateral arbitration is usually implemented to protect one side that is more at risk of an adverse outcome. And that's the type of program that the council selected. It was kind of a logical progression that made me come up with that statement. And I dwell on that briefly because there was a comment letter that the council received that said, well, how did you come up with that conclusion? And that was my logic.
Mr. Brandon, before you move on, I think Ms. Goen has a question.
Thank you, and thank you for your report so far. It's actually back a slide on slide 5. In your last bullet there, only IFQ holders can initiate binding arbitration to establish contract terms, but both parties can initiate arbitration for performance disputes. So it sounds like there are cases where processors can initiate arbitration. And are there cases in practice where processors can initiate arbitration even for contract terms?
Madam Chair, Ms. Goen, thank you for the question. And I think this goes back to a question that Mr. Twite asked during public testimony last June. And that was, well, what if the processors offered a price that they knew the harvesters would be unwilling to accept, and basically force harvesters to go into arbitration? And while they couldn't trigger it themselves, essentially they could rig the system, game the system in such a way that they would force arbitration. And that discussion basically was, well, that could occur. It wouldn't do anything to further goodwill between the two sectors doing such a thing, but essentially they could force arbitration by offering too low a price for the harvesters to accept.
And a follow-up to that, I think there's a table at the end of your discussion paper, which was really helpful, that listed the arbitrations that have happened in the past. And am I correct that there's only been 2 arbitrations in about the past 10 years?
Madam Chair, Ms. Goen, I believe that was correct. When we did the 17-year review, we called it the 17 review, whether it was 17 years or not, that's debatable, I guess. But when we did the program review, that we had that table updated. And as of the point that program was published, those were the only arbitrations that had occurred.
Thank you. And Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. And since this discussion paper was initiated in the realm of things have changed a lot, do we need to look at some of these issues since the program's been in place for 30 years? My question is on slide 6 and whether, and it's not really the expectation, but did you look at in the assumption that the previous council had in assuming that the harvest sector had a higher risk if they had adverse arbitration outcome? I assume it was beyond the scope of this paper to try to analyze whether that assumption rang true. I'm also wondering if it was beyond the scope of this paper to see if it really doesn't ring true today, or if that you just set that aside and we're giving us a historical perspective.
Madam Chair, Ms. Kimball, I think you described it, my thinking of doing this paper very well in terms of, I noted it, but I didn't try and do a deep dive analytical look at whether these types of questions still ring true today or I didn't go that deep into it, given what I assumed was the tasking for this paper.
Thank you.
Yes, and Ms. Goen.
One more, and referring back to that table that's at the end of the discussion paper, it looks like there is a case in that history where a processor did win an arbitration in the snow crab fishery. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, Ms. Goen, and again, I don't have perfect information, but to the best of my knowledge, and so take that for what it's worth, it was more in terms of delivery terms as opposed to price setting with the arbitration that the processors have prevailed in. Beyond that, I can't give you a lot more detail, but that's my understanding.
Thank you, Ms. Brandon. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
I just have a question on that table as well, and that the table is really only capturing actual arbitrations that occurred. And I think some of what I'm hearing is that just the threat of arbitration is causing a lot of dysfunction in terms of the reason for people not actually wanting to apply for their PQS. And so that table doesn't reflect that kind of a scenario where just the threat of arbitration is changing the dynamics of the fishery.
Madam Chair, Ms. Kimball, that's correct. And again, that was only arbitrations that were triggered during this time period that we looked at. And I didn't do a further dive into discussions that people had about maybe arbitrating or looking at those kinds of issues. It was strictly focusing on arbitrations that were triggered and there was an outcome generated.
Thank you. And Ms. Goen.
Yeah, thank you for that question, Ms. Kimball. I appreciate it. I think it's an important thing to think about the threat of arbitration and how that guides behavior. Can you speak to how baseball style arbitration versus other styles of arbitration might increase or reduce that threat?
Madam Chair, Ms. Goen, that goes a little bit beyond, I think, what this paper was asking, but off my cuff, if individuals were allowed to offer, to submit their offers, and there was a broader range of outcomes that were submitted, and you were relying on the arbitrator to make a decision that fell somewhere within that range, I think it increases the risk that both sides probably undertake a little bit because there's less certainty of what's going on. There's probably more, they're probably more concerned about how the arbitrator is selected and who the arbitrator is. I think there's a lot of additional considerations that would go into that and increase costs and those kinds of things. And Madam Chair, Ms. Goen, I'm not sure I've answered your question, but there's some of the thoughts. And if you want to restate the question, maybe I can try it again.
I think you did answer it. I think I heard that if you removed baseball style arbitration and moved to a different style, where there might be more frequent arbitrations, that it could likely increase the threat and increase costs for both sides.
Mr. Brandon, I guess I also heard in your response, and I understand that this wasn't the scope of what you were looking at, but there could actually be more of an incentive for the parties to come to an agreement if there was a risk that an arbiter was choosing somewhere in the middle between the two positions. Is that?
Madam Chair, that's a fair statement.
Okay.
I think both sides want to avoid risks to the extent that they can. And I think, no one wants to have an outcome that is way outside the realm of what they were expecting. And I think that's kind of one of the reasons why people liked the baseball style arbitration, but it's also, in any system, there's going to be risks involved of what the arbitrator is going to select. And you could probably make arguments for either type of system on how it affects certain risks for one side or the other and whether they'd be better off or not.
Thank you.
And I also noted in the paper that the regulations state that there can only be one arbitration proceeding for an IPQ holder, but multiple arbitration IPQ holders may participate in this proceeding. The limit of one IPQ holder means that if an IPQ holder were allowed to initiate arbitration, the IPQ holder would not be allowed to. And if IPQ holders were allowed to initiate arbitration in years where the IPQ holder would not have, it creates the potential for them to be more arbitrations than have occurred in the past. And additional arbitrations could increase costs. The first couple bullets kind of go to an issue that we've kind of already talked about processors being able to force arbitration by offering a low price. The increased uncertainty could impact whether processors apply for IPQ or request that their application be withdrawn, especially when their margins are small in other fisheries and they cannot or will not be willing to utilize revenues from other fisheries to subsidize the crab fisheries. And given the current economic times we're in, there's probably less money available to help fund fisheries that they may have been willing to do in the past. Share matching requires processors to process any matched IFQ that is delivered to them under the terms of the agreement. And harvesters are not required to deliver all the shares that are share matched to the processor. And this goes back to the issue of what must each of the parties under the binding arbitration do to fulfill their obligations. And so once share matching occurs, the processor is obligated to pay for that crab that's delivered to them. There is no requirement that the IFQ holder actually deliver that crab. You know, there's incentives for people to deliver to get payment, and there's all these other issues. But in terms of the mechanics of how share matching and the requirements for people to perform under the contracts, that's kind of the structure that's currently set up.
Mr. Brandon, we have a question for you. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Brannon. And on that last point, I apologize if this is maybe a little earlier, you're going to cover this, but on that last bullet with respect to share matching, requiring processors to process any matched IFQ, that includes, I believe, please correct me if I'm wrong, PQS holders, processor quota shareholders that do not have a processing facility and get that crab custom processed. Just to make sure that we're including not just the physical plants that we're thinking of when we say processors, but that really means any PQS holder that participates in this process. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, Ms. Baker, that is correct. Because everyone that holds IPQ share matches, and there are several IPQ holders that do not have a physical processing plant. And they must perform under the contracts of the share matching agreement. So if you held processing, you said you were going to process 1,000 pounds of crab, you didn't have a processing plant, you would be obligated to find a custom processing arrangement with someone else to have that crab processed and pay the custom processing fee, which has been increasing over the years, plus the uncertainty of not knowing exactly what the ex-vessel price that you would be required to pay would be under arbitration. And so in the paper, I described that type of scenario, and based on my thinking, it's those types of quota holders that might be at the most risk under this type of scenario, because they would have to deal with both the custom processing fee and the unknown ex-vessel price that might be paid in the future.
Thank you. And Mr. Mueller.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Just to follow up on Ms. Baker's question here. So is it safe to assume then that under those scenarios, under the scenario of a independent IPQ holder, there would be custom processing agreements made with the processor prior to what one might know relative to the arbitration and a price paid?
Madam Chair, Mr. Mueller, I would think it would be prudent for people to try and figure out some of these deals ahead of time, given the short time period between when the TAC is set, when share matching occurs, and this entire arbitration timeline unfolds. I'm not privy to the discussions that go on in the background of when contracts are established between the various parties, but it would be my assumption that whether the contracts are signed or not, that those agreements are discussed and laid out in detail prior to the share matching occurring.
Thank you. And Ms. Goen.
Thank you. And I recognize we've quickly jumped into the weeds on this issue. Also on share matching, can you clarify, once share matching has occurred, can leasing of processor quota happen?
Ms. Chairman, Ms. Goen, It's a good question. And I assume that like harvesters could lease IFQ once it has occurred, that there potentially could be lease agreements, but I think the initial processor that you were share matched with would be liable for fulfilling any contract that occurred. And so it'd be more of a custom processing arrangement would be my guess, but I'm not 100% sure.
Yes, Mr. Twite.
In discussing some of these scenarios, such as the scenario in which an IPQ holder has to find a processor who can actually provide custom processing and therefore is probably negotiating without all the leverage they'd like to be negotiating with for a price. In your conversations for gathering background information for at least this discussion paper, was that ever actually a real scenario that people were willing to describe to you, or was it always treated as a bit more of a hypothetical?
Madam Chair, Mr. Twite, I wouldn't characterize it as something that people weren't willing to describe to me. It's probably more my fault that I didn't ask the right questions going into this discussion paper. I'm sure there will be people coming up in public testimony that can answer those types of questions a lot better than I can because they're involved in that every year, every day type of discussion. And I think, you know, if I were a council member, I would ask them and not me.
Thank you.
Daryl, there's so many ways you'd be a better council member than me.
See, Mr. Brennan, before we move on this point, are you aware of any exceptions to the IPQ obligations under share matching in the case that a regional delivery exemption agreement through framework or otherwise is not achieved and the share matching has occurred? So that regionally based crab cannot be moved out of that region?
Madam Chair, I think there's negotiations that have to occur by the community, by the harvesters and processors, if you're going to move north share processing out of the northern regions, if I'm interpreting your question correctly. And I think this year in the snow crab fishery with the kind of surprise low tack is the first year that these discussions have taken place. And based on my discussions with people involved in that process, they're continuing to work on finalizing those type of agreements, but they're making progress. And I think this is the first, as I said, this is the first year it's occurred, but it does occur, it can occur and is occurring.
Thank you. I think there's a similar agreement for the golden king crab fishery as well. It's structured slightly different, but. Okay. I think we're ready to move on. Thanks.
Past discussions, again, continuing the discussion of not allowing processors to initiate arbitration. Past discussions have noted that processors may be less willing to take market risks associated with developing new products if production costs do not change the profit margin. And I would again note in a comment letter that people have indicated that there has been these kinds of discussions taking place between harvesters and processors. Again, those are discussions that are kind of outside the public process that I have no additional information to provide on. But I just do note that depending on how the formula is developed to establish prices as a ratio of first wholesale and next vessel price, that this could be a potential concern for processors. It was discussed in June and I believe also in October about the impact of processing quota shareholders and individual processing quota holders with processing capacity not submitting their application or withdrawing them, the impact it would have on other processors, since that quota would be proportionally distributed between the processors that do apply. And it has as we've described, it could have the greatest negative impact on IPQ holders without a processing capacity. They must find a custom processor, and under low tax, especially, the cost of processing a unit of crab are higher due to the economies of scale. And another request by the council for this discussion paper was the binding arbitration written report. And the council requested that this paper look at the possibility of providing a written report from the arbitrator outlining the rationale for the decision, and a public document that could be available outlining key decisions that influence the arbitrator's decision in selecting a certain outcome. When the program was being developed, there was a paper drafted by Congress by the Department of Justice Antitrust Division that noted requesting information release, requesting the release of information utilized in arbitrations, even by the arbitrator, should be carefully considered, and if requested, ensure that the information would not trigger antitrust concerns. The type of information should not include price or production information, and should not have, in quotes, have the effect of dampening competition to prevent being illegal under the Sherman Act. And the effect of dampening competition is a fairly broad term. And in this paper, I discuss it as it may have to be determined kind of on an individual basis what if providing certain information in certain situations could have that effect. I also noted that the harvesters participating in FCMA cooperatives could share information within their cooperative, but they would also be have antitrust liability if they shared that same information outside the cooperative. And I would note that I believe there's only one cooperative that's an FCMA harvest cooperative, and that's ICE. There are other cooperatives that don't meet the requirements of being an FCMA cooperative. And so it's really only the ICE cooperative that can initiate binding arbitration under this program. The Department of Justice Antitrust Division and the current regulations limit the type of information that the arbitrator could release through a written report. That information could include things like the prevailing side of the arbitration, the methodology or the formula used to make the determination. For example, the historical percentage division of first sale prices set on a certain number of year, and any other general considerations used by the arbitrator to make the determination, again, as long as it did not disclose any information that would have an effect of dampening competition or release confidential information. There were some stakeholders, based on my discussions, that felt requiring a written report could ultimately save costs, noting that the production of the report would increase costs in the short term, but some stakeholders felt that having the information provided in the report could be useful for future contract arbitrators and formula arbitrators to look at if those positions change hands and different people are in those positions, to help them better understand the process and have some sort of background information on how previous people developed these types of things and what was utilized by the arbitrator. It could also help explain why other stakeholders have not prevailed, and that information could potentially be utilized to change behavior in approaching future arbitrations.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Brennan. On this point, there were kind of two pieces to the request in the paper, and I think you addressed both. One on the parties to arbitration receiving a written report, which could be confidential, and then one on a publicly available report. And I guess I'm trying to tease out better whether you looked at or evaluated, like, is there a level of information that wouldn't be confidential that would be valuable in a publicly released report, or have we not thought that through? I was reading the caveats on the confidentiality so much, I thought I missed the point of, was there any information that would be helpful in a public report?
Madam Chair, Ms. Kimball, I think there could be information that would be useful in a public report. Such as how I laid out in that first bullet, just releasing publicly how many arbitrations there are, who prevailed in the arbitration, what was the methodology used by the arbitrator to come up with that decision, including maybe the exact price formula that they use without actually reporting the price. But, I strictly used first wholesale and prices and applied this percentage as defined in the regulations without taking any other factors into consideration, because the regulations allow the arbitrator to consider other factors without specifying what those factors are. And so if there was an arbitration that occurred and some of these other factors were considered by the arbitrator, that may be useful.
Thank you.
Binding arbitration program timing, again, another request by the council. And I only include this slide to help facilitate discussions of other issues that are coming up. And the dates that I really would like you to focus on are, you have to join an arbitration organization by May 1st. You have to submit your IFQ or IPQ applications for the upcoming crab fishing year by June 15th. Once the TAC is announced, and for the fisheries that we're probably most concerned about here, these are the fisheries that are set in October. The TAC is announced less than 2 weeks prior to the fishery opening. There's a market report that's produced 7 days before the fishery open. And share matching occurs once the TAC is set. And for the first 5 days of share matching, it's a negotiation between the harvesters and processors of whether they'll share match or not. After that 5-day period, then it's a unilateral share matching in which the IFQ holder says they want to share match with a processor, and the processor must accept that share match. And so when you think about things like the withdrawal for applications of IPQ or IFQ that was requested in June, some of the dates that are important are the quick turnaround between when the TAC is set and people actually know what the TAC will be for that year, and 5 days of agreed share matching that occurred. That seems to be somewhere in that period, seems to be the window of when withdrawal of applications would be most beneficial for the parties.
Mr. Brannon, before you move on, do we have an idea of the typical length of time between when the TAC is announced and the individual quota shares are issued? Or is that highly dependent on the year and the fishery?
Madam Chair, that's an excellent question. I don't know the answer to that. Maybe I could get you the answer to that in relatively short order. Somebody could yell it out from the background.
I think we've got some backup support here.
Through the chair, my name is Brian Brown. I'm the Assistant Regional Administrator for the Restricted Access Management Division with National Marine Fisheries Alaska Region. Mrs. Chair, that does vary in nature, but typically we try to be prepared with all of our pre-analysis work ahead of the tax being announced. Once the tax are announced, it takes us typically 2 to 3 days to perform the calculations, accounting for all the CBO splits and making sure that our margin of error in issuance is correct. And after that, we coordinate with the share match program to ensure that they can start the share match clock and all the other subsequent dates indicated here on the slide transpire.
And just for clarification, is this also the case for the Opelio fishery where we see tax announced in October, but the fishery doesn't typically start until January?
That's correct.
Okay.
Those are all accounted for at the October issuance.
Is there a reason why that's not delayed more at this point?
We currently have two different issuance cycles for Egan Wag in August and for the remaining fisheries in October after the tax are announced. And that is just typically to go ahead and issue and allow for any subsequent activities after the October issuance in all of the remaining fisheries.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. But on that, but practically speaking, there's not a reason you would need to issue IFQ immediately after the TAC is announced for Apelio.
Practically speaking, based on the operational activity in the fishery, likely not. However, we do often get pressure from industry to issue as soon as the tax are announced. And as you can see from the dates laid out in front of you and the timeframes that Daryl's laid out in his slide, that particular window becomes tight.
I do see that. Thank you.
Thanks.
And Madam Chair, Ms. Kimball, I think a potential resolution, if you would want to consider that, is modifying the opening date for the Apelio season. You could just say, if you wanted a longer time period to negotiate these items, moving the start date of the Apelio season later, which could have some impacts on certain individuals that kind of fish outside the window. There may be some impacts, but that would give you the breathing room I think you're looking at, if that would work.
Yes, Ms. Goen.
Thank you. And just so I'm clear, so it sounds like for the agency, there isn't functionally or operationally a difference whether you issue all the quota for all the different Bering Sea fisheries together or at different times a year.
Through the chair, Ms. Goen, not functionally, but in consideration of workload and potential conflicts with other fisheries and activities in those other fisheries, having another issuance to perform, we would have to look into what that butts up against.
Thank you. And Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just going back to the previous discussion of Ms. Kimball's question in terms of the snow crab season start date, just to clarify for the council and the public so everyone's clear, the season dates are an ADF&G authority under the FMP.
Thank you. I think we're ready to move on. Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Madam Chair, thank you, Ms. Baker. One of the requests of the council was additional information on withdrawing IPQ and IFQ applications. In the terms of such withdrawal, and I would note that at the June council meeting, when this was being discussed, the agency indicated that they have some authority to interpret regulations that aren't clearly stated. And so as part of this process, I asked the agency to provide additional guidance if they had it on how they would be interpreting these regulations. And they indicated that they have allowed IPQ with application withdrawals in the past, but those typically occurred well before the tax were issued. They noted that the regulations do not clearly define the conditions for approving a withdrawal of applications, and that IPQ withdrawal requests are evaluated on a case-by-case basis. I think the bottom line for that issue and a second issue that I'll discuss briefly is that if the council wants to have additional clarity on when withdrawals would be allowed, NIM staff recommended that the council consider regulatory actions to change and proactively address potential scenarios of low or no IPQ applications and under the conditions on which those withdrawals would be allowed. A second question that I posed to the agency was what happens in a fishery if no one applies for IPQ during a year? And again, I think it's basically the same answer. This isn't something that was anticipated when the program was initially developed, that no one would apply for IPQ. And so potentially there could be an emergency regulatory action to address that during a year if no IPQ holders are capable or willing to process crab. And so, there could be some relief that way. I think that would likely be a limited option if it were to occur, given the requirements of an emergency action that is an unanticipated event that triggers allowing for that action to occur. And again, if the council wanted to have clarity on how those actions or what would occur under those circumstances, again, it would take a regulatory action by the council to define what happens if no one applies for IPQ during a certain year.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Brennan, for that explanation. I really didn't quite understand how the emergency relief would work. Like what would be, there would clearly be an emergency if nobody applied for their PQS, but what would the relief look like in that scenario? I didn't see that in the paper about what would the council possibly do in that scenario to address the problem.
Madam Chair, Ms. Kimball, and I did not get into that in the paper, what the actions would be. One of the actions could be if there was no IPQ issued, that you would have a broader suite of processors potentially to choose from that may or not be subject to arbitration since there's not IPQ issuance. And so there may be some more focus on negotiations between harvesters and processors to make sure to develop the prices. Again, I did not go down that rabbit hole to try and come up with all the options that the council may have in front of them in that situation. I was just trying to notify you that if that did occur and it's a concern, that it may be something you want to think about beforehand, as opposed to maybe relying on emergency action for 1 year and then having a very short timeline to address that problem in the future.
Yes, Ms. Gawin.
Thank you. Can you remind us the timeline on average for an emergency action? And I'm thinking in particular to the fall when TAC is announced and we have a tight timeline before we start fishing red king crab. So if this scenario were to play out, what's the reality of us getting to fish a red king crab fishery in the fall?
Do I get to ask for help again? I think the red king crab fishery is the issue in this scenario, because that's what you start fishing right after tax are issued, and it's kind of a holiday season market fishery. But I would guess that how long it takes to develop that emergency action would be dependent on the priority given by the agency, and beyond that, I can't help you with exact numbers unless I get help.
Good afternoon, council members, and through the chair. For the record, this is Alicia Miller with the National Marine Fisheries Service. And Ms. Goen, to get to the heart of your question, how long does it take to do an emergency action? So typically, well, it all depends, is the standard answer. I've seen emergency actions implemented in as little as a week. I'd say that's pretty atypical. The one that I'm thinking of in that regard was the observer emergency rule at the start of COVID. Others that have come through this council have taken 4 to 6 weeks to implement emergency actions. I think in this situation, if there were no IPQ or PQS holders that applied for IPQ, we would know that information in June, and in theory could work to address that before the crab opener. However, if there were only a few IPQ applications and then those were all withdrawn, depending on the timing of when those were withdrawn, that could be more difficult to analyze and have something in place by the start of the fishery.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Mr. Brandon.
In the last section of the discussion paper deals with request number 4 by the council, and what are some other methods that might be used to resolve disputes besides the binding arbitration structure that we're currently using. And the first thing I looked at as well, are there other negotiation methods that are out there besides binding arbitration that might be useful? And I looked at and provided a brief discussion of mediation, negotiation, and collaborative law. These are types of things that I think the agents or the industry stakeholders already utilize to come up with an agreement before they move to binding arbitration. None of these approaches result in a binding contract. So if you utilize one of these methodologies, the two parties still have to come to an agreement and sign the contract that they're willing to abide by those conditions. And because these approaches are probably already used before they move on to binding arbitration, and we're unable to reach an agreement, they're unlikely to resolve any contract disagreements beyond what's already being utilized by the two parties. Not producing required reports during no-tax years. And this is something that's already in regulation that allows the arbitration organizations representing 50% or more of the processing quota shareholders and 50% of the unaffiliated quota shareholders not to develop a market report or a non-binding formula when the fishery is not expected to open. And this has been utilized quite frequently by the stakeholders in the fishery. It must include provisions to produce those reports. If a fishery is open later, the cost savings are probably relatively minor in most years, but could have some effect on being able to reduce costs when economic conditions are poor. One of the issues that I touch on in the paper is the market report. And the market report has to be produced, I believe it's typically 50 days before the fishing season. The information that's provided in those reports is somewhat stale by the time you get around to the actual price negotiations. And a representative of industry indicated that they typically end up using other reports that are widely available, Urnerberry, for example, to come up with the market information utilized. And so in the paper, we posed the question, if this is information that's required but not really useful to individuals, is it worth continuing to require it? Well, it would be a minor cost savings under times when every penny counts and the stakeholders aren't able to support like the websites for like C shares and things like that. It may be an important consideration. If the view is held widely by all stakeholders that eliminating that regulation wouldn't have any impact on their market information. What are the options for no arbitration during low-tax years? There could be a simple civil contract agreement not to arbitrate. Persons could just agree before that are eligible to join arbitration organizations that they wouldn't use arbitration during the year. Again, this is given the uncertainty and the risk that might be involved, this is probably fairly unlikely to occur, but it could be structured the same way as I discussed earlier with producing the market reports, where if people agree that they don't want to have them a certain percentage agree that they don't want to have them, that maybe they could utilize that type of structure not to have arbitration during the year. Another issue that was raised by the council in June was not to have arbitration during low-tax years. And again, I think this is primarily a snow crab issue, but it could be for other fisheries as well. And the council would need to determine exactly which fisheries this applies to if they were to move forward with it. The general concept would be to create more certainty regarding whether arbitration IFQ holders would initiate binding arbitration during a year and the impact that may have on processing quota shareholders' decisions to apply for IPQ during a year. And I didn't do, as for most of the issues in this paper, I didn't do a deep dive into the analysis of this issue. What I did provide is a table looking at what the TACs after the CDQ deductions were made over the time period that the crab rationalization program has been in place. And so for the lowest 25% of the TAC years over that period, snow crab fishery was at 18.8 million pounds. So in other words, for 25% of the years, the snow crab fishery was 18.8 million pounds or less. And so if the council wanted to start thinking about a starting point of what a low TAC year might be, they could kind of look at that as a reference point and either adjust it up and down based on economic considerations by the participants in the fishery. And I did not get into that looking at, what does it take for a processor to be, what level of quota does it take for the processing sector to be viable during a year, looking at how quota share is divided among processors and how things could change in costs. And I didn't go down that rabbit hole in this paper because that could have taken an extensive amount of time and take a lot of information to produce.
Mr. Brannon, before you move on, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Brannon. And I realize it was a discussion paper, so it's a kind of a light touch on all issues, but was the assumption, maybe absent being explicit by the council, that in the way that you looked at this for no arbitration during low TAC years, that there would also be no share matching? Or were you looking at it as no arbitration, but continuing to do share matching? Because I think those are two very different outcomes.
Madam Chair, Ms. Kimball, I didn't explicitly talk about that in the document, but in my thinking, the two issues are inextricably linked. Share matching and arbitration are hand-in-hand kind of issues. And my assumption was that if there was no arbitration, even though I didn't say it in the paper, there would not be share matching either during that time period. But that certainly is just my opinion and what I thought while I was writing the paper, and holds no weight in how things move forward.
Follow up then. Thank you. And then maybe that leads into the next section. If there's no arbitration under low TAC years and no share matching, and we really are looking at a different program structure. Okay, thank you.
And the next issue is, I making drastic changes to the crab rationalization program structure. And the previous kind of discussions were kind of minor tweaks around the edges of the program. Based on direction from the council, I felt that I was given the latitude of mentioning, not analyzing, but mentioning other types of structures that had been brought up either in public testimony or through council discussion of ways that could potentially be used to change the program so that you wouldn't have the arbitration issues that you're currently working through. Going back to the initial arbitration structure, the baseball arbitration structure, it was developed to provide a means for efficient arbitration system that incentivizes members to submit reasonable offers. It was designed to help ensure predictability and fairness for the parties involved. Whether that's met those objectives or not is certainly open to debate. The non-binding price formula and the contract arbitrator's decision must be based on the historical distribution of first wholesale revenues using arm's length first wholesale revenue prices, first wholesale prices and next vessel prices. The regulations state that the price should preserve the historical division of gross revenues in the fishery while considering several factors. And again, those factors that could be considered, could be important when you have the written report that we talked about earlier. And without a written report from the arbitrators, it's difficult to ascertain what factors were considered in making the final decision by the arbitrator. I would also note that, there's been discussion about how costs play into this, talking to individuals, stakeholders, but both sectors have noted that their costs have increased dramatically since the program was implemented, and especially in most recent years. And some individuals noted that if you were to move to considering some of these other factors, that verifying the costs was noted as a concern if the price formula was the price formula was changed to consider those costs. And so, there's got to be some level of transparency between the two sides if you were to move away from that, which could be complicated to verify.
Yes, Ms. Goen.
Thank you. I'm looking at your first bullet here about baseball style arbitration again, that this is to incentivizes the participants. In your paper, you noted that it really is intended to foster cooperation and bringing the best offer forward. Can you speak a little more to that and how other styles might not do that?
Madam Chair, Ms. Goen, I think it gets back to the basic premise of people want to avoid as much risk as they can. And if you can only make one selection from two offers that are provided, if you're too far outside the realm of being reasonable in the arbitrator's view, then you have a greater risk of having an adverse finding against you and more likely to lose the arbitration. And so that's the type of incentive that would force people to come up with their best offer. And hopefully under a baseball style arbitration, it was presumed when it was implemented that that would provide incentives for both parties to come up with a price that was closer, and then the arbitrator would select one of those. I think the concern, as you may have indicated, was that if you didn't have a baseball style arbitration, then they could have more diverse kind of offers and put the onus on the arbitrator to figure out what was fair somewhere between the two prices that were submitted.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, I note that without a written report from the arbitrators, it's difficult to ascertain what other factors were considered when making the decisions. I guess I've already gone through all this. Granting the arbitrators the authority to choose a price somewhere in the middle could make the selection of the arbitrator more contentious and place more pressure on the arbitrator to select certain outcomes. It may also make providing written reports on why the outcome was selected even more important than under the current system. The authority to select an intermediate position, as we just discussed, could result in the two parties' offers being more divergent than they currently are. And baseball arbitration was initially selected in part because it was thought to be less costly than other forms of arbitration.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. And by that, you mean less costly than in terms of the costs of going through arbitration, not less costly to participants trying to make this a viable fishery?
Madam Chair, Ms. Kimball, less costly in terms of the actual costs of running the arbitration system, not the profitability of the individual sectors after the arbitration occurs, correct? Another concept that was floated at the June meeting in public comment was perhaps the use of a price determination panel like is used in Labrador, was used in Labrador and Newfoundland and the Canadian snow crab fishery. And this concept was again raised at the June meeting as a potential alternative to the current binding arbitration structure. However, when I looked into that structure, there were several differences in the regulations for the two countries, specifically dealing with antitrust issues that could make that structure difficult to implement because it was a negotiation between all harvesters and all processors. And the price determination panel was composed of a harvester representative, a processor representative, and a neutral third party that was basically acted as chair of the group. And so from my way of thinking, if you had a harvester representative and a processor representative that were not able to agree on a price before, and you have a neutral third party, the third party is basically the arbitrator in this case and determine what the price would be. I don't think this structure would work because, you know, the antitrust issues we have of negotiating with one person negotiating for all the processors and setting a price. And I would also note that after I released the paper, they blew up the entire system and went back to strikes and lockouts and things like that to help resolve prices. So it doesn't seem like it was a system that ultimately worked very well for Newfoundland and Labrador snow crab fishery. And so maybe you'd want to use a little caution considering that type of structure here. Another issue that had been brought up at the previous meetings was allocating processors harvest shares instead of processing quota shares. And this is a structure that's been used in cooperative fisheries in the Pacific whiting fishery on the West Coast and the recently implemented crab, the crab fishery, trout fishery here in the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands. And so both of those programs issue processors harvesting quota, and in order to help balance power between the two sectors, and those, you know, under a cooperative structure, and those seem to be working fairly well in the crabfish and the cod fishery here in the North Pacific and on the West Coast. Whether they'd work equally well in the crab fishery would certainly require a lot of additional analysis and looking at the impacts that it would have, changing the structure completely. And again, I note that changing the structure would take probably several years going through the regulatory process to make those types of changes to the program. So it wouldn't be a quick fix that's going to help in the short term under the current economic conditions. Another suggestion that was raised was to establish a cooperative system like in the Central Gulf of Alaska Rockfish Program. This structure would allocate cooperative quota to cooperatives based on quota share assigned by harvesters. A processor would be associated with each of the cooperatives, and the negotiations on delivery terms and landing requirements and all those kinds of things would be conducted within the cooperative itself, and they would reach agreement within the cooperative. That type of program in the Central Gulf Rockfish Program also has a delivery requirement that the quota must be delivered within Kodiak. And that could be similar, a similar structure could be developed to help address the Northern Share delivery requirements under the Crab Rationalization Program. With the Southern Share delivery locations could be determined by each cooperative and the affiliated processor. And so the North Shares, you could do something like they must be delivered in St. Paul, and St. Paul would then have to negotiate with St. George or whatever to compensate them for whatever deliveries that occur. And the Southern Shares would not have a location delivery requirement, but they would be an association with the processor, and that would primarily dictate, depending on the contract delivery terms, where those fish would be, or those crab would be landed. With that, Madam Chair, I would like to thank all the people that reviewed and provided some input on this document. Certainly, it is a much better document with their input. Again, all the errors in the document are mine and mine alone, but I would like to thank these people for all the contributions they made. And to the extent I'm able, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for the report. Presentation, Ms. Goen.
Yeah, thank you for the report. One more question. I'm thinking ahead to the AP motion, and in the AP motion, there's an option to remove arbitration for non-performance. And I didn't see you speak to the impacts of what that might be in your presentation. Could you speak to the impacts of removing arbitration for non-performance for both harvesters and processors?
Madam Chair, Ms. Goen, I didn't speak to that because that wasn't one of the things that was requested in the paper. I spoke to that in terms of clarifying whether harvesters were the only ones that could initiate arbitration for developing contract terms, and noted that processors could also initiate binding arbitration to enforce contract terms. But I didn't go beyond that in the paper. And in terms of the impacts, I think you're probably going to hear a fair amount of, you may hear some discussion of that and questions you have for stakeholders and stuff. And because I didn't specifically address it in the paper, I'd probably prefer a little bit more time to think about it than come up with off the cuff answers that I'll regret later.
That's fair.
Thank you, Mr. Brandon. So I think we're ready for our AP report, and a reminder, members of the public wishing to testify in D2, please do sign up before the end of the AP reports. I think that'll actually be a good time for our mid-morning or my mid-afternoon break after the AP report. Thanks. Good afternoon, Ms. Mann.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, council members. I'm Heather Mann, co-vice chair of the advisory panel, and I'll be bringing you our motion on D2. And that reads, the AP recommends that the council initiate an expanded discussion paper with the following alternatives. Alternative 1, no action. Alternative 2, changes to the regulations governing the arbitration process. Option 1, remove the requirement that the arbitrator can only select a remedy proposed by one side. Allow the arbitrator to select an independent or compromise remedy based on the facts provided in the arbitration. Option 2, allow parties to receive the arbitrator's written report and rationale, as well as a public publicly available report providing key rationale without including confidential information. Option 3, remove the requirement for a market report. Option 4, remove the arbitration option for non-performance. Option 5, bond requirement to protect harvesters against failure to pay for processed crab. Alternative 3, specify conditions for IFQ and IPQ holders to withdraw their application for quota after being accepted by NIMS. Option 1, IFQ and IPQ holders can withdraw their applications for quota within 48 hours of BSAI crab rationalization species tax being announced. That motion passed 13-4 with 2 abstentions, and I'd be happy to try and answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Mann. Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Mann. I'm looking for a bit of clarity on what exactly the AP is looking to have come back next time. The request is for an expanded discussion paper, which generally doesn't analyze alternatives or even really define them to the specificity that's in the motion. But an analysis that I think is what they're looking for usually include some kind of purpose and need statement to be able to analyze against. And I don't see that or what elements would be included in a purpose and need statement. So it's not clear to me what the expectation was that would come back in the AP's mind.
Through the chair, Ms. Vanderhoven, that's a terrific point. I would say that in order to keep the process moving, we were getting ahead in terms of identifying what some of the options could be to analyze, perhaps not compare and contrast as you would, and see whether or not each of those options would meet or would meet the purpose and need statement or not. We didn't get that far. The discussion was really more around needing more analysis, needing more information. We heard that in public comment as well. And I think you'll hear a little bit more in public comment here today. But I would say wanting to keep the process moving and not get it stalled, but not going as far as doing the purpose and need statement. And I wouldn't say we were anticipating the council would do that either. I hope that's helpful, and that's my recollection of our discussion.
Thank you, Ms. Mann. So I take that to mean more the expanded discussion paper type of thing. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Ms. Mann, did you have a discussion about whether the council has information to create a purpose and need statement, or I didn't understand your last statement at all?
Madam Chair, Ms. Kimball, I don't know that I understood it either. I think that I don't have a recollection of discussing a purpose and need statement, or if we thought the council had that information either. So I think I know what I was trying to say is that we need more information, keep this thing moving. Perhaps we misspoke in the request for putting in options with the request for an expanded discussion paper. So I don't think we were anticipating the council coming up with a purpose and need statement on this at this time without further analysis. And apologize for the confusion.
My second question is on the option 5 amendment and whether the AP had a discussion about whether the council has any authority under the Magnuson Act to require a bond of certain fleets or sectors. Did you have that discussion?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, I do not recall having that conversation.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the report. My question is on the slide we currently have up. And so alternative 3, option 1 in the AP's motion. As I read option 1 more, I want to make sure I understand. I'm interpreting option 1 to read that IFQ and IPQ holders can withdraw their applications for quota within 48 hours after BSAI crab rationalization species tax have been announced. Am I interpreting that correctly?
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions on the report? Thank you, Ms. Mann.
Thank you.
We'll take our mid-afternoon break and come back at 3:35, and we'll begin public testimony at that time. Thank you. Council members, please come back to order. So we're ready to move on to public testimony on D2. We have 11 people signed up. As a reminder to the public, individuals and companies will have 3 minutes to testify. Organizations and associations have 6 minutes. If you go over your time, there's a timer on the screen. If you go over, I'll offer you a friendly reminder and ask you for a concluding statement. So we'll begin public testimony with Daniel Foe, followed by John Yanni. And Daniel's joining us remotely.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, good afternoon.
All right. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to testify this afternoon. My name is Daniel Foe. I am General Counsel for the Bering Sea Arbitration Organization, and I'm speaking on their behalf today. There's an adage that bad facts make bad law, and it's undeniable that low
Daniel,
tax.
I'm sorry, I'm going to have to interrupt you. I'm not sure if you can change your microphone or something. We're getting a little bit of an echo.
Oh, let me try one thing here. Is that better?
We'll give that a try. Yep.
Okay, thank you. There's an adage that bad facts make bad law, and low tax is undeniably a bad fact, but we should resist the urge to make major changes that result in bad law. The analysis was spurred by a desire to save costs. And the arbitration system was put forth as a potential means of cost saving. I think it's important to bear in mind that the total cost of arbitration expenses in 2023 were only $40,882 compared to the value of a fishery of $92.8 million. Therefore, the cost of arbitration program is only 5/10,000ths of a penny per pound. So truly a small price to pay to allow the orderly operation of the fishery. There are several portions of the discussion paper that I think, and as well as the AP motion, that I think merits some closer discussion and review before anything would possibly be implemented. I'm heartened to hear Mr. Brandon acknowledge that with respect to the idea to suspend arbitration in low tax years, that must be tied to the suspension of share matching. The absence of arbitration, if there's a share matching system, would truly leave harvesters with no way to ensure they are paid. With respect to the initiation of arbitration, the discussion paper suggests the process of inability to initiate arbitration creates uncertainty. The reality is the lengthy season approach has always been used. Processors don't actually set the price till the crab is actually sold. It's really harvesters who don't know the price until after they caught the crab who have the uncertainty. Thus, it's the harvesters who have the party who bear greater risk. And it makes sense as the harvesters bearing greater risk, they ought to be the ones who can initiate arbitration. On the issue of written arbitration awards, which is option 2 on motion 1, it seems like it'd be a move towards full-blown trials, which are, of course, far more expensive than a baseball arbitration. The only real issues in these arbitrations, as they've occurred, are price, typically. There have been a couple others, but primarily price. And because antitrust concerns prevent the publication of those prices, there's really not much to publish. I think we'd be just kind of going down a path to accomplishing nothing with written awards. With respect to option 1 suggesting that baseball arbitration be eliminated altogether, I think that is also potentially leading us to a more adversarial and more expensive path. Baseball arbitration makes the parties take reasonable positions. In reality, in practice, the harvesters in initiating arbitration always ask for the lowest or an average of the lowest prices because it'd be far too risky to ask for anything else. In a non-baseball arbitration, both parties, of course, ask for the best possible outcome, but draw out the arbitration process and leave less certainty as to where the ultimate award would be issued. And I think it's hard to discuss the arbitration system without looking externally. Also, it happened with Peter Pan Seafoods recently. The example of Peter Pan's receivership leaving many harvesters holding the bag unpaid for their crab, despite being forced to deliver it, shows how few protections there are for harvesters. Fishermen's leagues were ineffective. Arbitration was not even allowed. So why would we be in a position now to be looking at removing protections for harvesters when the most recent example in the marketplace is harvesters being left having paid their crews, paid for insurance, delivering the crab and unpaid by Peter Pan. Therefore, BSAO would support the option 5 to allow for or require the payment of a performance bond by processors to ensure there's some security that harvesters get paid. Finally, back to my initial point that bad facts can make bad law. There were suggestions and comments and a failed AP motion to eliminate the crab rationalization program altogether with the co-ops to be a fundamental change to the regulatory environment and necessary shock to the industry. There are lesser alterations such as exceptions to regionalization that would make more sense. So with that, I suggest that the arbitration system is functioning as desired. Maybe if there's cost savings to be had, we could agree to eliminate the market reports. I don't think those are generally used, but we should avoid any temptation to make broader systematic changes. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Foe. We'll see if there are any questions for you. Yes, Ms. Goen.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Foe. At one point, you were discussing baseball arbitration and how it encourages harvesters to bring forward essentially the lowest price of what's being offered in that season. And without baseball arbitration, that would likely increase. Can you explain that a little bit more?
Yes. In the baseball arbitration, both parties submit a proposed price and the arbitrator picks one. So if you are a harvester and you're proposing a price to the arbitrator and you go high, you're opening yourself up to a significant risk of exceeding what the arbitrator is willing to award. So your safest bet is to ask for what you know is in meeting with the market at the low end. Conversely, if you don't have a baseball arbitration, and I've engaged in many arbitrations in other contexts myself, you always ask for the most you could ever possibly get because there's going to be a splitting of the baby usually, and the arbitrator will come up with something that they think is going to resolve the issue, but not necessarily the best possible outcome. So you ask high, and the processors would ask for the lowest possible price, and there'd be a mess in the middle. So baseball arbitration really gives you defined choices of the arbitrator and shows the arbitrator straight up who is being in keeping with the market and who is not.
Thank you. And Mr. Toy.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Mr. Foe, for your testimony. I'm interested in the argument that your letter makes that you sort of reminded us of in your testimony here, that the lengthy season is an approach that really changes the negotiating dynamic a fair amount. And so I was interested to read that in your experience, it's always been used. And I was wondering how we know that. So I went back and looked at the discussion paper that characterized it as something that tends to be used. And there's obviously a big difference. If it's something that's used among other approaches, then that's one sort of environment for establishing how revenues get split. Whereas if it's always used, that's clearly another. So I'm hopeful you can kind of let me know how you know that it's always been used, and how we as a council could know that if we're to take that argument that you're making into account.
Thank you. That's a great question. When the lengthy season approach is used, there's a signed agreement between the harvester and the processor. So I can say it's always used as far back as I can see those signed agreements, which I believe is till 2009. Maybe there was something else that happened before 2009. I just don't have access to the records. But I can tell you that I have seen copies of the signed agreements going back at least that far.
I'm confused. When you reference signed agreements, is that what happens within the arbitration process?
No, there will be, at the outset, after the TAC is released, the harvesters and the processors will enter into an agreement to use the lengthy season approach. If there is disagreement about whether to use it, that can be arbitrated. But there's the specific terms of how the lengthy season approach can be used or is used can be arbitrated. But typically, it's an agreement that's achieved outside of arbitration.
Okay, I thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Goen.
Thank you. My second question, Mr. Foe, is referring to your comment letter. And in your comment letter towards the end, you speak to a processor that has not paid harvesters for king crab harvest in over a year now. And you note the concept of a bond for payment. Can you speak a little bit more to that, noting that we also see that it came through the AP motion?
Right. So I personally represented in capacity as the attorney for several harvesters, people who were not paid for the crab that they delivered to Peter Pan. Each of them filed fishermen's liens in the state of Alaska as is allowed by statute, and filed claims in the receivership. Based on the priorities as applied in the receivership proceedings, the fishermen's liens came behind the banks, came behind Roger May, who made a credit bid, and came behind other pre-existing claims of record, such as UCC filings, deeds of trust, etc. Leaving the fishermen pretty much at the back of the line, even though they exercise their statutory rights to the extent they exist to try to get payment. So there is a concept of a performance bond. You see it in construction context, you see it in other industries, where a sum is paid into essentially a surety account. So and for a specific purpose, so only in this instance to pay harvesters who deliver crabs, that's unavailable to other creditors who might come in a higher priority in the context of a bankruptcy or receivership. So if, for instance, there had been $5 million, as we proposed, paid into a surety to pay harvesters, every harvester would have been paid in the Peter Pan example. Whereas in the reality, only a few got paid who were paid out of the sale of Port Moller prior to the filing of the receivership. None of them who filed receivership claims were paid. There was an attempt to initiate arbitration, which was actually preempted by the receivership. So it's an attempt to create a fund of money that is available to satisfy harvesters' claims should there be no other way of satisfying them. And of course, if you're a contractor, if you're another industry, if you put a surety bond up and you perform, then you don't have to worry about losing the money. If you decide not to participate in the future, you get your money back. It's just a safety mechanism for harvesters.
Thank you. And Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Foe, for your testimony. And following up on Ms. Goen's questions and your response, I think I heard you say that the surety bond concept that you're speaking of is a pretty well-known aspect of contract law. I think that's what I heard you say. So the fact that you're, under certain circumstances, potentially suggesting the council consider this type of bond approach, relative to these topics. Is it your understanding that this sort of establishing a bond program, if you will, for these types of circumstances is an authority that the National Marine Fisheries Service has under the Magnuson-Stevens Act?
Good question. To be clear, I said it's a commonly employed method in general contracting, as in construction. So you're building a building and performance bond is on record. That's so that rather than a civil contract as discussed earlier in this context. There is fairly broad authority for the council to set regulations. I think what we would be proposing, and as I understand it, is this to be something to be included for further discussion and analysis. I don't think I'm in a position to give you a legal opinion here on the record as to the ability of the council to do it. I certainly could, provide information following this meeting. And I also think, what we're talking about is further investigation of this concept.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Foe.
Thank you.
Next up is John Yanni, followed by Shannon Carroll.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Members of the council, my name is John Yanni, and I'm here today on behalf of the North Pacific Crab Association, who is a small trade association of the majority of processing quota shareholders in the crab rationalization program. So we have members who hold IPQ under the crab program. Some of those members are primary processors who process crab actively. And a significant amount is held by entities that do not process crab actively and in fact have to find processing platforms to custom process their IPQ. Largely those are CDQ groups that are in our membership, and they've made significant investments in processing quota share such to protect their community's participation in the crab rationalization program. We're here to follow up on the discussion paper, discussion of certain problems that the binding arbitration program has for the program, and problems that are acute, and then problems that are sort of long-term. And in the acute problems, I think, as outlined in the staff's discussion paper, show that the binding arbitration system holds IPQ shares that are matched to potential or likely arbitrations if the IPQ holder does not perform. And that is a significant problem now under these sort of emergent tax situations. We now know, as the council's dealing with low tax and no tax that are announced well after IPQ holders have to apply for and receive their IPQ and are there and therein matched under the system, but may not be able to process that crab, either actively processing because the number of pounds available under the tax simply won't justify economically processing crab, or worse, they hold IPQ, do not have an active processor, and cannot find custom processing to happen. And in some cases, because of regionalization, as has been discussed at the council table, that processing can occur in that region, and therefore they have to go through the framework agreement to see if there's a way to relieve that crab from the regionalization requirement on an emergency basis. And those problems are happening as we speak, and they need addressing because of the potential damage to both harvesters and processors, because yes, the processor can be taken to arbitration, but the Class A IFQ holder also takes a risk of not finding a processor or having a processor that can process his or her crab. So we think the council ought to go further and do some further analysis on this discussion paper with regard to the parts of the binding arbitration system that are the most inflexible, rigid, and provide the highest risk to its participants. And we think that's the performance arbitration. So for example, if a PQ holder cannot perform because A, there is no processing available to it, or it cannot process, it's still subject to a potential arbitration where it would be taken to arbitration. And under baseball arbitration, it would have to, the contract arbitrator would be bound by either one side or the other's proposal. And there's a risk that the PQS holder would have to pay an arbitration decision through no fault of its own because it couldn't process due to economic reasons or it doesn't have processing. And I think that's not a problem that's going to go away. It's going to be around for a long time during these low tax. And I think the council needs to address that. This issue of whether or not the timing, the council is well aware of the issuance of IPQ and whether IPQ can be returned is very vague. I think NIPS is doing as good a job as it can, sort of answering by, we'll see what happens. It would be helpful, I think, if the council would take a look at some more regulatory certainty on what the requirements are for if you are issued IPQ, tax come out and they're not enough to justify the fishery. Can you return the IPQ? How much time do you have to make that decision? When will it happen? A much more orderly process so everybody in the fishery can better understand what's happening. We think baseball arbitration is not the best form of arbitration because it only allows the contract arbitrator to choose one side or the other. These seasons are very complicated. Things are changing from year to year. Generally speaking, I don't know because the arbitrations are confidential. But generally speaking, the formula, the non-binding price formula is the proposal from the harvesting side. The processor side offers something different, and I don't know what it is, but the contract arbitrator has no choice but to choose one or the other. And I think that with these fluctuating tax, increasingly expensive operating in Bering Sea communities, there should be more flexibility allowed in an arbitrator to decide somewhere in between. So those are, and I think, the ability for either the parties or depending on what the rules are for confidentiality, seeing what an arbitrator decides will help all parties in the crab industry understand better the decision making and why a particular decision was made. Sunshine is always a good remedy for information. Recognizing, of course, there are confidential pieces of information that can't be disclosed for antitrust purposes. So we think that the contract arbitrators should provide more information as to why they made their decision. Finally, with regard to the discussion papers, look at an alternative program. We participate in the Pollock cooperative system. Some of our IPQ holders participate in that program. We participate in the Rockfish program. We participate in the PCTC program. We think those are the cooperative programs where IFQ is issued to stakeholders could be an alternative to the crab program. We recognize that's a very big issue. We would be, I think all the stakeholders in the crab program are willing to sit down and work together to kind of work through some of the issues for the council. So if that is something that the council has an interest in, we think that's now may be a time to look at an alternative program. The crab program and its share matching and IPQ, IFQ is, sorry.
Very sorry.
I think, yeah.
Timer's expired. If you have a concluding
No,
statement.
that's it. I think that's the problem that's facing the current program is binding arbitration has become very binding. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Yes, Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Yanni, for your testimony. I heard you speak to several issues there that were a challenge, one of them being timing. And I thought I heard you say that if there was a way to change the timing of some of if that's all we could do was make some accommodations for timing, would that resolve a large portion of the problems? Obviously, I didn't say anything about binding arbitration, but leaving, fixing the timing so that there was more chance to do I think you used the words orderly or orderly planning for the season. Would that solve a big portion of the problems that you described?
Through the chair, yes, I believe that. I believe that would help, Mr. Williams. I think that the way the the timing, as you put it, works. It crams all of these decisions into a very short window and doesn't provide the participants a chance to really understand kind of, what the economics might be. If there were a way to extend that, and particularly with the Bering Sea opelio fishery, that would help alleviate some of the concern. But the binding arbitration for a performance issue would still be there, so that if a IPQ holder could not perform, again, because, the economics didn't allow for the fishery to be processed, or they couldn't find a place to process, they still face the risk of being taken to arbitration under the program. Once they match, they're subject to arbitration for that.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one follow-up, though. Just one follow to what you said. If the timing were improved, it would at least, I think, from what you described, potentially lessen the potential for a binding arbitration to be a problem. Am I right?
Yeah.
I'm not meaning to put words in your mouth, but I'm trying to figure out if the.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, Mr. Williams. I think that would provide the participant more time to better make a decision, but they would still be faced with the question of whether they could return their IPQ, which isn't clear under the regulations, and whether, and if they couldn't return their IPQ, or they didn't, do it in a proper fashion, would they still face binding arbitration? But yes, more time, I think, in the system would help.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Ms. Triani, for your testimony through the chair. I wanted to ask about your comments related to baseball arbitration and your recommendation to look at changing that. And I just wondered if you could address in our staff presentation, there was some information presented in addition to providing the rationale for the original selection of baseball arbitration, that changing that could grant arbitrators greater discretion and potentially make that process more controversial, increase costs relative to the status quo, and in addition to providing the arbitrator with an authority to select an intermediate position, as we've heard in previous testimony, could result in both parties submitted offers being more divergent and essentially more difficult for the arbitrator. Have you given that any thought in terms of some of these negatives or potential positives for keeping the baseball arbitration system?
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, yes, I understand the arguments that are being made that baseball arbitration narrows the arbitration proceeding, forces participants to really, sharpen their pencil, if you will. The problem, though, I think is, or a problem with limiting the contract arbitrator to only two choices, is it doesn't recognize that the crab industry changes from year to year dramatically. Certain costs on either side, harvesters or processors, are changing in a different way. Certain locations for operating in Alaska are more expensive from season to season. And on the other side, there's a non-binding price formula. And that non-binding price formula is a regression analysis, and that's as far as I go with this stuff, of the historical distribution of first wholesale revenue between harvesters and processors. And it used data that started well before the crab program went into place. So it's very old data, and it doesn't allow for it. It's a, whatever that line is with all those dots, that's a regression analysis, I guess, but it doesn't allow for the reality of how the crab industry kind of works, and especially now how the crab industry works. And I think it would be foolhardy of a party to go into a binding arbitration and come up with a proposal that was just clearly off the table. I mean, that could happen, I suppose, but I think anybody who's interested in resolving the matter would be very careful to be close to what the historical look has been, but it would also allow that party to bring in justification for an offer that was different based on the changing circumstances that are happening as we speak. And so nobody whenever this program went in place, 2001, anticipated that we would have NOTAC and Opelio or 2 or 3 million pounds of Opelio. Nobody on the council or even anybody in the stakeholder group ever thought that would happen, but yet that's where we are. But we're faced with a non-binding price formula that doesn't really look at that because that's never happened. The Opelio quotas has never been where it is today. So that's why I think it's the binding, the baseball arbitration is too restrictive.
Thank you. Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Yanni, I'd like to return to the questions and discussion about timing that you were having with Mr. Williams. Because I'm getting progressively more confused about timing. I think one of the things I took away from the discussion you were having with Mr. Williams was that more time is helpful in this process. And it's, if I understand the lengthy season approach, that's a way of buying more time and more information. And it appears that that's now the rule, not the exception to annual setting of contracts between IPQ and IFQ holders. So I'm missing something in here, obviously. So I'm really hoping that you can kind of help unravel some of that.
Yeah, Mr. Through the chair, Mr. Twite, thanks for that question about the lengthy season option. And I'm sure that, you know, Jake Jacobson, who is one of the grandfathers of this program, will correct me if I'm wrong, but the lengthy season approach simply allows the parties that are matched to put off the terms of their match. In other words, we're not going to decide when you'll deliver the crab, and we're not going to decide what the price will be until some period into the future, because the regulations require share matching and those terms to be determined if you don't enter a lengthy season approach within a very short period of time. So everybody, or most, not everybody, but a lot of the majority have used the lengthy season approach to kind of put off that decision until there's more known. It does not change the share match timing, and it does not change the binding arbitration that goes in place. It just allows for more time to settle terms on delivery and price. So for example, if you had a lengthy season approach, but you couldn't process for whatever reason, you couldn't find a processor, economically you couldn't make the plant work at the numbers of tax, the lengthy season approach wouldn't change the fact that you're still subject under the regulations to a binding arbitration proceeding. It just gives you a little bit of time to settle the delivery and price terms. It doesn't do what Mr. Williams is suggesting, gives you more time to decide, do I want this IPQ or not? Can I find a processor to custom process? That's still a regulatory bind that doesn't go away with lengthy season.
That was helpful. Thank you. I understand the difference between the initial decision and then in other words, the initial decision is to participate or not. And then once that's been made, then comes the decision that could be done in a lengthy season framework. Okay. And that's price and terms.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Goen.
Thank you. And Mr. Yanni, thank you for your testimony. Really appreciate it. I think between you and Jake, there's no one in this room that understands the program the way you two do. In your testimony, you spoke to non-performance arbitration and the risks involved there. Can you clarify if IPQ holders can transfer quota if they see they can't perform? Is there an opportunity for that? And then secondly, once you apply for IPQ, wouldn't you know your obligations for that upcoming season?
Through the chair, I'd like to try the second question first. As Daryl pointed out, and in the analysis, you have to apply for your quota share, whether you're a harvester or processor, by 15 June. So you don't really know if there's even going to be a season. And you certainly don't know what the number of the season is, what the poundage, what the tax is going to be. So you don't know. And so once you apply for it, you receive your IPQ. And then as Daryl pointed out in his timeline, you have a very short period of time when the tax come out, and then share matching happens, and then you're you're matched. Answering your first question, I don't know the answer to that. Now, whether or not I think your question was, if you're matched and you decide you don't want to participate, can you lease that match or you're somewhere else? I don't know the answer to that. That would be something to flesh out, I think, just further in the discussion paper as to what's happened in practicality.
Thank you. Any more questions? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up is Shannon Carroll, followed by Heather McCarty.
Madam Chair, members of the council. My name is Shannon Carroll. I'm testifying today on behalf of Trident Seafoods. I'm testifying in support of analysis of the alternatives and options contained in the AP motion, with the exception of option 5, as well as a longer-term effort to reevaluate or to evaluate restructuring the program as a whole. I'm also testifying today representing the largest crab processor quota holder in the Bering Sea, and as the company that's been processing Bering Sea crab since 1973. And my message is that the program in its current form is not working for the processing sector. Low tax are obviously the primary driver. However, the risks from potential arbitration, rapidly rising labor costs have forced us to make really hard business decisions, including the withdrawal of IPQ applications and the closure of our St. Paul plant for the upcoming season. We are concerned about a proposal before the Board of Fisheries that could result in a lower industry preferred size for snow and tanner crab fisheries, which would increase the costs and decrease efficiencies for processors. And we're worried that these costs and lower resulting prices will make arbitration outcomes even more damaging. Trident is not alone with our struggles with the program. Over the past several years, there's been a significant reduction in the number of processors actively processing crab and an increase in the number of processors withdrawing their IPQ applications. All of this suggests that our sector and communities dependent on these landings and CDQ investments in PQS are bending under the weight of the program. The AP motion provides some modest changes that will lower the risk for our sector without altering the foundation of the program. I'm certainly cognizant and sensitive to the challenging position the council is in with respect to balancing staff workloads, but two components in particular, removal of the baseball style arbitration and changes to the arbitration liability for non-performance are fair and meaningful modifications that are worth evaluating to keep these fisheries operating. We're also asking that the council consider broad changes to the program on a longer timeline. While we were pleased to see very recent positive biological signals in the crab resource, it's very possible that these low-tech years will be the new baseline, and that the council should consider whether a very complicated and administratively burdensome program designed around a very different level of abundance is the best management tool for the current environment. So I'll end there, Madam Chair. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Carroll. Any questions? Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Carroll, for your testimony. I had a question, and maybe it's based off the implication from a previous question, that if we just adjusted the timing for the ability for IPQ and IFQ holders to withdraw their applications for quota, would that solve the majority of the problem? And your testimony emphasized that removing baseball arbitration and removing arbitration for non-performance are important slight changes to the program. And so I need to hear a little bit more about why that first option doesn't solve the majority of the problem, and those two are critical to include for analysis.
Thanks for the question, Ms. Kimball, through the chair. I certainly like the idea of potentially delaying the issuing of TAC and matching for snow crab in particular. I do think that that would help provide some more opportunities to withdraw IPQ if a processor does not intend to actively process or share match. I think that the challenge with that is that it's a really discrete benefit to one PQS holder, and it just shifts the burden onto the remaining PQS holders. It doesn't solve sort of the underlying risk that we face with arbitration that are, I think, driving a lot of the decisions to withdraw IPQ, particularly at low levels of TAC. The baseball style arbitration is particularly challenging. I think I certainly understand the theoretical justifications for why they use it, but I think that there should be some common sense applied just in terms of how you approach any kind of dispute, thinking that only two outcomes could be the best possible resolution. I think giving the arbiter the opportunity to find compromise seems just like a better option for both parties. It doesn't force the arbiter to find compromise, and so because of that, I don't think it's going to drive parties to come in with really unreasonable bookend positions. I think there's still an incentive to come forward with a reasonable offer that's justified by the facts. It just merely allows some additional discretion. The other thing that baseball, I heard the comment earlier that what baseball style arbitration does is in practice is that the harvesters have consistently brought the average low price. But I think what's sort of missing from that discussion is that the dynamics of the fishery and arbitration and how it works. And just to give an example, we went to arbitration a couple of years ago with snow crab, and we were the last processor standing with our pack. We had a really late schedule of deliveries, and so we got stuck with crab on a rapidly declining market. And so the average low price was based on all the processors that sold their crab really early in the season. And that price was dramatically different than what we were able to get for it. When we went to arbitration, there was two options available to the arbiter, and there was no room for compromise. And we don't have a written sort of record of why or any real justification for what happened, but it's pretty hard to get the arbiter to move off of that price formula and the justification for that. So I think it speaks to why compromise is important. I think it speaks to why there's should be some written record so we can at least learn from what we're doing wrong. But I think those are important. And then I guess just to your last point, there was some discussion during the presentation about the number of arbitrations that have occurred over the past year and it only being 2. But I cannot emphasize enough how much the risk of going to arbitration is playing into our operational decisions about whether or not we want to actually process crab in a season. We've been having these discussions for the last several years because at low tax, our overhead is not covered in the same way it is at high tax. And so our margins are very slim. And if we are looking at potentially losing a considerable sum of money through arbitration, it really makes us question whether or not it's worth processing. And to me, that doesn't sound like a program that's functioning as intended. So hopefully that was a long-winded response to your question, but I hope it got to where you're trying to get at.
Thank you, Ms. Goen.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Carroll. Following up on your response to Ms. Kimball, you spoke about frozen snow crab that you were forced to sell, or Trident was forced to sell when the price was low. Given that it's a frozen product, and this is just me not understanding fully the processor side of the house, but given that it's frozen product, can't you wait until the price gets to something that's acceptable?
Through the chair, I mean, I think I could answer that in a couple of ways. We'd probably still be waiting, for one. And I think the challenge is if you're on a declining market, your incentive, and because of the structure of the arbitration program, we're incentivized to get rid of it as soon as we can because we don't want to get stuck with a further declining market. And so there's been a testimony in the past about some of the challenging incentives from the processing side with respect to how the price formula and other things interact and where the incentives lie for us. And I think there's been discussion about on increasing markets, whether or not there's actually incentives for processors to really try to develop and improve markets. And certainly on declining markets, there's a strong incentive to get rid of that product as soon as you can, because you don't want to get stuck with an arbitration decision based on the average low price that doesn't reflect what the current market is.
Thank you. And Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Mr. Carroll. We've talked a lot about the impact of low tax. Often in the seafood industry and probably in a lot of other industries, low tax end up meaning higher prices, and that's not happening this time around. It appears to be a really unfortunate coincidence of both economic perturbations as well as low tax. And I can understand how that would sort of decrease a processor's sort of resiliency to some of you described some of the higher overhead costs and things like that are systemic and low tax. And so I guess I'm just sort of asking for you to peel back the layers here. Is this, at other times, how much of this is truly low tax? How much of this is the coincidence of low tax and low market values and very, very soft markets, period? In terms of whether, how much of a fix is this worth doing at this point, I guess is what I'm asking you to sort of walk through. And I understand that there's a whole lot of speculative in there, and I apologize. There may be parts of that you just simply can't get to, but.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Twait. I think low tax are certainly driving a lot of the dysfunction, but I think what we as processors recognize is that you can't control what the abundance is. You can't really control what global markets are, particularly, I mean, as much pride as we have in Alaska seafood, we're a small percentage of what makes it onto the global market. We don't have much control over geopolitical factors or anything that really has sort of that macro level impact on our markets. So what we try to look to is what risks can we control and where are our liabilities? And I think it's somewhat analogous to the conversations that the council's had on climate change and just trying to find certainty within the uncertainty. And so the alternatives and options that were suggested in the AP motion, I think, move towards trying to provide a little bit more certainty and less risk for processors within a lot of uncertainty around the fishery and the markets. I also am advocating that we sort of take a broader look and consider whether or not the entire framework that we're operating under is sufficient to sort of exist under the amount of uncertainty that we have. But I think recognizing that you have to have some sort of arbitration process in place because of share matching, there's some small changes that could be made that would be meaningful for the processing sector and minimizing the risk and giving us a better sense of what our liability is.
Thank you for your testimony. So next up is Heather McCarty, followed by Tom Manlow.
Madam Chairman and members of the council, I'm Heather McCarty, speaking on behalf of Central Bering Sea Fishermen's Association, and with me is my boss. I'll let him introduce himself.
Madam Chair, members of the council, my name is Jeff Kaufman. I am the Vice President of Central Bering Sea Fishermen's Association and also its fleet manager as the CEO of St. Paul Fishing Company. Our company has 2 crab boats, the Early Dawn and the Fierce Allegiance. We sold the third one in 2022 when the crab stocks collapsed. Heather will be delivering our testimony today, but I'm here to answer here in case there are specific questions about our holdings or our participation in the crab wrap program.
Thanks, Jeff. As some of you know, during this meeting, there's been a couple of side meetings with stakeholders in the crab industry, representatives of processors, harvesters, and communities. And while we didn't agree on some of the big stuff, we did agree on a few things. And I'm just going to tell you what we agreed on, if that might be helpful to the council. And then we're going to talk a little bit about CBSFA's position, and that should fill the 6 minutes. The small working group met twice and agreed to the following. We agreed that the timing is an important issue. Changing the timing of the stock assessment and the decision process, we believe, would make a big difference to the stressors that are on the industry right now. we can definitely say that the week of the October council meeting this year was a week from hell. You know, getting the sort of unexpected news of the small tack was really hard to deal with, and we were in the hallway on the phone all the time trying to figure out how we get crab processed in St. Paul, and as you know, it didn't happen. So, you know, those kinds of decisions and that process would be made easier. People have suggested that perhaps the timing of the crab fisheries, the starting date might be moved, but that seems to have certain problems associated with it in terms of markets and so forth. So we concluded that the better solution, and this is a more complicated solution perhaps, that recommendations coming from the crab plan team could perhaps be acted on by the SSC in a special meeting immediately after the crab plan team meeting. We know that the SSC has to act on these recommendations. The council doesn't change those recommendations normally. So if the SSC could make the recommendations of theirs regarding the crab tax, that would be that would allow, and that could be the binding decision that would allow for a few more days for the participants in the crab fisheries to make their decisions. We also are asking the council to make clear, as others have done, when and whether parties may rescind their applications for quota. Currently, as you have heard, NIMS makes these decisions on a case-by-case basis. We were hoping that there was a quick way to change that through sort of a secretarial amendment, but we've been told that this would require promulgation of regulations through the council. And we would ask that this happen as quickly as possible. It seems like a separate action than some of the discussion papers that have been suggested in other testimony, and perhaps you could immediately start initial review of such a change. We also agreed that a crab working group, as you've heard from one of the participants in the discussions, that a crab working group might be a good idea for the council to get information from, that we could get people from each of the sectors to get together and talk about ways that address solutions to the more basic issues with the crab program. As you have heard, and we share this, we believe that the crab program needs to have more basic change, that as it is now, it doesn't work for certain sectors. And so we'd like to see sort of at least a expanded discussion paper on that. Some of the sectors do not like the idea of changing the entire crab program. So they are opposed to having, you know, different structures such as the ones that have been mentioned in the PCTC and the Gulf Rockfish program, the ones that were in the second motion at the AP that didn't pass. They feel, you know, sort of concerned about changing the whole crab program, but they agreed that there could be a way to look at the current crab program to look at changes that could be made to make it more flexible under certain conditions. CBSFA's position was slightly different from what I just described. We support the AP motion regarding binding arbitration and the other issues, except for the performance bond. And we share the realization, as I've already said, that many participants are coming to, that we need to look at some of the more basic issues with the crab program. To us, it makes sense to look at the other structures in sort of a expanded discussion paper with 3 parts. Look at the PCTC program, maybe alternative 1, since we're talking about alternatives now in discussion papers. That could be one of the things that could be looked at. You could look at the rockfish program, and you could look further at ways to change the current program. Some of those ideas were mentioned in Daryl's discussion paper. For an example, we are currently in the middle of a process to modify the crab regulations through the stakeholders framework agreement to alter the regional delivery requirements. And that method could be expanded to deal with other conditions in the fishery, such as low tax. So in order to make the crab management program more responsive to the ups and downs caused by climate change, there's a need for that. And there's also an opportunity to make this process a practical application of the Council's dedication to the principle of climate resilience. And finally, we'd like to address the reference to mailbox processor that was made in the AP. We want people to understand, and I think many of you do, that the CDQ program is required to make 80% of their investments in fishery-related businesses. And when the opportunity arose for us at CBSFA to make those investments in crab quota, both harvesting and processing, we took that opportunity. And one of the reasons we took the opportunity to get processor quota was to help bring processing to the city of St. Paul. As you know, it's almost entirely dependent on crab processing taxes. So we wanted to make sure that that's a feature of the program, not only the CDQ program, but also of the crab management program as well. Thank you.
Thank you both for your testimony. We'll see if there are any questions. Yes, Mr. Mueller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Heather, you described your support for, or CBSFA's support for the AP motion here. I have a question of Mr. Kaufman here, who is the manager of crab harvesting vessels. And option 1 under alternative 2 of the AP motion calls for removal of the baseball style of arbitration and has a more independent arbitrator hear me all right? Process here. So, Mr. Kaufman, I mean, your responsibility in the bottom line for your harvesting vessels, you're obviously comfortable with switching from one style of arbitration to the other, and you feel that's going to be a fair and equitable process for your fleet?
To the chair, thank you, Mr. Mueller, for the question. CBSFA, through its crab holdings, is an affiliated organization, and therefore we're not privy to arbitration. We can't arbitrate with our quota because we're also a processor. And so I may not be the best person to ask that of.
Thank you. I probably should have known that. What a great start.
Thank you. Ms. Baker and then Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony. And I appreciate your testimony covering both some narrow actions that are being discussed at this meeting, as well as your ideas about more comprehensive evaluations of the program. I'm going to focus on the narrow for the questions that I have, particularly CBSFA's support of the AP motion. And so I'm wondering if you can help, and that the AP motion included an option to look at removing binding arbitration for non-performance of contract terms not related to price. And so because you are one of the PQS holders we've been talking about a lot that does not have a physical plant, how does that particular provision, the requirement that we heard from staff, the AP's recommendation to remove binding arbitration for non-performance, can you help me understand if that's a risk to you in your current PQS holding situation, and maybe the different scenarios that could be a risk?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Baker, yes, we feel that we still are subject to great risk in that situation. We are treated basically in that circumstance just like other processors who have processor quota and the ability to process it themselves, with the added risk of having, not risk exactly, but with the added burden, I suppose, of having to find a custom processor to work with us. And also, in that case, particularly now, having relatively few choices to choose among in terms of number of processors who are actually processing crab. I'm sure you're aware that there are fewer and fewer of them. And in the north, 0. In the south, just a couple, is my understanding. So, we are subject to performance. In other words, if we share match, we have to take the crab and have it custom processed, or essentially pay for that crab anyway, is my understanding. So we feel, vulnerable. I think that was your question.
Thank you. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I understood your support for the AP motion minus the option 5, but I wanted to talk about the broader suggestion from CBSFA to do some sort of working group, and I wanted to confirm what you thought that working group should do, and that is to look at those two programs, and then the third piece was just staying within the current structure, but maybe making more fundamental changes to the program, but retaining share matching, retaining arbitration, staying within that construct. I didn't understand the third one. I'm sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Kimball, I'm not surprised because it was kind of two different things that I was talking about. I was trying to give a view of what the larger group sort of agreed to, and then talk about CBSFA's position as well, which is different. And so the larger group, or the group of stakeholders that talked, not briefly, but with some vehemence, I guess you could say it was not all agreement, but they agreed that it makes sense to have a working group. And I think you heard that from Mr. Ianni, who was part of that conversation. You may hear it from others, that the working group could do the same kinds of things that we were doing the last couple of days, try to get down to ways that this program that we have already could be made more flexible. Those people who participated in that group, specifically the harvesters, did not feel comfortable moving to other frameworks, other structures, similar to the other two programs that were mentioned in the failed AP motion. So the difference between that and CBSFA's position is that we think it makes sense to look at all of the above, that if you can learn lessons from the other rationalized programs, learn them and see if they can add to the flexibility of the current program or perhaps even be a better model. We also believe that the current program can be made more flexible, as I said, rather quickly, I think, that the current program, as we are seeing with this exemption from regional delivery requirements process that we're going through now, the current program can accommodate conditions that change annually. And the framework agreement is signed annually by stakeholders, and it gives them the right to then produce and agree to an exemption contract, all of which takes place without the council needing to take regulatory action and without NIMS needing to approve it. All we have to do is provide those documents, those agreements, those signed agreements to NIMS. That's it. And then the stakeholders proceed to make the contracts and the agreements as we are now doing. And I think Mateo's going to come up pretty soon and talk about the agreement that we're working on between the City of St. Paul and the City of Unalaska. The same kind of process could be applied to other conditions. And as Darrell suggested in his paper, he suggested, I think one example was you could do thresholds of TAC levels. And at certain TACs, a framework agreement could kick in. And it would be agreed to by the stakeholders. And it wouldn't require changes in regulation every time there was a change in the condition of the crab resource, for example, or other conditions could be applied to. So is that helpful? Thank you for asking.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Twite and then Ms. Goen.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Ms. McCarty and Mr. Kaufman. Mostly in your testimony, but also to some extent in some of the discussion after that, you outlined some really good reasons, public policy reasons for why a CDQ group would own IPQ. We've also explored some of the liabilities and risks that creates for the CDQ group, and it just leaves me wondering, from your perspective, at what point do the risks outweigh those good, solid public policy benefits?
You should talk about what we almost did this year, what we might do in the future. Yeah, okay. So, okay.
Group huddles over.
Who's going to answer that question? Madam Chair and Mr. Twite, that point would be at the point when we're losing too much money having IPQ, I guess. And if it is no longer a benefit to our community and to our organization, but rather a liability. And we actually believe, as do some others, that under the current circumstances, climate change caused changes in the crab resource, changes in cost, changes in well markets, many of those things being out of our control, that we're getting pretty darn close to the point where, we're seeing more liability than we are benefit. And we don't like that. We believe, in the program, and we believe that it has helped our community, but it isn't helping our community right now. And that's our job. So yeah, it's a fine line, and it's a call that would have to be made by the leadership. If you want to add to that.
Yeah, I think Heather answered most of that well, but one of the considerations that we have to make, we made it this year, we'll make it again in the future, is whether or not we apply for IPQ, because we're losing money. And there's some species that we're losing, that will lose money in this year, and there's some species where we'll make money, and that's helping to subsidize the opilio, for instance, where we may not make as much money. And whether or not we apply for IPQ, I think, anyway, that's just a consideration that we'll have to make. And from the harvesting perspective, one of the biggest fears that I currently have is that there may not be processors to buy that crab very far from now, because if we maintain it as it is right now, it's going to be very difficult for the processors to continue doing this and losing money.
Thank you both. And Ms. Goen.
Thank you, and thank you both for your testimony today. You spoke to regional landing requirements and the work that's going on right now, and the need to find a more long-term solution in what can qualify to trigger those requirements. But could you speak a bit to how that is working this year, and if you feel it's working well or not?
Madam Chair, Ms. Goen, yes, and so can Mateo on behalf of the community. CBSFA is the echo, for the community of St. Paul, but it's really the community of St. Paul that's, doing a lot of the work. So, number one, that program, the exemption from regional delivery requirements was not designed to be used in the circumstances that we're now using it in. It was designed for ice originally, because ice used to prevent fishing and entry into the harbor, and it was a really serious problem. And so we addressed it after the last review many years ago by setting up this framework. And so we don't like using it for basically other reasons. But since it's the only tool we have right now, and we want the fishermen to be able to catch fish and get it out of the water, we all agreed to do what we're doing, and it's going really well. We've got an exemption contract pretty much finalized, and we have a separate contract with between the city of St. Paul and the city of Unalaska, like I said. And the city of Unalaska is being gracious, helpful, wonderful in helping us get some of the benefits back. The way it's set up, you have compensation that goes back to the originating community, and that's basically fish tax. And so we're making those arrangements just between the two communities. And so far it's going really, really well. I think mostly because I think every community recognizes that they could be in the same position, and so we all want to work together to make it happen. So I think it's going really well.
Yeah, second question, Ms. Goen.
Yeah, thank you. I also appreciate in the beginning of your testimony, you spoke to the group that's been working over the last 2 days to talk about all this. Could you speak to what sides of these equations were represented as far as harvesters, processors, and CDQ communities in that group that was talking? And then your suggestion for a working group to discuss some of these bigger issues, do you see that needing to be a formal council working group, or do you think this type of informal working group that's been meeting could solve some of these issues, or at least come up with better ideas to bring forward?
Madam Chair, Ms. Goen, the first question regarding participants, we had participants from the processor side, including Mr. Yanni, as I said. And then we had participants from the harvester side. including Jake Jacobson, who represents ICE. And so we had, for the communities, we had us. we didn't really see, any other communities here. Like Frank probably would have been there if he'd been at the meeting. So, other CDQ groups would have been welcome to come as well, but we didn't think about that, I guess. So that was just kind of a quick get together, and then another one that was a little bit longer. So I hope that answers your question.
The second part of the question was, do you see an ability for an informal working group like that to tackle some of these issues and narrow them down before coming to the council, or do you see it needing to be a formal council working group?
Madam Chair, yeah, I actually think that a council working group has more oomph than an informal working group. I think that people don't want to, can't ignore a working group that the council is sponsoring, if you will. And I think it has more authority. And I also think that there could be provided some timing, element so that it doesn't just go on. And so it has some real tasks that could be focused on, and a time element so it doesn't go on and not get anywhere. And so I also think that in the past, when you've had council committees, you've often had them chaired by a council member. And I think that's really helpful because I think it adds a little bit of authority to the proceedings. I think there's pros and cons. I really do. But I do think in this case that it might be better if it were more formal.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I'm just trying to figure out the timing for testimony. We have 7 testifiers left. I think it would be pretty tight trying to get through everyone tonight at the rate of our questions. Wondering if those in person, any in-person testifiers could raise their hands if they're not going to be here tomorrow morning. Okay. Anyone else? Okay. Well, and you coincidentally are next. So Tom Menlo.
Lucky me. Madam Chair, members of the council, thank you for the opportunity to comment on this agenda item today. For the record, my name is Tom Menlo. I'm the president and CEO of Unicy Inc. Unicy is a primary processor located in Unalaska, Alaska. We process pollock, cod, and crab. And 2024 marks 50 years that we've processed the managed crab species of the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands. So 50 years is a long time to be doing this. It's been a while since I've been before you. I was looking all over Hill for the sign-up sheet in the back and asking staff for the motion memos. So I'll catch up here. So give me. And in the interest of time and at the risk of sounding like an echo chamber, I'll keep my comments brief. So I'll start by stating the obvious that 20 years ago when this program was implemented, nobody could predict the ecological and economic pressures that the program finds itself under today. Extremely low tax, extremely high operating costs has put pressure on all participants of the program. And I think that there's an opportunity for the council to relieve some of that pressure through binding arbitration changes. Unicy supports the comment letter submitted by the Pacific Seafood Processors Association and the North Pacific Crab Association that you have received. I'll go on to say the Unicy would support the AP motion with the exception of option 5. I don't know how, requiring processors to be bonded to pay harvesters, it's unfortunate what happened
with some of the crabbers recently, but I'm just wondering how that would be applied to any or all fisheries or any or all processors. And so option 5, I think, would be off the table for us. So I guess in short, UNICE would support getting some clarification on the timing of turning back the application for PQ. We certainly would like to, throw out baseball arbitration and look at an arbitration process that's more flexible and allows the arbitrator to accept something more than just what the processor or what the harvester has brought forth. We would really support requiring the arbitrator to publish the decisions so that participants can, better understand what went into the decision and why. And I think I think we would support, while I think it's a big lift, we would certainly support a more comprehensive overview of the program. I think looking at the program through the lens of 2024 would be of benefit to see if the program is working as it was intended to work, or if there are other models that could be used that would be, wouldn't be under the threat of arbitration, but more through the cooperation of the harvesters and processors working closer together for a fair and equitable share of the revenues. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. See if there are any questions. Yes, Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Mr. Enlow. Good to see you.
Okay, good to see you.
You've had a year now of the PCTC and you've had 20 plus years of crabs, so it's a little difficult to ask you to compare the two, but you are one of the main processors for both. And so I'm interested in just your kind of initial impressions.
Well, I think the latter program, while it's still new, I think, it might be a little clumsy right now because we're just still all trying to figure it out. I think it gives more flexibility to both the harvesters and the processors. And the key will be finding some kind of pricing mechanism, but I think that is something that can be negotiated between the cooperative, of which the processors are also members of, and very, very much to how we operate in the AFA Pollock today. But to protect the processor's history by awarding some of the IFQ, if you will, to the processor and providing an incentive for the harvester to bring 100% of their quota to that processor so that they would get in return their percentage of the quota that was given to the processor, makes for a more cooperative kind of environment to work with. And it also gives the harvester the ability or option not to do that and take it to another processor for whatever reason why they would want to do that. My guess would be price. So you're right, it's early, but comparing and contrasting different catch share cooperative programs might be worth looking at.
Thank you. Any further questions? Yes, Mr. Mueller.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Enlow, you supported a published report to support an arbitrator in a more open arbitration process here. The report that you're referring to, I'm making the assumption here that in lieu of because option 3 of the AP motion here calls for the market report to be removed, but I'm assuming that this report in option 2 here, providing key rationale to the arbiters and rationale for the decision, is intended to bring some integrity to that process. And so in my mind, it goes back to what you just said about price. It's going to have something to do with price. So is it designed, that report, is the intent behind that to at least in part replace part of that market report?
To the chair, Mr. Moeller, that's not my read on that. My read on that is if the arbitration decisions are reported, that the participants have a better understanding of what went into the arbitration decision. I don't know if maybe we're not tracking the same point.
Yeah, to the chair, Mr. Enlow, I guess maybe I didn't articulate it very well in the end of the day here, but it appears to me that, you know, part of the heartburn, if you will, might be with getting rid of the baseball component of the arbitration process is an equitable process here. And I'll ask more questions after the break and whatnot to those that might be opposed to that. We haven't quite heard it in public testimony necessarily, but I have at the break. So I want to have a better understanding, and if you can't answer this, that's fine, but I want to have a better understanding of you know, the potential problems with a more open arbitration system here relative or versus a baseball arbitration system of which it's a yes or no or a win or lose. So I guess what I'm getting at here is option 2 intended to make that new arbitration system more equitable or to try to achieve some of the concerns you might have. I'm screwing this all up. Sorry, Madam Chair. I'll catch up with you after on this.
Thank you, Mr. Mueller and Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony, Mr. Enlow. And I guess I just wanted to hear a little bit more about how custom processing, how Unicy uses custom processing or accommodates for custom processing in an environment like we have today, and whether there's a risk or you feel there's a risk if people start withdrawing their quota. Not you, but what if people start withdrawing their processing quota, what position that leaves existing processors in?
Well, through the chair, Ms. Kimball, I think, well, the way I understand it is somebody withdraws their processing quota, that it gets reallocated to the remaining processors that have not withdrawn. So in the case of Unicy, you know, we would share match up with that quota and continue to process it. I think the bigger concern I have is going back to the custom processing in general. We've seen, you know, labor costs and travel costs and costs in general double since the program's inception. And if I'm a processor holder of PQ, but I don't operate a processing platform, or I choose not to operate my processing platform and reach out to somebody else to custom process that for me, now I'm looking at the arbitration piece, and I'm looking at the potential custom processing fee that I'm going to have to pay. So I'm going to pay for the raw material. I'm the buyer of the crab on record, and I'm also going to pay this processor to process my crab. And I have to make a decision that between those two, am I going to make any money? And I think that is the real crux to the program in general, is that the cost of the processors have gotten so high that we're putting out a custom processing fee that really is, in most cases, unacceptable to PQ holders that don't have a processing plant.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony, Mr.
Thank you.
Enlow. Oh, I'm sorry. Would you mind coming back up? Apologies. Sorry, that was close.
Sorry, you
Ms.
almost got
Gillen.
away. Thank you, Mr. Enlow, for your testimony. And I really want to thank Unicy for operating this season. I know it's been a lifeline for many. So thank you for that. I'm wondering if you can speak a bit to the timing of withdrawing IPQ. And if you heard the previous testifier's idea that came out of the small group of changing the timing of when TAC is issued and whether that would create some relief. So having TAC issued much closer to the September CPT meeting.
Through the chair, thank you for your question, Ms. Goen. I think there's ways to handle some of these things, timing issues in a couple of ways. One, if processors knew that they had 72 hours or 48 hours or whatever that is, I mean, it's defined specifically between the issuance of the quota and share matching to decide if they want to withdraw. And I think that would be helpful. Right now, it's not clear. To the extent that tax could be announced earlier than 2 weeks before the season's about to start would certainly help, I think, a lot of processors and harvesters in this situation. And potentially, and I know that these are probably state of Alaska, types of changes more than the council, but delaying the opening of the apelio season from October 15th to say December 1st. Nobody's fishing for apelio in that time period anyway, and it would buy us more time to be able to make those kinds of decisions. So,
thank you.
Thank you. I think you can leave for real now. Thank you, Mr. Enlow. Okay, we'll take one more testifier and then we'll break for the evening. Mateo Pasaldan. We'll come back in the morning with Steve Miner.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the council. My name is Mateo Pasaldan. I'm here on behalf of the city of St. Paul, a community of about 350 Unangan Aleut residents who make a living off the fishery and marine resources that surround the island, and in particular snow crab, crab and snow crab, which have been a mainstay of the island's economy since the phase out of the fur seal harvest in 1984. And which underpins most of their economic activities, as well as supports the fisheries-related infrastructure that has been built there over the last 4 decades. First of all, we wanted to acknowledge Daryl Brandon's paper. He did a really good job of identifying potential improvements both to the binding arbitration mechanism and the crab program as a whole. From St. Paul's perspective, the crab program worked very well for 20 years. However, we are facing a new reality. Low-TAC crab fisheries, which make processing and associated activities economically unviable, and which in turn could strand resource and permanently affect the future participation of crab stakeholders, including communities such as St. Paul, and in contravention of National Standards 4, 8, and EEJ principles to protect underserved communities. That, in a nutshell, is a large part of a potential problem statement as we see it. At the October meeting, St. Paul representatives were asked by this council to work with other stakeholders to allow for a fishery this year by using the emergency relief from regionalization tool, which waives regional landing requirements. As a reminder, this tool has never been used before. And was designed in another era of different climate, when ice conditions in the Bering Sea were such that the ice pack would move south almost yearly, and on occasion surround St. Paul and prevent delivery and processing of crab there. So that tool was designed with those conditions in mind. Heather has already summarized what has been done to make the exemption from regionalization effective this season, so I will not repeat all that. Just to say that the discussions are going well and that we hope to have an agreement in place before the season. However, I will say that agreeing to waive regionalization, which is the main community protection of the crab program, has not been easy for the residents of St. Paul. I was on St. Paul last month after a 5-year hiatus, and there is enormous concern that over time, season after season, the use of the ER tool will become the new normal, and that regionalization will go away as a protection in a de facto sort of a manner. And with it, St. Paul's connection to the crab resource. Plus, from a more practical standpoint, we can't guarantee and depend on others' goodwill to remit taxes and use the emergency tool in future years. Therefore, we are requesting, as we have done and done our part, we are requesting that other stakeholders step up and share in the burdens of exploring the development of changes and flexibilities in the program that could allow for viable crab fisheries. Specifically, St. Paul supports the improvements that have been proposed for binding arbitration, but recognizing that these improvements to this tool may not be enough, the city believes that a more comprehensive look at the crab program is needed to identify areas where it could be improved. There are other council programs that have worked well, as has been mentioned, and concepts could be borrowed or adapted from these to improve the crab program. And it could even be in a hybrid kind of a way where under certain thresholds, certain frameworks are applied or used, and under larger thresholds, larger tax, the old clunky crab program kicks in. As has been suggested, one way to move the ball forward on the longer term structural programs would be for a crab stakeholder working group, as was done when we developed the crab program and the multiple trailing amendments that came from it 20 years ago. And to make everybody's life easier, the council could set boundaries and a deadline for these discussions and ask that the stakeholders report back to the council at a subsequent meeting, maybe April or June. Anyway, to conclude, the new realities of the crab fisheries are not going away, and inaction from St. Paul's perspective is not an option. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Posseldon. I'll see if there are any questions for you. I have a question. You mentioned that the framework agreement worked well this year. However, it was the first year of its utilization. That was very challenging for the city and the community. And that in future years, there's some, you expect more challenges the longer that this goes on, and some uncertainty absent some additional tools or additional flexibility in the program or otherwise. I'm wondering if, as we look at, we've been talking about some of the components of the AP motion, and you expressed general support for, advancing that, as well as looking at larger program options. Do you see, as far as the non-performance aspect of arbitration, any connection to that and the future uncertainty with the framework agreement? We heard in testimony that one of the potential issues with it right now would be a PQS holder that had no processing affiliation for economic reasons or inability to secure a custom processing agreement or even availability of a processor. There could be some risk, but in a scenario where a framework agreement may not be an acceptable solution to all of the signatories involved, can you see that non-performance, or arbitration not being applicable to non-performance being an important tool to have for those PQS holders?
Madam Chair, I need to break that up in parts. But let's start with the framework agreement. It's going well, but we're not done yet. So we submitted, there's two steps. There's the filing of the pre-season application, which includes a framework agreement, and that was done on October 15th. The problem was that framework agreement was based on old templates having to do with ICE and really did not apply to the situation at hand, nor did it comply, so to speak, with the regulatory checklist that the framework agreement must have. And so we all agreed as stakeholders that we needed to post facto, after the deadline, which was a strict deadline, that we needed to file an addendum that would memorialize, at least among the stakeholders, what our understandings of the problem were and what the fixes to it were, namely, in this case, since the under normal circumstances, the framework agreement would contemplate compensatory deliveries, which we clearly could not do this time around, that the fix to this was some form of monetary relief for the communities that would be providing the waiver, in this case, St. Paul. And so that addendum was submitted a few weeks ago, and now we're working on the second stage of it, which is the in-season application for exemption. It might be used some other term. The terms might not be totally exact, but that's what it's an in-season is in there somewhere. And that includes an exemption contract that accompanies that application. And that's what we're working on. There's a draft circulating. So far, the responses seem to be positive. But as we went about that, we discovered that some of the specifics involving the collection of taxes, in this case by Unalaska, and their eventual remittance to St. Paul, were really nitty-gritty community, looking at what's in the fish tickets and how do we figure out what's northern region and how does that get reported to the state and how does that come back to the communities. And so that really is something that we want to spare the other stakeholders from having to be part of all that and having to sign off on that. And we figured it was best accomplished by an agreement between the two communities. And that's what we're working on. We're working against the clock. Holidays around the corner, but we're trying to do that to meet to be able to accompany that, have that document, that agreement, that community agreement accompany the exemption contract and file all that before the opening. So that's one aspect. I think I missed the other part of what you said. Could you repeat that or mention? Yeah.
I'm not sure I asked it very well. I was wondering if there's some issues identified with scenarios for PQS holders that don't have active processing.
Mhm.
And there were some linkages to that and the option identified for removing arbitration for non-performance reasons. In the case that there's a custom processing agreement is unavailable or economic reasons. Under a scenario where a framework agreement may not be acceptable to all parties, requires signatories by multiple parties, and for some reason, is stalled out or delayed or doesn't happen for whatever reason, there could be a scenario where northern shares are not able to be delivered south. And so wondering if you thought that was this option was linked to also also part of a potential scenario and a reduction of risk in that particular scenario related to an issue that we haven't heard about yet. But I was curious if
Okay.
it's really hard to project whether or not that will happen, but wondering if you saw a linkage there between that particular option and potential
Okay,
scenario in the future.
I think I get it. And first of all, I've not been involved in a binding arbitration dispute ever, so I'm not too familiar with that process other than what's in the paper. But if we're talking about expanding the concept of framework agreements, and currently the two are not linked that I know of, so the two tools are not linked. But I could see where that a framework agreement, a different kind of framework agreement, could accommodate potentially the kind of situation that you're talking about. And that kind of stuff is worth exploring. I think the thought has been that similar framework agreements could apply to, or the current tool could be expanded to include, low tax situations where which is what we're currently trying to do, but we just want to do it in a more organized and regulatory and statutory way. So I think that could be pursued in the future, but I don't have too much more to say on that, really. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Gordon.
And I don't have a question for the testifier, more a comment before we move away from this agenda for the day. So this is a good time. Yeah, I just wanted to flag for the council and the public that in looking at the list of testifiers, we have largely heard from the processor and community groups, but we have not heard from many harvesters yet. So as we break for the day and are thinking about all the information we've gotten, just to be cognizant of, we haven't yet heard from another very important part of this program that's affected.
Ms. Goen, we do not control how people sign up for testimony and when we are the timing of our agenda based on that. So that was, I don't think that that is an appropriate comment to make on the record. But thank you. Thank you. Mr. Posselman.
Thank you.
Okay, so with that, we will break for the day and come back at 8 a.m. and reconvene testimony with